Welcome and hello, everybody. Yes, I am insane today. Dadman Walking 55 here again, streaming. I can't get enough of it. It's just too addictive. It is a Friday, a day off. It was wonderful. Man, I'm playing 6 hours of Fortnite heaven earlier where we actually won one match in the whole time. But you know what? It was a day of hanging out with a great people, great fun with friends that play the game, and really great friends and people that come and sit out in the chat and spent quite a while with me and the missus at times today. It was awesome and a great experience, and just thank you all for being here. So I just got a thought the other night of like, hey, we got Fortnite. We play. There's a lot of play and all this stuff. A lot of times when we're playing, we talk, we mention a lot of stuff. But sometimes in the chaos of it, and except for those moments when we decide to take a breather and sit there, it's just so chaotic, and we really can't really focus on some things. So, well, I figured why not? Let's put together a panel show. Let's have everybody come out and do talk about what they think. And we're going to take a look. The topic is on this new season specifically. It's Chapter 4, Season 3, Wilds. But we're going to talk about anything and everything that is Fortnite. So before I talk to people in the chat, I am going to bring in I've got probably the largest panel I've ever put together at one time of some great personalities. And you've all seen them at some point in and around here on the streams and other channels and stuff like that. So let's do this. I got to bring in the babe of all babes, the queen of the queens of the Fortnite channel here on this channel, the rock that I cannot do anything without, and especially all the graphics. Well, she builds graphics and stuff like that. She doesn't create them, but she is the creative engineer and comes up with all the great things. The Mrs. Dadman Walking. Hello, lovely.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Welcome. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good.
All
I got to
right.
get off of, I was sending a note on YouTube and the delay was driving me insane.
No, I know there is a delay between.
Well, the video, because I'm like, wait, I'm not up yet. Well, duh.
Yep, I know. And
Yep.
Twitch has a delay. I think Twitch is a little bit closer than the YouTube, because I've had people in my panels before, and they're looking at the YouTube feed, not the StreamYard feed, and they're greeting people before I even say that. So,
Right.
well, hey, let's go ahead and greet the other people before we start talking about some other things. Another one is a great warrior of warriors. He's ready to go any and all times. He's always prepared for battle. He always says, roll out all the time. It's the great Stunning and Brave Megatron. Hey, Stunning.
Hello, I am Optimus Prime. Actually, no, I'm Megatron. You're the wrong character.
How are you tonight, Stunning, after 6 hours? Well, after a few hours of more Fortnite today.
Fine.
Oh, good. And what are you drawing? May I ask real quick?
I'm drawing Raven from Teen Titans.
All right.
Started drawing her the other day. So I was like, might as well throw this guy together.
Awesome.
Streaming.
That is awesome. All right. And we will see how that progresses as the show goes on.
Yeah.
And Mrs., if you can help me put some links out, especially Stunning, if you can.
Sure. I'll see if I can grab mine.
Okay, you got it. Okay, you got Stunny's a mod here.
Mod.
And he's a super mod because and I tell you what, I could be playing at 3 o'clock in the morning. If he's awake, he's in here also. So, and Ang just yelled Raven. Raven.
Yeah.
All right. Another person on this panel is the first time I've had on a stream per se, but I tell you what, he's got a golden voice of Fortnite. He's the quoter of quoters in every Fortnite stream. He's quoting people, and one was so damn good today, I asked him to retweet it out, and he did. So let me welcome in Corn Pop himself, just not that. He's the man of all men, the voice of voices for YouTube, the great Castle. Hey, Castle.
Hey, what's going on?
Not a lot. We're just here hanging out, going to talk some Fortnite. Glad to have you on tonight.
Can't complain.
Yes, I know. I appreciate you being in chats like that. Another monitor of our channel. But I tell you what, I'm going to go back and read this. Okay? Quote, Frenzy, talking about Frenzy Fields, Frenzy is like being in a relationship with an unstable person. Sometimes it's a great time. Other times it's knucking futs. Castle 2023.
It's not wrong.
Love it. No, love it. Love it, Castle.
Yes,
Great,
yes.
great quote. Yeah, because he's always quoting me or Megatron at different times throughout the stream. But hey, how are you tonight? You ready for the weekend?
Ready, man. Born ready.
All right. And one class left, right?
That's it.
All right. Hey, we got to get this guy through, and we got to throw a big party for you in October.
Let's do it.
All right. Sounds good. Well, let me bring you on another of the great classy people on this channel. This lady has added so much class to this channel, straightened my ass up. And
Sure about that?
And yes, I am very damn sure about it because she's always on you, Stunning. She's a gardener extraordinaire, knows a lot about a lot of different things, and a great, wise person. It's, I tell you what, the beautiful, incredible Lisa from YouTube. Lisa.
Hi. Well, with that
Alright.
introduction, I'm out of here. I don't need it. My day is complete. I'm happy. Thank you for that intro. That was really nice.
Absolutely. How are you doing today? You sound, from what you said, you've had a very busy week.
Very busy week, hot, sweaty, and yeah, dust, and yeah, just glad to be home and
Was it a good time?
hanging out with the dad mans. Yeah.
All right. Thank
And you
you.
too, Mega.
Yeah. You
Thank
missed Fortnite a little, didn't you?
I did. Oh, I was going through withdrawals. It's funny.
Exactly.
Get a little addicted to it, don't you think?
Yeah, just a little bit.
A little bit.
You're kind of like me about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. You're looking for somebody to play. So, hey, it's awesome. And we're going to greet you people in the chat. Thank you all for being here. In just a moment, I got one more guest that's here at this point. A great guest that I got to know thanks to one of our other mods, Jess, a great Twitch streamer himself. You know, you talk about voice of voices. I got to find that clip again of the first time we streamed together, and he did a play-by-play of the unicorn going down, trying to bring entertainment to the masses, but took it himself out. It's a great guy, great human being, and a great friend of the channel. It's Alaska Jeff. Hey, Alaska Jeff.
Greetings, one and all. Thanks for having me.
All right. How are you doing today?
Whoa.
Things have been going pretty well.
Well,
Glad
good.
to be able to participate in this. I've seen you on some of these discussion streams before, and glad to be able to contribute.
Well,
Thanks
I
for
will
having
say it's a pleasure, but you know what? This will be a kind of a unique experience tonight. And you know why that is? I'm not used to running one of these with this many people on it. So it'll be, I'm used to one-on-one or maybe 1 or 2, but hey, we'll have fun, folks.
So we all need to be chaotic so that he can have a nervous breakdown.
We're
Yes,
anyway
exactly.
on Fortnite. So.
Yeah. And I go crazy. Yes. Hey, can I be in charge again? Yeah, that's awesome.
So I'm willing to put in $20 for a new chair for Mega.
Yeah.
Anybody
I
else
would
want to
appreciate
contribute to the sweet new chair fund? Oh my God!
Oh,
Yeah.
the torture. Leave
It's
it at
under the
Megadon.
squeaky bed, really.
I leave it at Megadon. Well, and Jeff, it's great to have you. And how, just see, we've done a few streams together. We did talking about Alaska, and you said we could actually do more Alaska streams, right?
Yep, there is a lot of the state to cover, and I've definitely been spending a lot of time trying to get familiar with the state since I moved up here, and yeah, we barely even scratched the surface.
Wow.
Isn't Alaska larger than the United States?
It's the largest state in the United States.
I
We're
mean, does the
basically
contiguous fit in that state?
no. We are about maybe a third of the size of the continental United States. We take up about a third of the actual distance of the actual volume. But if you were to travel from one side of Alaska to the other, it would be the same as traveling across the entire United States. So if you go from Juneau up to Barrow, that's the equivalent of going like from Florida up to Michigan. Going from Florida to California would be the same as flying from Juneau to the Aleutians. So it's that sort of you have to think about it in those sorts of terms. We have a lot of coastline, more coastline than the entire U.S. And so thus we have a lot of islands that you have to account for. So yeah, island chains and stretch up into the Arctic. Yeah, so a big distance to cover, but volume-wise, about a third.
Yes.
Oh, B from O in chat was wondering if you met the Brown family, and I'm curious if you've met any aliens.
Wow. Well, we will get
That's me
into
so
more
far.
of that. So we will definitely get into things like that and stuff. But Jeff, I tell you what, though, hearing that is I'm ready to talk Alaska more because I think we went 3.5 hours the first time. And if you still got more to do, we'll definitely have to do it sometime.
Yeah.
Be fascinating.
That would probably have to happen then.
Absolutely,
Aren't
sir.
you?
All right. Well, let's go through the chat. Let's see who we have here tonight. See, we got a great kid that started it all. Ang.
It's all your fault, girl.
Yeah.
You can blame Ang.
Grounded
Ang.
Missy.
Hashtag blame Ang. We got Alaska Jeff saying hello. We got Lisa saying hello. Stunning and brave. Hi, y'all. Castle. Hi, y'all. And we got Hall 2424. Hello again.
Hello.
Nice art, Mega.
Yeehaw.
And I actually played a game a few minutes ago.
Thank you, Hall.
Oh,
I
that's
actually
a
got
big pizza too.
The only thing is I don't use Discord, Hall, and we'll have to figure out some way if we play. But when I stream, I only stream with Geek Party Chat, so I don't have Discord. I don't know if it's possible with the PS4 though either. But I can barely function with what I'm doing. I'm able to hit the buttons that I get to hit. So it's, it's like, hey, don't mess with success. But hey, great to have you here tonight.
Boomer.
Boom. You call me.
Big
Call me
boomer.
Already.
All right. You see, this is Megatron's link there. All right.
Yeah, it's not pretty pictures sometimes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, and there you go. Like Stoney says, sub to him because he colors things. So
Yeah.
yeah. And Mrs., can you put Jeff's link out there too for me too?
It's already there.
It's already there. Yeah, because
Oh,
Jeff does animation and Fortnite
Actually,
and stuff like
the
that too.
Twitter is out, but not the Twitch.
Okay,
Let me
the
get
Twitch. Okay. All right. And then Ang puts out Castle's link. So Hall says, I am not addicted. I am fine, but I need to play a couple rounds. So exactly. And we got B from O saying, hey.
On the Fortnite side, I only see
Yeah.
Dadman and Mrs. Dadman. The others are.
Lunch himself is
Yeah.
here.
There's a couple on Twitch though. That's the thing is there's some on Twitch. Now B from O, was this a misspelling with Brown? Was this supposed to be Brown or Bore, or is it really Boren? Jeff, do you know what he might be asking here? Is it laughter? So I'm not sure.
I am unfamiliar with that term. So
Okay.
now the only thing I can guess that maybe he was trying to spell
Brown
Boone, which
family.
would have been like a bear, but it might be something
Bear
else that he's
family?
trying to refer to.
Yeah. The Brown family. Yeah. B, if you can get us some more context, that might help. So, and they're casting.
Well, the Brown family is a family like
the show. It's
Yeah,
a from
I'm
show.
Oh, okay.
TV
I just looked into it. So let me give just a quick little bit of insight
Cleveland
into
Browns.
Alaska culture here. What you see on TV is completely 100% fake.
Oh yeah.
Oh gosh.
So much of Alaskan culture is hitting the television, but none of it is true.
Well, that's kind of like what we heard with Ghost. Was it the Ghost Hunters with Zach Baggins that they did with Castillo de San Marcos and did all this drama stuff, and they had a little light or something at the top of it. And when we went, the park rangers are like, "Yeah, that."
Yeah, they were saying that the show was saying, yeah, this is where the doctors would throw the amputated body parts, and that's why the spirits were there and all this stuff. And the rangers are like, because we asked, because it was pretty much no. And that was he goes, that whole held ammunition or something. I mean, it was just like,
yeah, it was like. They were like, no, that was crazy. That just, it was hilarious with what they did.
Conspiracy.
Exactly. I tell you, what's so funny is
so
that
true.
well, it's so funny. They embellish it and stuff like that. I guess, I don't know. There was a while I got into those shows a little bit, but then I realized, one thing, it's just stupid and effective. Two, there is a real supernatural world, and it's probably better to not get involved with it. So, that's why I stay in the Fortnite. So anyway, So before we go further, we got 10 people here. Make sure you follow on the Twitch side if you haven't already. Subscribe here on the YouTube side. We're at 289 now. We're 11 to 300.
Wow.
Lisa, you're going to help me come up with a 300 stream celebration. Are you ready for that 24-hour stream?
I'm ready. I'll do it with you.
Wow.
I don't think you can keep up with me.
Thank you,
Ooh,
Lisa.
a challenge issue. Castle, you ready?
Mrs. Dadman, you're going to have to go to town.
Jeff, you're in the party too. All right, folks. Well, listen.
Well, I'm going to say goodbye now because I'm just kidding.
What the hell?
She had me going there
24
for a
hours
second.
stream,
I'll
though. I
wait.
mean, you're going to need your
Just
sleep.
staying forever.
I did the last 24-hour show.
Right.
So I'm deferring this one.
Well,
Get
Lisa,
a nice hotel room. Get the heck out of there.
Exactly.
what Lisa's talking about is 24 hours of nothing but Fortnite.
Heck yeah.
You
That
can do
might
that.
be. That
You
might
could
be.
have so many people rotating in and out.
Yeah, we might have to do it. I'm up for anything. You know,
And you
never,
could take a little
never
bit
tell
of
me
a
the
break.
odds, like Han Solo would say. So
I
You
got a
don't have
better
to be
idea.
on
How about,
multiple.
2 sessions of 12 hours?
Oh, that's lame.
well, 2 hours.
People can go in and out, and so
Two
it's
sessions of 12 hours where it continues. You just flip the stream over. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Because
hilarious.
after the first 12 hours, most people end up sounding like they're dead on the stream. You're like, oh, great, just go take a nap.
Well, the
I
last
know.
24-hour Dadman and Mrs. were very perky because I was probably one of the only
And-
ones there watching it.
it's because we were delusioned. We were like hallucinating at the time. It's like the one time when, like you
What,
said,
more than normal?
when we're yes, more than normal. When we
Aw.
were you guys were there on one of our driving streams when I
Yep,
went a
yeah.
little I just
crazy
kinda went
on
a
the
little
person in
crazy.
the parking lot.
Ooh, I'll have to look that up.
Yeah,
Well, it was
no,
one
but
that was
just like-
private. We never.
that
Oh, I
was
missed
private.
it.
Yeah, it was one of our test ones. I mean, we went to Bucky's and somebody was really stupid coming around me
Oh,
while I was waiting
yeah.
on a
I'm
parking
talking shit
spot.
about him.
Oh,
Yeah, and hey AFK, welcome.
hey,
Get in here, you butt.
Yep. Yep. Whatever. You got the
Yeah,
link,
yeah.
so whatever. So listen, I want to start with Jeff though, real quick, because Jeff is a streamer also, and with this question, how long have you played Fortnite, and then for what got you into Fortnite, and if you can go further, why did you start streaming the game?
So that's a very good question. And it's a bit complex. And you have to understand, first and foremost, when I first saw the game, it was during a time where another game that my brother and I were playing was starting to decline in popularity. We were getting tired of all the problems that were associated with it, and we were looking for some sort of alternative. And so we both downloaded Fortnite because it was really popular at the time. This is back in like its second year or something like that. So about 4 or 5 years ago, and we both hated the game thoroughly. It was the most painful experience, and we were like, that's it. We both uninstalled and like, we are never ever gonna try that game again. Well, then last year I ended up having some contract work with Geeks and Gamers, and I ended up working with them, and some folks said, hey, you should participate in some of the games. And so I downloaded it again and gave it a try, and it instantly died after the first 5 seconds because I didn't understand that there was fall damage. I landed on a tree, slipped off, and ended up ending up as the lowest in that game. So I thought, okay, well, this is a great start. So I tried it again and ended up getting I ended up winning on the second one. So I said, okay, so this is just like a normal shooter if you play the no build. So I ended up doing the no build and participated in a couple of streams, and people have said, hey, you should try and stream on your own. And I was like, nah, I'm not doing that. And it was during the time when I was trying to make digital elements for other streamers, I thought, I probably should stream this just so I know what other streamers need artistically. So I started doing that and hoping that nobody would know. And turns out that lo and behold, SPD girl Jess found out about it and ended up sharing that sort of stuff with the world. And so then at that point, I was like, oh, great. I was not supposed to try and be found. And so basically I felt like I was forced into it in a roundabout route. And so I decided after a couple of weeks of experimenting, I said, I should just embrace this. And so I dove into it.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's interesting. And, it really is a streamable game. That's one thing that I like about it. So, but do you remember which season was your first?
Oh, golly. I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay.
The very first one. It was back when the game's mechanics were were still relatively new.
Right.
Games popular was coming out. The I actually remember the one skin though that was very common during that time, and that was a person that was riding a llama.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the llama guy.
And that was the one that was the time frame that I was testing it out.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. Stunning. Let's see. Stunning. How about you? What got you into the game? When did you first start playing?
I was forced to play it. My friends.
Mm-hmm.
So, because I used to last year, especially, I used to play games with a YouTuber by the name of Jade Fire, aka Jade Shadow, and I'd kind of hang out with her. We used to play Splitgate, actually, that game before the game kind of got shitty, and then we all because Fortnite was just introducing the no build rule. She started playing that, and because I was already playing other games with her, I was like, yeah, I'll download this stupid game just to hang out with them, and that's about it.
I remember the first time I played with you. First time I think I actually met you was playing with you over on McNee's Twitch.
Yeah, I think so.
And I loved the way we tried to you especially tried to hijack the stream. I thought it was hilarious. So.
Oh yeah,
but it's exactly. Oh, you know what? That's awesome. Well, good. Do you remember the first season? Do you remember the first season that you played?
You're a hijacker.
No idea. It was the one. It was kind of like near the end of the Spider-Man stuff.
Okay, so later. Okay, Castle.
Yes, sir.
All right. Obviously, you become known, and I know you stream on other channels and stuff like that. You play the game too. You're known as you got a nickname called Corn Pop, which is obviously because of that thing right there. What dragged you into the game? When did you get started, and what about it do you like, or what about what got you really to decide to play the game?
Well, it was really because of the other channels like Mary's Game Room and Rambling Canuck. They were playing it, and of course Mark the Infinitely Tired. He got dragged into it, so I figured if he broke, then I would finally break my disdain for Fortnite. I was like, all right, I gotta at least try it instead of just talking trash.
Let me interject real quick because I know Mark the Infinitely Tired despises the game, swore he would never play it. It was that passionate. So when Castle's saying that is saying something. So go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It just backs up what I was saying. But it's kind of how I did. So I jumped in, and again, it was the mechanics of it, just like Jeff was saying. It was a little funky at first. Fall damage got me, I think, my first drop. And I just kind of started playing. I'm like, well, it's kind of nice to play something that I can jump in and do a round or two, and then I'm done. I love playing Skyrim and other games, but you got to kind of put some time into it. And if I could just jump into a game and play, and then I was like, well, let's do this. And I usually play Halo and stuff with my buddies down here, so this is kind of the next closest thing where it still has the social aspect, where I could choose to be in a team with people that I know here, or just party up with random people, or just play solo. So that's kind of how I got to do it.
Okay. Do you remember your first season? Which season that was?
I think it was around the same time that Spider-Man was ending. That was the last thing I remember.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's two in common. Well, let us bring in the great Lisa now. And see, Lisa, how long have you been playing? What got you into Fortnite?
I think it's all your fault. I think 2 months now. But like 3 years ago, I was a really big World of Tanks player, and actually was ranked top 20 for World of Tanks. And then I just got sick of it and started doing other stuff. And took the last 3 years from playing video games out of my life. And then here you come along and you tempt me with all this fun and
all the dong
and the dong. I didn't know you were.
That's before the dong.
I really
that's
didn't know
before
you
the
were
dong.
dong until playing Fortnite, because then I saw you were a dong.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
But I needed some fun. I work a lot and I'm busy a lot, and I do enjoy getting on and blowing stuff up with you guys, laughing and shooting at stuff and eliminating other players. So yeah, it's been a real blast for the last 2 months with you guys. Really enjoyed it a lot. So
all right. Well,
I'm not a pro, but I'm trying to get there. Trying to get good.
It's always that was a piece of advice Aang always gave me. Get good.
Yeah, because it makes it more fun.
It's like get good, So, and Mrs. Yes, love. What about you? What got you into Fortnite? Where did you actually? Let me say hello real quick. I know I said make sure I did say hello to AFK and hello to Ava Charisma McFate. Good to see you again tonight. Good to see you again.
Hello.
Mrs. You, what got you into this game?
Well, you started playing because you were starting to get weird during the whole pandemic thing. And when you started playing, and then I first started just kind of being in chats, because I've never played video games. To say casual is an understatement. I might have played a Switch game or something like that, but to really play like a shooter game or anything like that, I've never played. Never ever in my life. And so I was not going to play this game, but I was just going to be, in the chats. And then it kind of started with, well, I'll download the game. The computer I had at that time wasn't that great. I'll download the game and I'll just go in just to talk during the thing. And then it was like, well, I might try it. And then I kind of tried it. And then it was like, well, this is kind of fun.
Get rid of that damn chair. Sorry, Mrs.
It's
really annoying.
He just wants attention.
It's an old ass chair. It's an old chair.
Sit on the floor.
NVIDIA voice will cancel out that sound.
You're wrecking Mrs. Story.
It's okay.
No, it's not okay.
And so I thought, well, I'll try. And then I played and it was awful. And my computer wasn't that great. And you know how you have to adjust all the settings. And I just was getting frustrated because I've never played a video game ever in my life. And then I just kind of just started playing by, solos and stuff like that. And it actually was I got kind of fun. And now I'm actually playing another game too, which I never thought I would be playing 2 video games ever in my life, but I am.
So you're good too.
I'm okay, but thank you.
The other is Destiny, right?
Yeah, I played Destiny 2.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And do you remember the first season you started?
No, I really don't. I can't remember yesterday.
It's okay.
So
that happens.
I don't know. I can't remember. They did not. It was before they ended. It's before they implemented no builds. I do know that.
Right.
That was one thing that frustrated me the most in the game was I can't build. I can't. I mean, it's the time it takes me to figure it out to build. I'm dead. And these people are building Taj Mahals and things, and it got so frustrating. And like in a second, and you're like, yeah, that's bullshit. And and I just got frustrated. But then they put in the no build, and I started liking it better. Because you kind of
Absolutely.
have to strategize a little. I feel you have to kind of strategize a little more in no build and work more as a team. And
Mhm.
then build, someone can just build, the person in and just do all that stuff. They don't need
Yep.
another player. But
Okay. Well, that's interesting, and it's good. And I'm glad that you picked it up because we can do date night, Fortnite. We can also just do stuff together like that. It's been fun having you play in there.
we've done
Of course, there are times.
election night, Fortnite.
Yes, election night, Fortnite. Yes, that was
Election
fun.
night.
Election night. Yeah, we did. Actually, I will say we had a story, and B from O will remember that. If Hawk Horse was here, he'd remember it too. B, if you're still here, you probably will remember that morning. There was another streamer, Newt to Newt, actually
Oh,
came through a chat one night, and he was like, "Hey, love y'all," and all this stuff. So the next morning, I decided to check his chat out, his show. He's a streamer for older people, Gen X and stuff like that. And I come in and say, "Hello, good morning." And he's like, "Well, we were talking about you a little while ago," and it was like, I went back and looked, and what he was saying is like, I stumbled upon this couple last night, older couple. They're playing. He wanted to push. She's like wanting to stay back. She's like, "Where are you? Where are you?" And I'm like, "Right here above you." And he's like, "They were just cute AF." And it's like, and the missus is like, "Nobody's called me cute before." So.
I have never been called cute before in my life. It just made me laugh.
It was hello. And hello to Jeremy. Welcome, Jeremy. Good to
Hello.
see you.
All
All right. We got 11 great people here. Make sure you follow us on the Twitch side and like and subscribe on this YouTube side. Okay, here's what got me into Fortnite. If you've been around long enough, you've heard this. If you're new, you may not have. Like the missus alluded to, it was 2020. My hobbies are sports, particularly college basketball and college football. That's it. So what happened with everything shutting down? March Madness is canceled. So you get through March, you get into April. It's like, oh, dear God, what do I do? So I'm going to bed. Even though I'm working from home, I'm going to bed like at 9 o'clock at night. So I was really getting grumpy and grouchy, right?
Oh, he was awful. It was awful.
Because I like to stay up late at night, as Lisa knows and everybody else knows with me.
I was to the point where I was telling him, "Go out, take a chance,
Yeah.
please, please."
Oh, get the coof.
Just like, oh.
Go to the store and catch it. Will you already?
I was like so bad. I needed stuff to do. Well, Aang came in, and if you don't know Aang is my youngest kid, and Aang's like, "Dad, play this game with me. Just to do something." And I'm like, that's a big heart and nice. And I'm like, okay, I will, but I would be dead. I'll just get. And I'm going to say the context. I don't care what the galactic overlords say with words and stuff. But I just said, well, I'll just die all the time and all this, and you'll have to, whatever. So just call me Dead Man Walking. Dead Man Walking.
Oh shit! Stream's taken down.
I know. Oh well, then they do. Well,
it won't.
But it's. I know you never know with these things. But
Deadman is a comic book character.
Yeah, I know it is. Clobby showed that the other night.
Yep.
And liked that one. But I'm like, and the kid amazed me. He was like, "Dad, I can't do that. That's not right. I'll make you Dad Man."
Very clever.
And I'm like, independently changed it. Then I'm like, well, what's a 55 for? Well, there are other Dad Mans, and there are a lot of Dad Mans on Twitter, YouTube, and everything else. So that's where I became Dad Man 55, Dad Man Walking 55, because I said I would be Dead Man Walking. So that's how the name came to exist. That's how I got into Fortnite. And the first season was probably more, I think it was in April, maybe not May of 2020. The first season, I don't remember which number it was, but it was a season with Sky, Midas, Brutus, Meowscles. That season, it was like a spy frame. You had the white spies, the black spies, and they had the Shark Island. They had the yacht and stuff like that.
Oh, the
so
shark. I forgot.
Yeah, so that's how long I go back. So I go back. This it's over 3 years now. So I think it was in chapter 2 somewhere along the way. But that's where I got started. That's how I got into it. And back then in the early days, I'd play at 4 o'clock in the morning all by myself as solo. I can't stand playing solo now. If I play solo, I stream so I can monologue, and you good people kind of help keep me in check because I get bored easily and just.
It's a different way of playing solo.
Exactly. And let me throw it open to all of y'all there. So that's my story of how I got into it and all that stuff. But I'll just throw it open for general discussion. What modes do you like to play in? Build, no build, or how do you like solos compared to? What about what do you think about solos? Do you like playing solos, or do you prefer playing in duos, trios, or squads? So I'll just throw it out there. Y'all have at it. Mrs., you can go first though.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I like no build. Because I can't build, and I think they're all idiots that do. I don't like them. Not my youngest is excluded from that generalization.
Hi, Jess. We spoke about Jess earlier, so I wanted to say hi real quick.
No build, and sometimes it depends on what I'm doing. If I just kind of want to play and stuff and socialize, I like being with the groups. But sometimes if I get very focused on trying to complete quests or get that kind of stuff done, I like doing it solo because I get hyper focused on it. And sometimes if I'm playing in a group, which most of you probably know because you've played with me when I've gotten focused on quests, is I don't give a shit whether it's a guy or not. Yeah. It's like, well, I got to get this. And so I get too focused. So if that's my goal, I try to do that by myself. But just to play and just have fun, I like doing it with a group.
Absolutely. Hey, Castle, what do you think?
Well, I prefer, for sure, no builds because I can't build to save my life. I just end up sitting there. And it really just depends on, I might have had a bad day. I kind of like solos to kind of unwind. But I really like the social aspect of it. And, if I can't be in the streams, in the chat, and just party up with someone, it's a lot of fun. I think there's something to be said, especially after the world events over the last couple of years. That, we lost a lot of the social aspect of things, and games like this kind of still were able to bring people together. So I think it's important.
Very true. Very true.
All right. Stunning Lisa, Alaska, Jeff, what do y'all think?
I like no build, and I like playing with the team more. So, see you, Lisa.
We're going to take up a collection.
There.
Put your mute on.
He's gonna do it more just because he griped about it.
Exactly. Lisa, Jeff, what do y'all think? Do y'all like singles, or do you like teams, or what do y'all prefer?
Go ahead, Jeff.
So the solo aspect of it can be good. I do prefer the teams as a whole, because I don't like. Well, a couple years ago, I kind of lost the desire to want to play games solo. I'm someone who likes to be productive, and so when I'm by my own, I would prefer to be doing something that I can actually say, hey, I made this, or something like that. And when it's a social activity, then I think that's a lot better for us as a whole. But when it comes to like the builder versus no build, for the most part, I prefer no build. But I also found out that people who play build are incredibly predictable, and based upon what items are currently available, it could be easier to be in no build because I find that I find that build players don't know what to do against somebody who understands military tactics. And so they'll build a Taj Mahal and they completely forget that you have brought with you an entire arsenal to destroy their structure so they will fall to their doom. And so early on, that's how I got a lot of my victories. I would just wait till the pro players were done building their stuff. They go up and they'd be nice and protected and throw fire on it and have a bazooka and end that dream of theirs in a moment. But with the current loadout of items, I don't think that that's really all that feasible. And we'll get into that later on. But I think that this update favors those that were build players rather than the no build.
Okay. And we'll talk about that a little bit when we get about this season. Very, very good points. Okay, Lisa, what about you? What do you prefer to do?
Well, I never played build because I'm new, and right now I'm still just trying to figure out the no build and military tactics. And I prefer for now solo while I'm trying to figure out how each gun works and how well I can play. And my best tactic as a solo is kind of riding in with the storm from the outside in. And I usually finish in the top 10. Um, mostly,
Consistently.
consistently, I finish in
Yeah.
second because when it comes to one-on-one battle, I tend to lose those. So I have to try and win those. So I'm trying to get really good at this game. And when I play in groups, and I love having fun with you guys, but I really kind of suck at it because
No, you don't.
I can't see the other team.
Mm.
So when Dadman or Stunning are engaged, they
Yeah.
already see the enemy, and I'm coming up because I'm always bringing up the rear end around here
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because I'm always shopping for stuff.
Hey, I like shopping too.
I love shopping. But so when I come up and you guys are already engaged, I can't find who you're shooting.
I don't
Although
either.
the flare guns helped. This
Yeah.
last day that we've played, the flare gun really helps me see them. So I had better luck with assisting and actually having some kills. But I noticed you guys are so aggressive for your play style, where in solo you can't
Yeah.
be that aggressive and win.
I'm
Oh,
more
see,
that aggressive in solos.
I am always aggressive. I am the I charge in, and if I live, I live. If I don't, I don't. You see me, I just am like, hey guys, I'm down.
Yeah. No,
Because I
yeah.
just go run in.
Yeah, she does. It's just like mass it's like damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead is the
Yep.
theory, and she just goes in there,
And
usually
I
with
actually
shotgun.
need to work on that. I think that's actually a good tactic to do to learn the game even better.
Well, and I
Is
think
to
it
get
depends
more
on your opponent.
aggressive.
I think it depends on your opponents too, because sometimes they're not expecting that.
I don't
Yeah.
think
So when
they
they're not
expect it a
expecting
lot.
that, it can really
When you
throw
charge at
them off.
them, I've been
Yeah.
charged a few times and I'm like, what the hell? And
Yeah.
I get murdered.
Yep.
So yeah, it is a great tactic.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you, I used to play, like I said, I used to play the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning before I met anybody, and I would just be solos forever and stuff like that. I, but over time I burned out on playing solos. I started getting grumpy and stuff, but now that I'm streaming, if I do solo, I don't mind doing a solo stream because then, if I'm doing something specific, because it's like I have people out there to talk with. I'm not. It's all by myself. I don't play this game solo unless I'm streaming. I like the social aspect. That's what I think is one of the better advantages of it is you can bring people in and have fun. You can complain about the sweats or all this different things, and and that's why I prefer do it. It depends on the situation. If I want to chill with somebody and just have a evening out and not stream, I like duos because I like to. If it's somebody I haven't met with for a while, I like to play offline and just chat with somebody, catch up on the world, and friends like that. Trios and squads, I love streaming because it's the chaos and stuff like that.
It is
Um,
chaotic.
but let me share a memory with you, y'all. And let me throw. I've got plenty of memories, but I'll share one of the first memories out of my very first match with Aang. Was that my first match? I had never played. I did not have builds. I did not go into any type of practice. Aang and two others were playing with all these experienced people. We jump. We go into. I don't remember what area it was, but all three were down within a minute. All three were down. I found my way, luckily, into a basement. I don't know how I found my way in a basement. I picked up something, I think. They're like, don't move, stay, hide. They were like, there's too many people around, hide. Well, I stayed there. Okay, first circle comes in. Okay. Next circle comes in. It was not until the final circle where I finally had to leave the building basement I was in. And then I got taken 3-on-1 or 4-on-1. We ended up second because I hid the whole match. My first match. So That was one of my great memories. Do y'all have any particular memories that of games that you played?
I have a memory, and it's just recent playing with
Okay.
you guys and Aang. And
Uh-huh.
Aang, we had like 12 players left. You, me, and I can't remember who were all down, and Aang wiped out like 7 people, and we
Mhm.
ended up winning. That
Yeah.
was like the best thing
Yeah.
ever.
Absolutely.
I love those. Even if I'm dead, I love it when our teammate comes from behind and and like B for Mo today, getting those last
Yeah.
three three teams,
Yeah.
just sniping them
Hilarious.
and
Sniping
it's
in the
just
head
Yeah.
and
I
everything.
love that. Even though I'm dead, it's like avenge our souls,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and I love it when that happens.
I hope B is still out there lurking right now because he deserves praise for that. This guy had 3 of us
What's that?
saying charge, charge and stuff.
I
And
never,
then
I didn't say
well, I
charge.
kind of did. At least it's kind of like that. He's
I
weak,
kind of did a little bit.
but B was just very calm, collected. Used that sniper, took the first guy down who was going to for a shield. Then he crawls into between rocks, so he backs up. Another guy comes to heal that guy. Straight took his time, headshot. He's down, and then he backs up and then gets the last guy trying to come up and around. I
It
was like,
is glorious when
it
your
was a
teammate
glorious
wipes
victory that
out
B had there.
the
So
person that wiped you out.
Oh, I love
exactly,
that.
I
I
had
love
that
that.
person with like they had like no life left. And I'm
yes.
like,
That's
don't let
funny.
him heal. Don't let him just kill him.
Well,
Avenge me!
well,
Avenge me!
well, Stunning
Exactly.
Castle and Jeff, do y'all have any memories of any games that y'all had played that stand out at y'all to y'all?
uh,
They're all
I think
winners for
probably the
Mega.
funniest one actually was probably my very first game actually because
Okay.
I have never played battle royale games before, so I had no idea what I was getting myself into. It's my first game, so I was just like, because I was playing with Mara and some other people at the time, and so the first thing I do is I jump out of the the bus as soon as I see the jump out button, and then I see everyone else going off over to the airships or whatever in the city or whatever.
Right.
And I was like, wait, was I supposed to jump right now? It's like, no, you're supposed to wait for you're supposed to group up with everybody else in the city. So like I ended up freaking getting myself killed as soon as possible. So then everyone else had to come back. Everyone else had to go back and grab me. My stupid card.
Yes.
Did they
That
always
was me.
have? Did they always have the revives in the earlier
Yeah, I
seasons?
think so. Yeah. So like, they had to come back all the way across the whole freaking map just to grab my dumb ass.
Yeah.
But that's what friends do. If it was me, I would have
And like
said,
right after, I was
Yeah.
treating them like crap the whole game because I was like,
Yeah.
because I was figuring out how to drive the trucks the first time, so I just kept on running them over. So
There you go. And you
I was
love
like,
driving trucks. So
I do find satisfaction in
Yeah.
running people over.
yes. Castle and Jeff, do y'all have any particular memories?
There's a memory that I had from a while back, and it was back when the hammers were around,
Mhm.
and it was one of the most successful rounds that I had ever had, and I thought this is I ended up really taking advantage of hitting people into the storm. It became my favorite technique. Still is my favorite technique to push people into the storm. I'd rather do that than use
Lisa likes
any
doing that
other
too.
weapon. So whether it's the force, whether it's hammer, sword, I really enjoyed knocking people back.
Yeah.
But it was shortly thereafter that the lag spikes really took over, and suddenly I went from having one of my most successful games in Fortnite to going through like a month and a half of the worst games in the possible. But I still had that very successful one of realizing just how effective having multiple hammers was, and feeling like I had cracked the code, only to have my dreams dashed to pieces the very next week.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, that you got things like that. Castle, if you got any memories?
Yeah, I mean, one of my funnier ones was not too long after I started. I was on with Rambling Canuck and the great Arwen Avalon, and she got knocked down, so I would happen to be driving back because I was off doing the run people over thing, and I come back hauling butt. Jumped out of the vehicle too quickly, so it went shooting right towards her. Now she was crawling on the ground and still alive, but the car hit her, sent her into orbit, and killed her. So the whole thing was for nothing.
I got you, because I finally did something the other day playing with a couple friends that I had never done before. Now I know that you can do, with fire and all, you can actually take down your opponents. There's damage and limit, but I actually blown up a gas station. The guy got banged around, and it actually said knocked the player. That's the first time I did not realize it would say actually knock your teammate down. I mean, like, oh, that's a new one.
You had to know that, because all the time stunning.
I know that. I know, but
my buildings that I'm sitting in, and I'm coming out damaged.
I've never
You
seen
had
that
to know
before.
that.
I've never seen that before. It was like, dang, I did something.
I've had to heal myself so many times because Mega beats up on me. I get so sad.
Well, I will tell you. You know, you remember your best games, because there was one night that I had 21 kills. The misses and 2 other players were. It's like they kept shooting and they kept forcing them all right to me. And then a few months ago, I think I had 23. I actually topped the record, you know, and it was like, do y'all have any memories of how many, the most that y'all have eliminated in one match?
I eliminated 9, and it was due to the force. I did really well with the sabers and force push. You know, I was able to get to the final 3 or 4 people, and then if I had Obi-Wan's sword, I could push him into the storm and win. It was great.
I was looking at Hall's comment about their fondest memory.
Yeah, I'm going to bring up those in just a second.
Because I wanted to kind of make a comment off of that one.
Okay, Hall's. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because when they didn't look down and they fell off the cliff because they didn't know to look down. Well, I remember when I was in the Citadel, and I think Stunning was playing, and I don't know who else was playing, but I took, and the storm was coming, and I get lost in the Citadel, and I jumped out a window. and I don't know if I killed myself or if I damaged myself.
Mandalorian and Carol were with us, yeah.
Okay, that's okay. But and then I take, and I'm running, and then there was some animal there, and it kept attacking me, and I kept saying the wrong name of what it was while it was attacking me, and it was just crazy mayhem, because I just didn't think about it. I really didn't think I would hurt myself if I jumped out the window.
Yeah.
But I didn't even know you could jump out the window. That's why I thought it was okay. But yeah, that was recently, so it doesn't take me much to, you know.
Well, the thing was, to complete that story on that was, you got there, they rebooted, they revived you, and then you ended up, they all got eliminated. You ran and avoided people, and you ended up getting the last 3 eliminations to win the match for everybody.
That's right, because my biggest strategy is running and hiding.
Yep. Well, I don't think you could hide at that point. You just kept going, and it was crazy. You've had some dramatic wins with things like that. But the rest of y'all, Lisa's got 9. Do y'all remember what your highest counts are?
Might have been 20 one time.
17.
Okay. 17.
It was, I think, 23 or 24, something like that.
Yep.
I killed 63 one time. I'm just kidding.
No.
Oh shit! Well, no.
So I came in 63rd.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what happened the 2 times when I've had over 20 was because it was like my teammate. It's like everybody kept running into my bullets. They kept going to those things. So
that's not how that works.
Yeah, and B from I've been out. Oh, you've been out. Yes, we did, B. Hey, let me and you've had a couple 20 bombs. All right. Let me go back to AFK though. AFK had a memory. First game I ever played with Dad Man, he shot grenaded me off a cliff and set me on fire.
See? Yeah. Now I know where Mega gets it from.
That wasn't true.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I tell you what, listen, B from O, yes, we said it, but since he's been here, I want to make sure. Yeah, B from O was the last one remaining. He sniped one player who crawled between rocks. Then his teammate went to get him, another headshot perfectly weighted, 2 down, and then the other guy tried to come up side and B from O all by himself, took out the last 3 people, and we got the win today. I think it was our only win today.
See, I think this is what happens. Is like Mega's always out looking for a fight, so he's like super aggressive. And then when we're stuck in town and he can't go anywhere, he looks for something to shoot and practice on. And so I'm usually around, and so
exactly. Well, Jess is saying
on me.
Jess is saying, heck, I accidentally jumped to high damage or death when they had the automatic hurtling. I don't think they figured out how to fix it since it's still vaulted. So, and Jess and AFK, I know a couple of y'all have got the links too. Feel free to come in if you want to come in on the panel tonight if you feel like it. If not, just thank you for being out there in the chat and sharing your stories. And then if y'all have things to say or share, please let us know. Throw it in the chat and we'll talk about it and stuff and all.
I did not have like a lot of numbers, but I do remember I think my first team win.
Mm-hmm.
And it was we were playing with McEnany, and it was. You remember that one?
Yeah, you went 1 on 4.
I think it's the one where I was playing as Obi-Wan Kenobi in one of them. And I got the last kill, I think.
I think the missus had to take out 4 people in one squad at the end.
I do believe that they all were bots, but I don't care. They still were shooting bullets at me, and and I was freaking out, but I did do it, and that was I thought was. It was a cool win because it was like my first really team where I didn't die, because usually I die. I always joke because you could get the milestones with reviving people.
Right.
I always said that I was just helping my other teammates get that.
Yeah, I tell you, this season, it feels like I'm getting a lot of revives compared to previous seasons now that it's not a milestone. So, Jeff, what do you have any other memories, or what do you think? Because I know you do a lot of analytics and analysis of the game. What have you seen in previous seasons? That's good, bad, or certain observations. Because I tell you, one thing that has changed a few seasons ago, when you knocked an opponent down. They were not the last one. They, of course they crawl, but used to, you could actually go and you could shake them and figure out where they are. Because the missus or somebody told me today, why didn't you interrogate them? Or somebody in the panel, somebody was saying it. And it's like, well, I used to be able to, but they took it away. But you remember that. But what do you think, how the games come with things like that? I mean, because I know you had a lot of stuff you wanted to say too. Let me open it up to what you want to talk about some.
So, now I have a couple of different areas I could take this discussion. So I'll try and not send us too far off down a rabbit hole.
Okay.
But I review this a lot of the changes from the artistic or developer standpoint. I think a lot of the changes that they've added have been very effective. There's been some things that they've gotten rid of that I think, wow, that was ridiculous. Why did you get rid of that feature? That doesn't make any sense to me. But other people then ended up rejoicing over it. So I'm guessing they must have had some sort of analytics that told them that they needed to make some sort of change. But there are a couple of massive changes that have happened to this game in the last year. I would dare say the change that has been the most jarring and the most frustrating to me doesn't actually have to do with the actual items. It has to do with their game engine when they swap that out.
What do you mean by game engine? Let me say hello to AFK. Welcome in. We'll get with you in just a second. Thanks for joining us. So, Jeff, and game engine. What do you mean? I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Obviously, I just play the game. So, help us understand that.
Right. So, when you have a game being developed, you're basically having to create some form of code. Yes, you can have all these different features painted or scanned or whatnot, modeled, but in the end, you're still working with code of some kind. Well, not every computer, not every console, they don't process things like that in the same way. You need something to help unify them. And one of the ways that you can do that is through a game engine. Well, what's more, a game engine has the ability to standardize some standard techniques. So let's say, for example, you want to have your character walking across the game. Well, you're going to need a game engine to calculate what that walking cycle is going to be. all these different features, whether it's the walk cycle, whether it's how you render your graphics, whether it's your polygon structure, all these things are going to be compact and processed into a game engine, and basically it's just glorified encoder and decoder. And once you have that, it makes the process of running a game a lot easier because you have less chances of it breaking. It's been standardized, and you're not going to have the game crash on you, or you won't have to deal with problems as you go across platforms. It can take advantage of your graphics card in a different way so you can get more out of it. But not every game engine is equal. Some of them have better functionality for multiplayer. Some of them have better graphics. The one people are most familiar with these days is Unreal, because they do a lot of promotion to try and make sure that people understand what their game engine offers, and they just try and focus on all the visual stuff.
Right.
Well, that's fine and dandy.
And B from O mentions that Epic is really flexing with the Unreal Engine. So that's a product. That's a specific product, I guess.
So it's basically the way that you code. So let's say, for example, you want to go back to the example of a character walking. In one game engine, you would do something like character moves along the y-axis 5 feet, and you insert that into your game engine. Well, Unreal says, hey, we're going to make that a little bit smoother. We're just going to have it to where you type in walk, and that's it. You don't have to give any sort of distances. We'll automate all these features for you. Well, Unreal has spent a lot of time trying to make sure that the realism of the game has been their main focus. And other games have decided that functionality is going to be their main focus. So if you want a game that is very smooth, you most likely want to go with a different game like Unity, or one of the or even making your own game engine. Blizzard does that all the time. Unreal focuses on the visual aspect. And so when things become bugged out, many times it's because they have focused on the visual graphics, which is good for single player, but it's not good for multiplayer. I think that the move to Unreal has been one of the biggest mistakes that they have done since the game was created.
So in terms of
this new season, right, is Unreal?
Yes, it was the start of the new chapter that they brought it in.
Because there's a lot of bugs with this that wasn't there last season. Would you guys agree? Because I don't know, weapons get a little glitchy. Your movements get glitchy. You can't grab the ascenders. It's a noticeable difference. It's beautiful, don't get me wrong, but I'd rather have my playing not be affected.
So it's kind of like you get the beauty and the aesthetics at the cost of the gameplay. Is that
exactly?
Yes. Okay.
And some of us don't even get that. Like, I have a very high-end computer, but it's not designed for video games, ironically enough. It's designed for editing and motion graphics and whatnot. It's a different way of processing the information. Well, because of that, this game is at the same level of graphics that you might have on a Switch or something like that, or a much older PC, because it can't keep up with the way that Unreal kind of abuses video cards. And that's the controversy. Is Unreal actually destroying your video cards? We don't know.
Yeah, Jess is saying that all the details in the new area broke it.
I think she's right.
Yeah, there's so much that's so visually, it's almost visually overstimulating for me. I don't know where I'm going to fall off the cliff. I don't see people because there's so many bushes and things everywhere else. And then you got the temples where you got to do something, offer a gift to, there's just so much in that area that just seems like it's just so jam packed. And
well, now that's one of the things Unreal
Burn it
was
down.
advertising. They wanted that ability to have everything that you could imagine put into your game. They didn't want any limitations. And by the way, Unreal has been advertising this for years, and they've never delivered. And so they always promise the moon, and they deliver a few rocks. And they're like, "Oh, look, we brought you the moon." It's like, this is not quite
Thanks.
what I expected.
Right.
But the
But
reason
they're
why
bringing
this becomes a
cognitive
problem,
overload. It's too
yes.
much
yes,
for the average player.
right.
So
Stunning.
the process of bringing in digital assets, every time you have an item in the on your screen, that is a breaking point for your game. So if you have a bunch of guns that are on the ground, if you're going to have a lot of bushes, the more items you have, the more likely it is that your processor cannot handle it, or your network cannot handle it. I think they have too many items, and they have to cut it back by half, if not a third, of what they have.
And then they threw in bees.
No, more things. Stunning. Did you have something you wanted to throw in on that one?
Yeah, get rid of the wilds.
Get rid of the wilds. Yes.
Yeah, and that's all Unreal.
Let me say though real quick, because I do want to bring up something Castle's saying, but I want to say hello to AFK Bard. AFK, welcome. Glad you can make it in.
Hi, thanks for the invite.
I'm going to get to you, and I'm going to get to you in just a second because I want to know your thoughts about things that we've talked about a little bit. But since we're on this about the Unreal Engine, I don't want to break the flow on that. But I wanted to say hi and welcome to you because I don't want you to feel ignored over there because I'm going to get to you because we got some great memories. But Castle, and this, I know it's technically not Fortnite, but since we've gotten on this subject, it's a good time to discuss, especially with Jeff here. And you guys that may know more about this stuff, because Castle said it's unrelated to discussion, but to Jeff's point, I'm worried for Halo, as that game will be moving to Unreal. So, is this a future of what these games are trying to do? I mean,
they're trying to do it because Unreal has captured the imagination. They've done a lot of promos, a lot of demos, but to date, no one has actually used Unreal to its full potential. They always say, look at this wonderful, beautiful game you can make, and no one's done it. I had to work with Unreal for a short time, and I hated it. It was atrocious because it does not take into account the user experience. It doesn't allow for you to really capture the detail that you want. And it introduces realism at the expense of gameplay. So some games will use Unreal Engine 4, for example, and they've finally figured out how to use it well, but it's still nothing compared to what it was supposed to be. And what Unreal 5 is basically what Unreal 4 was supposed to be. But they keep pushing it down the line, and I expect in the next year Unreal is going to basically have a reckoning and say, okay, this is just not working. Computers are not as good as we thought they were going to be. Consoles are not as good, and they're going to have to tone back a lot of the features like they've done on every other iteration. But yes, every game is being Epic's trying to push every game there, probably because they got a deal and they want to make sure to make this happen, even though it has yet to actually be tested on mass.
And Castle, specifically with Halo, I'm not familiar with Halo, but what types of things are you afraid of? For people that do know something about Halo, what's your concern with this type of, with the move to this engine?
Well, for years they've been using their own slipspace engine, and I feel like their latest iteration, Infinite, while it doesn't excite me as much as I hoped, it has a lot of promise in it. And I feel like they already don't have the player base there because it kind of drove everybody away with it being buggy from the beginning. And now they're talking about switching over to Unreal, which, like Jeff was saying, I don't think it's optimized enough. There's just it's way too buggy. Not every system can handle it, and it just needs to be dialed back a bit for it to be usable for the majority of the user base. And I've seen tech demos for a long time, different Unreal engines that have promised the world, just like Jeff was saying, and they never, ever look the way that they promise. So I think that it's a mistake for 343, which is the main publisher there for Halo, to switch over to Unreal, but I think it's a standardization issue, and it's probably a deal thing. It's probably cheaper to instead of invest in their own game engine to go ahead and use what is quote tried and true or already mainstream and piggyback off of that.
Yep. Well, let me say something real quick too in this discussion. Let's greet the great Punk Waddle. Hey, Punk Waddle. Yeah, we were out of town for a few weeks, but hey, Punk Waddle's played with us before. We look forward to playing again with you when the schedules align, Punk Waddle. But definitely, thanks for coming by tonight. We got 16 people here. Make sure y'all are following us on that Twitch side. Hit that like button on the Fortnite on the YouTube side. And if you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe because we are nearing 300. Let's get there soon, my friends, together. So yes, Jeff, go ahead.
Just one little thing about the YouTube side. Maybe something might be wrong, but I've actually tried to watch your streams a couple of times, and it no longer is permitted for me to watch. It has been very strange. I have to go to another. I have to go to the coffee shop to actually watch what you got or watch over data. But apparently something got triggered, and my router does not like your channel.
Oh no! It's bad not to fight algorithms. Bad not to fight. Yeah, because I noticed you're watching on the Twitch side tonight too. I don't understand that. That is kind of
Dad
crazy.
man, you're too edgy.
I guess I am. Well, I got great edgy friends like all people here, so that's y'all corrupt me. No, I'm just kidding.
You are spicy. 18 plus.
I like being spicy. Hey, but yes. Well, I enjoyed that tech talk, so I think we covered that. But let's put the spotlight on the great, cool, talking about edgy AFK Bard. My friend, how are you tonight?
Hi.
I'm great. Thank you for making me sound super cool.
You are super cool, like your avatar down there. Yeah, hey, you are super cool. And a great memory that you shared that I blew you up and burned you, I guess, the first time we played. So I'm sorry about that. So
yeah, no, I think that was like my first group outside of my niece and sister too. So it was good hazing.
Exactly. Well, hey, it grows you stronger. And I noticed that you do a lot of blowing up stuff too, and gas cans too, right?
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm trying to learn the art of like doing like a domino effect with all the gas cans.
Yep.
Eventually I'll make something really sweet with it.
I saw you were lining them all up. I mean, dang, I don't have that kind of patience. That's kind of cool to have the patience to do that like that.
No, I just have like some strange focus.
Well, we all do, I'm sure. But AFK, what season did you first start playing this game? And do you have any special moments? I mean, outside the first time we played.
Oh gosh, I was trying to remember because I technically started playing. Like when I started playing, I wasn't paying attention to any aspect of it whatsoever because I was just doing it for my niece. So I would literally like load in and then go in and like shoot at people, and then that was that. And eventually, I figured out that there was a battle pass and stuff like that. So whatever battle pass it is that had Evie and Adira, I think that was the first one that I actually like was really invested in for the season. Like actually was working on. And then after that, I just like kept focusing because I'm one of those like super neurotic people where it's like I'll see like a list of things and I don't really necessarily want all of the things, but I have to complete it. So
yeah, no, I agree. We've done that before where it's like I one thing that I tried to do in other seasons where they had all the milestones, I was obsessed with trying to get every single milestone. I could never do it because they always had that revive opponents, which you could never get enough people to do it unless you're in squads. It was so frustrating. And last season we last season we got that that ability. They were so easy we could do it. I'm trying to look at for Evie what season she was. Look at this article from June of 2022 of last year. So let's see how to get as a Fortnite skin. Introduce chapter epic outfit. Introduce chapter 3 season 3. So
there you go. I was probably playing 2 before that, but not paying attention until that.
Right. And yes. Punk Waddle wants a penguin avatar, of course. Obviously, that would be cool to go with my. We got a polar bear avatar and with the great unicorn Rainbow's song.
Yeah. Well, for the right price, I can make it happen. Just saying.
There you go. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I would love to have the penguin would be good. I mean, and what are some of your favorite avatars that y'all like? Obviously, when I started out, I was I don't remember. I ended up I I don't remember. I kind of bounced around. You know what? Here's what happened. When I said when Aang and I played and Aang got me in the game, I was Sky a lot because it went with like it's in that first season with the spies, and Aang played Guff because if you, Sky had the animation of the bouncing Guff, and so it was like a father and kid thing, and it was like special with us, and then it became the hot dog guy, and then it became Peely the banana, and now it's the pink unicorn. Everybody get some unicorn flakes. What? I'm going to memorize all those dang words to the song. It's
I
the
prefer
greatest
the
event
hot
ever.
dog. I like
Okay.
your steamy weenie Woof more than I like
Is there
your
a hot dog
unicorn.
song?
Yeah.
No, there's not a hot dog song.
Yes,
We
there
got
is. Like
steamy
Oscar
wieners now.
Mayer wieners or something.
Yeah.
Wiener.
So I'll throw it open to y'all. Castle, Jeff, Stunning, all y'all throw in there. What are some of the favorite skins that y'all like to use? What
Can we have a
Optimus
poll?
Prime.
what kind of poll would you like? Yes, I can do a poll.
Unicorn or hot dog, and everybody votes on what we want to see you dressed as.
Pink. Okay, you know what? Here, I'm going to do
Unicorn,
that.
hot dog, or Meowscles.
What I'm going to do is, what is your favorite
Meowscles?
dad man?
Or banana.
Okay, what I'm going to do is while y'all talk about what y'all like, Mrs. You can kind of control the discussion. I'm going to put in here with this thing here. I'm going to put in the chat. What are your favorite dad man skins? Or which is your favorite dad man skin? Okay.
Hot dog.
Okay, I'm going to put them in.
Okay, so we know Stunning is Optimus. That's his favorite. Does anyone else have any other? What are their favorite skins? Anybody? Ever?
I like Winter Sky. I don't have her regular skin, so I'm sad because I can only do her seasonally without looking tacky.
You only do her
Oh.
seasonally. I see how it is.
Yeah. I mean, I could try, but like my biggest pet peeve are people who celebrate Christmas in July because I'm like, it's special. It's only supposed to be at Christmas time. So
That's
Right.
I agree with you because I have some Christmas themed skins and I have some Halloween themed skins, and I only use like the Halloween ones in October and the Christmas ones in December.
yeah, make some extra special.
Yeah, I agree with you. I my thing was I for the longest time said I would not get like cuddle bear, whatever its name is,
Oh
and
yeah.
I got it, and then I got obsessed, and I had to get every iteration of the bear or anything that was similar to it. The duck, quackers or quackling, the
Quackling.
dog. Um, I just had to get all of them. So now I have and monks. So I had to get all of them, and so um, I don't play them as much because people laugh at me because I joke and say they're my Fortnite furries, but I I love playing with them. I just think they're fun, you know. So
Yeah, I've noticed that people have like one very odd looking one that they like.
Mhm.
They always just have at least one.
Well, I will tell you, the poll is out. The choices are Meowscles, hot dog or brat, Peely. What I want you to do is there's different variations of Peely, the banana. There's tuxedo spy Peely. There's beach Peely. So if there's a specific
There's
Peely,
naked Peely.
yeah, there's naked Peely, and
Oh.
there's also Rainbow Unicorn. Fabio Sparkle Main is a star. So y'all go vote, have fun with this poll, and
I'll
it's
go unicorn.
and Castle. Come on, man. You of all people being a little mischievous over there.
I had to. Sorry.
I love it. I know you did.
I can't vote because
that
I don't
was
have
awesome.
chat open, but I will say that I like Beach Peely.
Beach Peely. Okay, I will put Beach Peely on that for that. B from O saying I was just like AFK there. I started playing after I had surgery September 21 and was sitting at home. Had no intention of putting any money in the game. Now I'm several battle passes in. LOL. Yep, it's a free game. They tell you it's a free game, but hey,
No, it's not.
it's
That's how they get you.
yes,
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
It's a lot easier to buy something off the shop when you say, well, I'm not paying a subscription or anything for this.
Yeah.
Well, it's not really
Exactly.
money. It's V-Bucks.
Well, right, exactly.
We don't know how. We're not going to talk about how we get those V-Bucks, but
Yes. Ha. Well, the rest of y'all that haven't thrown in, what are some of your favorite skins that y'all have used?
Rogue,
Punk
Optimus
says free to
Prime,
play.
the Green Goblin
Yeah.
skin, because I like to troll Batman with it.
Hmm.
So I
Yeah,
like
Wendell
playing
and
right
Walnut.
now
Especially with party
skin.
hits. Yeah.
Darth Vader.
with the purple bunny because I won it and it's free. But unfortunately, I only get to see her back end. I only get to see her
It's not
butt.
unfortunately.
Yes, it
Oh,
is. I
yeah.
don't want to see her butt the whole time.
I do.
So
Very unfortunate.
what I'd rather I'm
First
looking
world
for
problems.
a Supergirl with a cape.
Oh yeah.
So-
Okay, you would like
we
to
need a
see
Supergirl.
Yeah.
And Jeff said the wolf, the wolf that came in a while
Yeah, that's
back,
right.
right?
The cartoon wolf.
I like
Right.
that one too.
Hmm.
That one's close
Cass-
to kind of the theme that I stick
By the
with.
way, that character is like the closest I'm probably ever going to get to the one set of characters that I really, really want to have. I mentioned this on a stream a while back, but I don't remember if you were around, Dadman, when that happened. But I think that this game is perfectly suited for Looney Tune characters,
Yes.
Ooh.
and I have
Yes.
and I want
The
Looney
Bugs.
Tune characters in this.
Yes.
Oh, that would be fun. Bugs Bunny. I get
Wiley
that.
Coyote.
Sylvester.
Road. Beep 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 beep.
Or-
Roadrunner.
I want Granny.
Yosemite
Can you
Sam.
imagine? Can you imagine that you're going across the map and you come across Acme TNT?
Oh my God! Don't tease us with these good ideas.
Ooh, I'd want Elmer Fudd. I'm hunting wabbits.
Oh, you could have like the little black tunnel. You throw it on a wall, and you walk straight through.
Yes.
Bounties
like-
instead are what season is in, so you're hunting Wabbit season or something.
Oh
like
my
that.
God!
Yes.
Yes.
Well, let me
that's
say
what-
hello to Bastion Explorer. He's over on the YouTube side. Bastion Explorer.
Yo,
Hey,
Bastion.
welcome. Now we need more banjos in the game. Yeah,
Yeah.
we
This
do
is
have
true.
that one. I love that one. And welcome, guys. Welcome. Appreciate you being over here. I'm B from O. Love Penny with the dump truck. So, Jess is saying Elmer Fudd would be hilarious. Exactly.
Oh, I
So,
think
Yes.
it'd be fun. Yeah.
you know, because you know what, that's
Wrap it up.
really, that would be really something neat and different.
Yeah,
Because you
that's
know they're
speckable.
they're so into like commercial properties in terms of like superheroes. We got the DC, we got the Marvel, we got the Star Wars and stuff. But this would be something like comedic and fun and light, you know. But do you think that they would ever do something
No.
like that?
No.
It would be incredibly smart for them to do, and it would be a good
Well, they do a
deal
lot of
for
anime
Looney
stuff.
Tunes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I don't know if Warner Brothers would do that.
Yeah. I don't think that. I don't. Am I here? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I hear you.
I
Yeah.
hear you.
Oh, okay. My little talkie thing isn't moving on my face, so I was. I think it. I think it'd be genius, but I don't ever see it happening.
Yep. No, probably not.
Uh.
But so, yep. We
I think they
that would be
should.
interesting.
I think they should do My Little Ponies. I'm just kidding.
Oh, you know, that's another thing. I know people that would get all into the My Little Pony stuff with it.
Yeah.
I would get one.
Yes.
I'd get My Little Ponies.
I wouldn't.
Ah,
No, can you just
Unicorn.
imagine? No, you wouldn't have them. You wouldn't have the pony skins, but you would have them in game, like they have like boars and stuff. That would be pretty fun.
Oh yes,
absolutely. So, hey, y'all make sure y'all subscribe if you haven't on this YouTube side. We're having a big party. This is a funnest discussion tonight. We're an hour and a half in. Guys, thank y'all so much. This is really entertaining and fun. And we got Maddie's daddy here. Hey, Maddie's daddy. Hell to you.
Hey.
Welcome. Good to see you, Steve. Hey,
Oh,
and Mandalorian's
Mandalorian.
here.
Yeah.
Hey, Mandalorian. We've
Hey.
been talking about what we like, when we started, what we like, and all that kind of stuff. Memories that we've had. If you got anything that you want to say, throw it in the chat. You know, whether it's favorite skins, special memories. I know you got a lot of special, crazy things that have happened. What you've liked in previous seasons. You know that type of stuff. Feel free to throw it in there. So, absolutely. So.
Can I mention what I don't like?
For this
Wild.
season or in general?
Both.
Okay, well let me go into that for this season in just a second. Okay, but is there anything in previous seasons that anyone did not like? So Lisa, maybe for the first season you did not like.
Well, what I don't like is getting sniped. All my life's taken by one shot.
Yep.
And this Joker was hopping and jumping and whips out their sniper, and as they're jumping, they're able to knock me out with one hit. Yeah. And for one, I don't know how they made the damn shot while they're jumping. Number two, it's like, can't you leave, like, instead of taking all 300 health with a headshot, could you be like 299?
Well, they've admitted at times of overpowering the snipers, but let me ask Jeff right here with that towards your question, because I know Jeff is an expert on this stuff. We talked about aimbot last night when we were streaming and playing together.
Yes.
Lisa, from what I understand, happens many, many times where people that are not, I mean, they shoot through things, different things, and it causes it to be too accurate. Jeff, let me let you speak to that a little bit more.
So aimbots are a huge, huge problem, and they're getting worse. With the introduction of AI, it is only going to get worse. And I suspect, and I won't necessarily go down this rabbit hole, but I think that AI and bots are going to eventually spell the end of Fortnite. But that's another subject entirely. But to your point of the sniper, I actually would say that the sniper is the least likely for an aimbot to be able to get you with. The most likely one for it to hit you with is something that has no bullet drop. The DMR is one of them, or a shotgun. When people come in close and they start jumping all over the place, that is an AI powered bot that can basically keep you pointed at your opponent. That is the most likely scenario for you to encounter one of these aim assists, is with a DMR or a gun that has very little bullet drop. And the closer you get, the more egregious this thing will get. The further away, the more skill that is involved.
Okay. Well, thank you for that clarification, because I
know. Do you think they're worse this year?
It is terrible this year. It is absolutely egregious, and that is because AI is taking over.
Does that have to do with the engine? This move to
Unreal.
It has to do with AI. AI it has been unleashed, and some hackers are taking advantage of this. Now, I got to be careful. I could go down this subject for a long time. But there are people in this world.
Their lows are. They can't do anything.
Yeah, there are people in this world that create hacks for games like that. They sell hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of hacks every year. Some of them have been getting into the millions. The reason why is because people have become obsessed with competitive gameplay. There's so much money on the line for esports and for contracts and whatnot. There is a kid in my town who basically was going to the coffee shop all the time in order to try and play video games, in order to try and make a career. And their parent was there just waiting and was saying to their friends, like, I have no idea what's going on. I'm just so confused by this all. And the kid is trying desperately to become an esport player. Eventually petered out. But it was kind of like a warning sign, which is people, there's so much money that there's motivation for people to invest in this. They are cheating. Absolutely.
Well, it's kind of like the same thing of getting juiced up in real life sports. Yeah, they're just doing it.
Juicing up the computer.
Yeah. They're saying that basically I have to get the contract. Then once I get the contract, then I won't use it, sort of thing.
Right. Yeah.
Baloney. They keep using it.
Yeah. So
I think that's unethical.
Oh yeah, but these kids don't know any better, and I would dare say the younger you are, the more likely you are to use this, because chances are you actually know how to actually install it, because that's the other thing.
Yeah, you have to be smart enough in order to know.
But
isn't
there any way that these games, these platforms can detect it, or do they just not care? Or maybe we can't really just make that generalization, but
it's more likely that you can block it if you've built your game engine in-house. It's more likely that is the case. So it could be that with Unreal, it's been unleashed. I don't know. But I do know that it has been becoming easier and easier to the point of where all you have to do is basically tell the AI that you want to access this game, and it will do it for you.
Right.
So yeah, the best way to counter it is, ironically enough, get the money out of it. Once you get the money out of the game of these competitions, you will eliminate this. And I think that's one of the benefits of Fortnite is that they are in a social game sphere right now. The competitive nature is fading a little bit, but it's still there. And it probably will never disappear. But as long as there's money to be made, people will keep investing into these hacks. And also because they don't like the feeling of losing. And some people have admitted, people I know have admitted that they would rather win every game with a hack than actually experience loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pussies.
Exactly. Well, here, Matt, but Steve, thank you for your comment. I think this is very insightful. He personally thinks that the genie is out of the bottle. We're all doomed. And I think it's getting at the AI and those hacks.
Well, and if AI is so prevalent, people like us would just stop playing.
And that's happened. I've known people that have quit and walked from the games. Now, sometimes they come back. Usually when they do come back, it's because of the social aspect, or people, they go to hang out with their friends and the other stuff. But one of the other things I've seen, and I know Mandalorian could probably help in the chat speak to it, is a lot of people quit playing the competitive. They quit playing the battle royale. They go out into, and Jess maybe too, they quit the competitive part and just go into the creative modes and get their XP that way and mess around with people. The missus and I, we sometimes just go into the pit to jack up XP quickly with head, shots and stuff like that.
Shoot each other.
Yeah, it's really, really cool.
It's a great counseling session.
Yes, exactly. Marriage therapy. Take your spouse into the pit. So
what is it? What's it called? The pit?
The pit. It's in creative. So
okay.
Yeah. So let me say the thing, and I want to get a little bit light, and I do appreciate we have this. Like some of the things like Jess had said with make My Little Pony as black back blings like they did Monopoly pieces. And FK, I want to make sure you get involved. Did you have any other memories, or what are some of the cool things you've seen with this game? What do you really, I'm just. What spurred you to get to this game, and what? Because I know you're streaming now a lot. This game quite a bit. What is it about streaming it that you like streaming?
It's mindless fun that I actually like. I consider myself good at, in the sense that I don't feel like a failure all the time when I play it, so that helps. But I don't know. I don't do. When I grew up, I didn't really have any of the game systems that had like the big like first person shooter games, right? So like I had like the Nintendo games, and then I had like PlayStation, but like OG PlayStation with like Tomb Raider and stuff like that. The only one I ever played with my friends was Counter-Strike way back in the day. And like, so after that, like there's a huge gap of time. And when I started playing Fortnite with my niece, I ended up kind of like, it wasn't obviously the same because it's technically like third person-esque, but like I got that feeling of like camaraderie again when I was like pairing up with other people. And so I don't know, it's entertaining. And plus I feel like the longer I play it, the more I can BS sounding cool and smart about it. So
that's awesome.
That's fun.
Exactly. Well, let me say hello to Rowan McPhee. Hello. Welcome, Rowan McPhee. Good to see you tonight. And Cassie quoted that. Marriage therapy in Fortnite. I've got $1 million idea now. Well, maybe I'll see that popping up on Twitter sometime soon, though, Castle. So Punk Waddle says GoldenEye changed his life. So
Final Fantasy for me. Oh,
Final Fantasy.
Loved them. From 7 all the way to like, I think it was 13 or 14.
Well, they're on 16 now, I think.
Yeah.
AFK, you're playing Final Fantasy now too, right?
Well, I picked up playing Final Fantasy 14 actually.
Oh, 14, okay.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Wasn't it a beautiful game? Now that is stunning, really.
Thank you.
Yeah, I fell in love with it, even despite the fact that I think their map is like one of the worst maps I've ever used in any game. But aside from that, I like it a lot.
Yep. All righty. Well, I want to make sure everybody got their thoughts, their memories, and all this out. So let's talk about the current season that we are, Chapter 4, Season 3. Let's say, and Castle agreed with you on that point with the worst map ever. And hey, hold on, before we go on to the next topic, we got. Listen, I got to listen. I'm serious when to do these introductions. I gotta say that this person is like, thank you so much. This person is a great duo buddy to stream with in this game. My Eyes in the Sky, that is a wonderful mod. I don't know how this person does whatever they do and still mod and do whatever else, but this person has been a blast to this channel. Great help, great support. Actually got Alaska Jeff and me in contact. Alaska Jeff have and I have Fortnite and Axis and Allies in common. But let me introduce to y'all the great mod. I know that there are mods and people talk about mods of mods and all, but to me, this is the mod of all mods here because she does so much in so many different places. It's the great Jess.
Oh, so I'm not good enough for you?
No, you are, but oh, Jess, hi, my friend. Welcome tonight.
Hi.
Hey, Jess.
Welcome,
yeah.
Jess.
Welcome. So, what would you like to say? We've covered so many different topics of the previous seasons. What we like, what you didn't like, what skins we like. So, I just let you take over and say, what do you think? Nothing like an open-ended question. I let you pick what you want to say.
For the most part, yeah, it is fun. Sometimes like misses like solo for quests. Some quests it's like more fun when it's like, okay, we're gonna go in and we're gonna defeat Vader, or it's like, oh, I gotta defeat this certain boss. So like you have a group that you all agree, if we die, we die. But there's these certain quests that it helps if you have a team. And like you all agree, we're going in, we're caring about quests. If we die, I heard you guys say that before, or at least damn, I miss these guys go. Well, hey, it's a quest one. We don't care. If we die, we die. Do we get the quest done? Yeah. So we always finish kind of poor. Oh well.
Right.
Or sometimes I'll go if it's not something too much worried about. Solo, like no fill into something like squads or something, because they don't shoot first as much because they don't know where your teammates are. So a lot of times they wait for your teammate to see if you got your team with you, so you can take care of your quest. Because they're solo. It's like, well, you got to shoot everybody. A lot of people shoot without thinking. Squads, they tend to think more. You can run around.
Exactly. I tell you, Jess and I recently had a memory. We actually several.
I don't remember what my highest kill game is.
Yeah. Well, there's one while you think about anything else.
A couple nights ago when I couldn't get my mic to work.
Well, actually, before that one, we had the one. We had the one. Mrs. can relate to this. A few weeks ago, we were streaming and Jess got knocked out and like, Dad man to your left, to your right. No, Dad man to your right. Dad man to your right. Where? I'm going in circles around it, And then finally, and she kept.
Yeah, I died pretty fast, and we won.
Yeah. And I finally got the last elimination. We won that match. Last night's the other night was pretty good too, where the two guys jumped over me. Go ahead.
Yeah, because that other one was last season before they messed with the storms. And like I died, not kind of early. Like the storm wasn't bad, but it was like one of those you had like forever to go. And Damon didn't really have any healing on him, so it's like, don't worry about my card. Just get out of the storm. Yeah, because there was no way he's gonna like live if he got my card, try to reboot me. And it's like, we'll just try to go as long as we can. And I think it was last season, maybe it was the end of the season before that.
No, it was the end of last season. It's the last few weeks of last season.
Well, no, this because I know it was a month. It was probably, I think, like, because I was, hold on, I can check the counts. It was when I was dog sitting, so I can check the counts.
Yeah. I think it was last
season. I can remember because I was saying, and I was like, I was hoping that they weren't going to, like, start a problem and I was going to have to walk off. Yeah. Yeah, it was early March.
Early March, wow. Okay. Well, that was it. I
That
mean,
was the
it was
last
so
time my
funny to
dog
do that.
sat.
Well, the 2 nights ago, that was kind of funny how I got
Yeah.
at the bottom of the cliff and they jumped past me down the waterfall, and then I got in the water. But you know what's funny was that I was starting to shoot them underwater. I did not know realize that was
Yeah, yes.
possible.
Yeah, you can somewhat sometimes. Yeah, because sometimes when you're trying to look, you can't really see them, but you kind of know where they are. So you just got to shoot, even though you're pretty much underwater.
And
Because of the way
what's
like
odd,
your looking is.
yeah. Well, what's odd is I had that discussion recently, and I don't know whether it was Lisa early in the week or maybe with you, somebody I was talking about, because I had brought up Slurpy Swamp from previous seasons ago, where you could actually fight off the edge of the island in the water. I like fighting in the water.
You did not talk to me about
Okay,
Slurpee
there's
anything.
somebody, but what's so funny was it was in very close proximity to this. So maybe it might have been Jess or somebody else earlier that night, because it was like I just said this very thing, and we got a water finale, and it was like really, really cool. So, but yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
hey, but yeah,
And I don't like the wilds area because I mean it's not
No.
like Coral Castle.
all right,
Destroy it
But
all. Burn it all
all
down.
the cliffs and like how hard it is to get out reminds me of, because I started in the chapter 2 season 7, and sometimes like I'll jump off of the thing, or do something, or it's like land at Coral Castle, and then it's like, how do I get out? Like, even though there's only building, but I will still learn how to build it. And it's like you're trying to build ramps up, and it's like, how do I freaking get out of here?
You know,
that
early
place
on,
is so impossible to get out of.
I know. I
think
remember
that's why
watching.
nobody went
get
there.
shot at.
I remember.
I think that's why you could usually see nobody there, because nobody wanted to get stuck trying to get out of there because of the storm.
I think you said it in a tweet or something, or maybe it was over in one of Jeff's chats. You had made a comment about previews of the new map looked like they were going to be difficult.
Yeah, because you're seeing the thing. I thought it was going to be more of a cliff. At least it's
less
of a
tell
cliff.
You what. Yeah, but I tell you what, that's why it's good to play and build sometimes, because I think this is a map that can lend itself to, if you can build. And listen, folks, you don't have to build Taj Mahals and all. I call it panic building. If you can just build a ramp, it can help you a lot, stuff like that. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and go into the new season. Okay, Jess, you segue into it. So let's start with the negative stuff. Okay, Castle. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Wow.
What Castle? What do you not like about this season?
I hear the wilds are a terrible place to go.
Wow. Yes.
That is what I hear. A couple of the weapons I don't care for. I think the SMG, one of them, I'm just not a big fan of, and I started to get better with them last season.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I mean, besides all the glitchiness with the frame rate drops that I randomly have, I mean, it's not a bad season. It's just, it's better than the last one. We'll put it that way. In terms of, I like the character designs better, and I do like the weapons. So I'm having fun. Probably more fun than last season.
Okay. Anybody else want to jump on what they don't like, other than the wilds? I mean, but yeah, Stunning. Well, Stunning, come on, Stunning. You can tell me. This is your chance. I'm opening up the floor to you
the worst fucking part of the map ever.
What about it do you not like, other than all of it?
You get shot from every direction. You get shot if someone's in a tree. If you're trying to get out of the freaking pit, you're getting shot at from people above you.
I love the wilds.
Ooh,
I don't mind them.
We got to debate. Well, let's finish. Let's Stunning finish, and then I want to see what Mrs. and AFK say. But so go ahead, keep going, Stunning. You're getting shot from different directions.
Yeah, it's like there's nowhere to go. It's like there's like all these people behind you and shit. You know?
What I don't like is you don't know where the edge is, and you just can't. Yeah. If you're not careful, you run right off.
Getting out of it's a pain in the ass too.
Yeah, you fall
to
your towel.
Wherever.
Yes. All right. So AFK and Mrs. Yeah, so y'all are more likable of this season. So what do y'all think? Why do you like it?
Go, AFK. You want to go first?
Sure. Simply put, I'm really bad at actually hitting people in the game, so I excel at sneaking, and I actually really like the wilds because I have enough characters that actually like blend in that allows me to go like predator on people. Like one game, I had 4 people just like run up by me within a foot, and they were just completely oblivious, and I shot them in the back. It was really fun.
That was you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Dang
No,
it.
so I'm one of those people you don't like in that area. Like I love it.
Uh,
Oh my gosh. Well, the missus, what do you like with the wilds?
Well, it's not that I love
Or
it
that you're
or whatever, but each season I just kind of go with what there is and just kind of adapt to it. The one thing I don't I don't I've gotten used to it. You know, kind of being able to run and work around inside there. So it doesn't really bother me that much. The one thing I hate and I hate and I hate is that stupid ass floating island. I really want them to get rid of that thing. I hate it. Like, can I say it even more? I hate it. I don't like that. I didn't like it when they first did it.
Well, one
But
of the things about that island, it seems like if you get up there, you got a rifle that shoots an infinite distance. I mean, you know, weapons should have a limited range at some point, no matter what your elevation is. But it's like people with a sniper rifle, or even like a good assault rifle, a thermal or something else, seems to like be able to shoot you pretty dang accurately from such a great distance.
Yeah.
they
You
don't
know,
have
and
to
Jeff, I know
travel.
Jeff is a sniper type guy. Jeff likes the snipers. What do you think? I mean, is it just is it just me, or does it seem like that those? Because that's one of my complaints is that with the island, it's just like people. It seems like people can hit you from an unrealistic distance. You know,
I think
The-
that they've made the islands more tolerable because they got rid of the that laser
Over.
gun.
Yeah,
Right.
When
Yeah,
they got
they
rid
did.
of that, it made it a lot more doable. Now I still admit that it is a death wish to go up there for the most part. But I would say they're not as bad as they used to be. And I would say it's because of the weapon pool that they have for
there's no
this
advantage to
season.
go up there anymore.
Yes, that is correct. There is no advantage. But what's more, this kind of gets into a slight detour, but I think that the map and the item distribution is highly unbalanced. I think there's no motivation to go up there because all the items you can get up there are all around the map.
right,
Sure.
including
So
the slurp.
why do
the
it?
Slurp juices now, because I noticed today the slurp juices were also in those little containers down on the ground.
You know, one thing that I do not like with you talking about the weapon distribution, it seems like if you go to one place, it's all shotguns, you know,
Yeah.
all mavens,
Yeah.
all, you know, it's not, it's like, come on, mix them up a little bit. You know, when you open three chests and every single one of them has a blue Havoc assault rifle or blue Havoc shotgun or whatever, you know, it's like, come on, people.
And it's been really hard to find shields.
Hmm. Yeah.
In the last, I don't know, 2-3
Yeah.
weeks.
But that's been my one complaint with that island is that it seems like it has an unbearable, a ridiculous length of fire, even with the rifles. But outside of the wilds that we know and with the island, what about the guns? Are there guns that you don't like this season? Because I'll tell y'all, I do not like that Havoc shotgun. That is way too slow.
Yeah.
One shot and the reload
Oh.
on it is just so slow. I mean, I'm getting beat by a drum shotgun that's great, and may have a purple Havoc shotgun.
I feel like their items are being made for the wrong reason. They want to have new items when in the end, I think that they have created too many. The fact that basically I was going through like every shotgun that they've made to date. So many of them are basically repeats.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing that really changes is damage output, rate of fire, reload speed. But in the end, they're basically the same thing. So I would
Mhm.
argue that the problem with weapons is not necessarily the stats on it. It's more about the reason why they're making it, because they want things to stand out. They want it to be a bit more interesting, and in doing so, they have basically created items that become overpowered for other reasons. One, like let's say for the current issues with the weapons, is that once you get in close, some of them can fire super fast and be able to eliminate you in a moment. The features, the stats that they're adding into it. So, sorry, let me clarify my thought here. I started going down the rabbit trail, and I realized I put on the brakes because I realized I was going to go to something much bigger. So my apologies, folks.
Oh, it's okay.
All right. Yeah. So the reason why I think that these weapons are a problem is that they're not being properly evaluated for why they're adding them in. So then they alter something that basically they shouldn't be doing. You don't need more shotguns. You just need to have the same old shotguns, refine those stats to something where it's balanced. Don't introduce a brand new one, and don't alter them too much. Otherwise, you're going to make it a nightmare for the players. You're getting used to the way that a certain weapon fires. Don't change it. You're going to make the people that love it angry. You're going to make the people who don't use it. You're trying to get them to use something that they're probably not comfortable with. So don't adjust the stats. Create something that's brand new, like like the hammer, something that's so wildly different that it gives you a benefit to having a new item entirely.
I want 6 slots because I want to carry the boomerang.
I love that boomerang.
I do too, but it's kind of worthless to take a slot for 5 slots.
Yeah.
I have given up shields to have the boomerang.
Well, let me say a few things in the chat that Castle just avoids the damnable island. Paul says you can just run blindly in the jungle. Bastion Explorer says it's a death wish, but we always charge into there. And Castle says the variety
always
of
end
weapons
up there somehow.
Yep. Castle says the variety of weapons at the capture points could use some reworking. That's an interesting point. I've noticed lately that it's like they change. It's like you get one of each type of weapon or something. It used to be you could get multiple rifles. So what do you, Castle? When you posted this, what were you thinking? Or what specifically, or can you embellish on what you were thinking with this?
Well, sure. Let's say you're playing squads and everybody sits there and helps capture the point. You're all going to get like maybe 1 or 2 mavens that are blue, and you might get lucky with maybe an AR, maybe a couple of those bloody havoc shotguns that are awful.
They're awful.
It's not a good variety. It's like they throw the worst points in there when you've got to sit there as a sitting duck for X amount of time. And if you go to our favorite place like Frenzy Fields, then you know it's just going to be a nightmare if you got to hold it down and everybody decides to run that way. So I think that there needs to be a better incentive, maybe throw in a purple weapon or two, or a variety of weapons where everybody can get something.
Yeah, because I noticed today when we were playing, it just felt like if you were not one of the first ones to get it, and especially if somebody gets multiple weapons, there's nothing left. I mean, you're usually the winner of the Havoc shotgun at the end.
Yeah.
It's like, ugh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, other than the Havoc shotgun, and that we talked about the island, one of the other things that I sense causes a lot of angst and stuff is the moving circle near the end and the speed rate of the storms.
I've gotten used to the speed rate.
You've gotten used to it. AFK, do you have any thoughts on that with the how that circle moves around and the speed at the end?
I'm not the most observant as far as speed goes, but I don't know. I kind of like the crazy circle idea just because it mixes it up a little bit. And, it allows for more strategy sometimes too. Like if you're in certain areas and you notice that it shifts and you've got like half the circle that no one is going to be at, kind of like that your back is good and that you can head in one direction or the other. Yeah. So I think it's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Beef is saying the moving circles make the gameplay more like the FNCS. So. Well, see, one thing is it.
What's the FNCS?
Is that Fortnite Championship Series? Jess or Jeff, do y'all know about that? And let me say hello real quick to Brian Hepburn. Hey, Brian, welcome. Feel free to share any of your Fortnite memories and what you like or don't like in the chat. Everybody, make sure that y'all do vote in the poll tonight. Of what's your favorite Dadman skin. So don't forget the poll. I'll check on that in a minute. So B says yes.
I would vote, but alas, your YouTube channel is akin to adult entertainment, so router's not allowing me to see it.
Wow.
Oh my.
Because you probably put it at 18 plus.
It's strange the things that will appear on my on my search engines and whatnot and YouTube, but this one apparently it's censored. So
wow, I didn't realize we had
saucy.
Wow, dang.
Damn, too sexy.
Well,
careful, Castle, your popcorn's gonna pop.
That's it.
Yeah.
I saw a great meme today.
Well, Jeff, if you voted between the skins, between Brat, Peely, Meowscles, and Rainbow Unicorn, Fabio Sparkman, which one would you vote for?
I'm saying
that is weird to hear. I mean, it's not like we do. I mean, I don't know why that is. That's kind of bizarre because it's like we don't do as much as some channels do. And
well, sometimes all it takes is getting flagged. Sometimes all it takes is getting flagged a few times, and since you're a smaller channel, then it probably means that if you got flagged, you didn't have anyone to like promote the need for an interrogation to find out if it was true or not.
Well, the thing
it could have been just one thing.
But I've not been flagged. I've got no notification about that. Only one time that somebody said I used some copyright music because I did the start of the Fortnite stream a couple seasons ago, and I was apparently locked out of Russia and some other place over there. And I was like, it was like no big deal. It wasn't a strike, so it's like, oh, who cares? But it's like, oh, that's weird.
Well, Alaska in your backyard, you can see Russia, so maybe that has something to do.
There we go. But anyway, it would be the Meowscles is
Meowscles. Okay, and see that was never my intent. I mean, I just wanted people to be like themselves and stuff, and we don't do crazy stuff. I didn't think, and like Castle with this idea of hot tub
my fault. Honestly,
I'm just saying.
Hot tub stream to cook your corn.
Yep.
So corny.
Well, Brian's saying here. Brian said he read they sped the circle rate in the storm to speed up to keep sessions turning over. So that could make some sense.
Yeah,
that could make some sense.
And that's a reason why I do like Fortnite. Also, you play the game and it's done. You know, you don't have to. I mean, like I play Destiny too. Well, it's always there's the storyline. I mean, I had to research and learn all the lore from all the past Destinies to kind of understand what was going on, which was very fascinating. But still, even though Fortnite has lore, you don't have to really know it to get the game. You can just play.
I don't know anything about the lore. Huh? I still don't know anything about the lore.
But you don't have to. You know, it's not pertinent to the game, and it doesn't make the play any better or worse knowing it.
I do like the game that it just ends like that. And Jess, go ahead and speak up. You like the moving circles? What about it do you like with the moving circles?
Well, for me, the moving circles, nothing's worse than being or losing or dying due to the storm. I'd rather get shot than have the storm take me out.
Yeah. Yep. We're constantly getting pulled off because usually in the early rounds there's a horn or something, and it just seems like either I'm not listening as the game moves, but it just seems like there's no horn as it goes later into the game.
Oh, so maybe I have to pay attention.
We're all too loud.
Castle, see, this is the great thing here. Like, Castle said his brother. So what did is it a younger brother? 10 years younger than you. Could not believe you're playing this game. What was shocked them about it, Castle? Because you've played other games. Why were they shocked that you'd be in this game?
Just I guess it does appeal to a more younger crowd. I think when it first started, it was really more one of the kid games, right? You know, because of the emotes and everything else. And I think that we adults may have invaded the space because it is genuinely fun.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So
I actually have a concern about that.
Uh-oh.
For
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Jess.
No, I'm deaf.
Okay, it switched what mic it was coming from. So I was
Oh, okay.
talking, and you guys weren't
shit.
hearing me, and I'm like, "Oh, are you ignoring me?"
Right. Because we're talking about the moving
We just thought you were
circles.
mime
You said
now.
you liked it.
Yeah.
So, what did
Well,
you like
I
with the
have
moving circles?
had, as someone who has been trapped before at the end game, when it would suddenly shrinking the circle, it would decide to move it. And it pretty much turns into who can get the heals off at the right time to live the longest, because it's a like 10, 12 damage storm. And you just go from being in circle to suddenly you're in the storm and the circle's moved at the split second it changes. I like being able to move as it moves, that you're not just,
Right.
do I have heals? I get it off in the right time so that I actually live that split second longer?
Mm-hmm.
I remember when they
Yeah.
used to have where if you got the circle got to a certain size and then it would just jump. Is that what you're talking
Yeah.
about, Jess?
Yeah, because I
Like,
had that one time.
yeah. Mhm.
I was in a building against, it's just me and one other person, and I was waiting in the corner by the door, and I could hear them moving around, but they never stepped in my room. But I'm like, I'm not going to leave from this spot. I'm in a corner. When they come in the door, I can shoot them. And I just stayed there, and they kept running all around, like upstairs. It sounded like
Mhm.
all, but they never stepped into the room I was in. And the circle was pretty much like the size of the room at that point,
Yep.
I think. And then it just suddenly shifted, and I ended up dying and coming in second.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
When
actually
Brian-
how I won a game once, was because the person was building and they were in the building and I was hiding underneath like scaffolding or something that was there. And then the storm moved and I could run to the storm and they died.
Yeah.
And I was very pleased with that win.
Yeah, and Brian, that's why it's sort of having builds, like I said, emergency builds, because you can build a ramp to get up and around to those, and we touched on that with Jess's point earlier. So now, Jeff, let me get back to you. There was a thing, I think, when we jumped off back to circles with Jeff coming in. What was your concern? There was a concern about something.
There's a concern I have about Fortnite's strategy. For like longevity, because of ironically enough, the thing that seems to kill a lot of companies is the moments that you have something that feels like it's targeted towards young people, basically someone who's in the teens or younger, and then the moment parents get in, then suddenly all of them want to find something else. And I think we're at that threshold. I've actually heard some kids that are like, I don't want to play it anymore because now the adults have arrived. And suddenly it's no longer, it's the occasional adult. Now there's all these adults. And so it starts becoming a bit more frustrating for them. So I get curious what their strategy is. Are they trying to target the family demographic to where it's like, hey, it's social, everybody can do this? And if so, well, then that might start to narrow your pool. So I'm curious. I'm very curious to see where they are hoping to go with it, because I do realize that this has spelled trouble for other games, and it's a possibility.
But don't the adults also, like, they have the disposable income? So they maybe like spending more? Because I mean, I see, I've spent a lot on this game. Not intentionally, but I have.
Yeah.
Tis true.
But there may be fewer adults that spend money, though. You may have fewer of the adults that spend the money, but a lot more kids that will
I
play
don't
it.
see a lot of generic skins out there.
Well, that gets on to be
kids
from
are more
question
likely
here.
to want to impress their friends, so they'll be the ones that'll say, "I want this skin," and they'll do anything to get it. An adult's like, "Hey, I'm going to be frugal. I'm not going to spend as much." Like me, I have 3 skins, 2 of which were donated to me. I should have 4, but
you're welcome.
Yes, you're very kind, Jess. You're very kind. But
I love donations
I'm very
too.
frugal. I'm very frugal with it, and so for me, it's like, now that I have Wendell, it's like, I don't honestly, Wendell in the bear is like, I don't need anything else at this point. I have unless Looney Tunes comes out, then I will literally go out and get V-Bucks for that.
Well, let's look at B from who asked the question, with growing adult interest in the game, do you think the game has, or will it make a turn to appeal more towards adults? Because it seems like if it hasn't, it's in the process of being more appealing to adults, with the gameplay, the memories, like to Marvel, to DC, especially, or Star Wars, to retro characters. So what do you, with Beano's question, how would you answer that?
Well, I think that the game is focusing. I think that they're losing focus. They've gotten too big to where they are losing focus on who they want to target. I think it's good that they have widened their audience. I think that it will be to their detriment in the long run. Games go through cycles. Fortnite's been very fortunate, but every cycle eventually comes to an end. And I don't know if they maybe have overplayed their hand. And with this last year, they got some extra lifeblood. But unless you have unless you are focused on getting new players, you will eventually peter out. And I did see some things recently. I in preparation for this discussion, I did look into it. And turns out that the stats are not good. It's starting to turn yet again, and they've never really recovered from where they were last year.
But so, how much? But let's look back, because like what got me into this was obviously 2020 and everything that happened then. As we get further and further from that, and things have reopened and become more normalized, we hear about the streaming issues, because back a few years ago, streaming was going to be the way of the future. Well, streaming's backfiring and reversing now, back to the movie theaters and other things like that. Is it possible that the game was hit at such a zenith when nobody had anything else to do, that maybe there's nowhere but down?
Yes, I think that they do have a very unfortunate future, and that's why I don't. Honestly, if I was buying stock in the games, I would not be buying into Fortnite at this point. I would be jumping ship, because they lucked out. They lucked out a whole lot. If it had not been for the pandemic, they might not have actually recovered. If it had not been for the changes in culture, if it had not been for no build, but they're running out of ideas. A game has to keep evolving, otherwise it will die. A good example, who here has was like a hardcore StarCraft fan?
I've not heard of that.
I played it casually.
Not me.
So StarCraft was considered one of the best games in the world, and it still is considered a very well balanced game. No one plays it anymore.
That's need additional pylons, right?
Yes, indeed. Same thing with League of Legends. League of Legends, people thought it was a juggernaut. Nothing's ever going to take it down. And it died in a moment. There's still people that play it. It's still very popular, but it is on its last legs. And the company did not do themselves any favors with how they treated the property. I feel the exact same rumblings when I was doing those other games, versus where Fortnite is right now. It's on top of the world. Nothing can take it down. And without getting too political, I believe there are some world events that will eventually push it to the side. And I don't know what game's going to replace it. But I do know that its days feel numbered.
No, I like I said, I think one of the things that keeps it going is the social aspect. Streaming has helped it, and then people come together to do it. Like I said, I've moved from just playing solos to the point where that wore off, and I've streamed solos because with having people out there, but by myself, there's no real interest, because I could walk down the street by myself. I want to hang with AFK or Jess or Mrs. All you got, and get there and have fun, and we can do silly stuff and make it entertaining, versus making it such a serious shooter game.
So actually, I think that's going to be the lifeblood of it in the future, is that if it stays in that social game aspect, I think that they will carry on and press on for a good many years longer than other games, solely because of that. But the moment that they decide they want to chase after streamers, or the moment they want to chase after competitive nature, that's going to shift in a moment, because people are going to want to have the new fangled game, and it's no longer new, and it will age out eventually, and something else will take its place. But yeah, I hope it stays in the social aspect, and it becomes as commonplace, you could say, as saying, "Hey, do you want to play chess? Do you want to play Monopoly? Do you want to play Uno?" It will enter that phase, and if they focus on that, then it will last for a long time.
Okay. Well, okay, we've talked about the negative things from other seasons. We talked about the negative things, the wilds for you, Stunning. And
Well,
some of the other stuff.
can I say something
Go
about
ahead.
this
Yeah,
season
go ahead.
and something that just kind of like in general? It always seems like they're behind in whatever their theme is. I mean, this whole thing has a whole Indiana Jones theme. Well,
Yeah.
Indiana Jones' skin was already out. Why can't they take and coordinate, you know, whatever, so they kind of go together, the the whole mega city and the whole Japanese or Asian aesthetic. They didn't really have
Do a
anything
Gundam.
that could have, they didn't do anything to tie in with that. And it's to me that's frustrating because I like stuff that's cohesive. And it makes no sense because they had them. It's like, well, why can't you do things like that?
Well,
Or if you're
Mrs.
gonna do
Dadman likes glue, and if we take that unicorn, we can make glue.
yes, yes, but
Yeah. Well,
but I don't.
But
It's
I
like
get what you mean. If the
it's like
story
what?
isn't progressing right,
Well, no, it's just like their themes. I mean,
Yeah.
they did a whole big Indiana Jones thing. Well, what was the map that at that time? Ice. It was. I can't
Indy
remember.
was chapter 3. It was his thing was that weird little temple area near Chonkers, near the desert area.
So they
So
had
it
those
just
yeah,
they just
Chonkers.
that temple they had. It had that spot went different spots
but they had
to
some kind of
see what the
little thing.
symbols were. You put them in to unlock the temple.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
they have this whole area that's just gives such a indie vibe and everything.
Yeah.
With all that stuff, and it's like they won't even put the skin in the item shop,
Yeah.
and you're like,
Well, they
Yeah.
can't. They'd have to make a different version of it because it
Yeah.
was Battle Pass.
Yeah,
oh,
that's
was
the
it a
thing is,
battle pass?
yeah, once it's a battle pass, yeah, you don't go, once it's a battle pass.
That's
it doesn't-
why you see such limited Mandalorian and Baby Yoda
Yeah.
because that was a battle pass.
But
But if
Well,
they
let me-
freaking decided to do a different version, they'd probably make good money off of that.
Yeah.
I mean, the indie has come out, do the him and his daughter. I don't even know, but
Yeah.
they could have done something
She's an
with the,
old
I don't-
indie. Bring in old indie from like
Yeah.
now.
something. Yeah, I don't know this movie, so
I mean,
if I
Henry
miss-
Jones.
Henry Jones, there you go.
As Sean Connery.
But
Yes.
there's just some cool stuff that they could do tie-ins with, but
Yeah.
it's like, it just
how about
doesn't-
like
I-
a
it
Well, let
doesn't
me
make sense to me.
transformer with all the bees?
Yeah, bumblebees, yeah. Hey.
I would get a bumblebee transformer.
Well, talking about a bees, let me
Right.
say hello to the Padawana bee. Welcome in. Good to see you tonight. Thanks for coming by. Who said could be time for somebody to make a Fortnite live series as a last push and then let it pass on.
That's funny.
Any interest if they did a live action Fortnite thing?
No,
No.
Yeah.
no,
They really can't
no.
because there's not
But-
much of a storyline, and they've so messed up recently. Because
Mhm.
how many of it that we've had this like storyline, like if you did do those quests, for like the XP, just hear the storyline or unlock something, and then it just kind of like they just ended, like it wasn't like continuing on.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
Well, instead of a going story, and there's so many things that just left up in the air, and it's like,
Mhm.
okay,
Yep.
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
that is a thing I don't like.
Yeah.
Just in general with this game.
Well, one thing that I remembered that I did like, and it just came to my memory, the season that I really liked was the season where the island was flooded and everything was built on houseboats and stuff. Hey, you remember the sharks were like really psychotic that
Yeah.
season?
Yeah.
They would jump up 3 stories into buildings after you. It
Oh
was,
my god.
the craziest thing.
Yeah, I've seen
You
video
can ride
of
them
it.
too. You can ride them too. You get a hook or something.
Oh yeah, fishing pole. You could still do that. The last they had
No,
them,
no, the
because I knew
best.
someone who caught one and rode it into Tilted and got it into a
Yes, I remember that.
basement
That was
and left
Arkansas.
it there. And he,
Yes,
oh
he just
no,
like
Hailstorm
drives one
did
and
it.
then they get
No,
eaten.
Jay
Yeah.
Hailstorm did it, and he has a
Yeah.
video where these people would jump down in the basement because he like destroyed like everything around the shark was doing it. And Hailstorm had his tent, so he's hiding in the tent. He'd rest in the tent. They jump down and they'd be like, "What? Why is there the shark?" And he'd pop out and he'd kill him. Someone was like, he
Oh, gosh.
was staying out there. And they fell down. He killed like 3-4 people because they were like, "Wait, what?"
Well, the
No,
missus,
my favorite was
yeah.
the UFOs that you
Yes,
could
the
take and
UFOs.
pick
Yeah.
up the shark and transport. Oh my gosh, that
we
was
had a
so
friend do
fun.
that with us in a video before
It was
I was streaming.
so-
Yes, it was
that
hilarious.
so fun.
Poor shark passed away though before we could get it back to water. So it was a great video though. But yeah, the UFOs were something with that with the shark.
Or even the ones
so,
that kidnapped you and
Yeah.
you were able to like get like those good loot things. That was a kind of
Yep.
fun
Yep.
thing.
that was kind of everybody went to get kidnapped by aliens. So
Yeah, at first
But
it was
hey.
like, what? And you run away, and then people started doing it, and it's like, ooh.
Damn, I missed all
Everybody's
this
playing
alien
to get-
shit.
yes. All right, so folks, with this season specifically, we talked about the negative stuff. What do you like about this season? Castle or
The big
AFK?
gun.
If y'all want to start, the big gun. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
There's your transformer gun, but
Needs
Castle or
more
AFK.
ammo though. Needs more.
More
shots.
more ammo. All right, you guys. What do you think? What do y'all like this season?
Thermal DMR.
Thermal DMR. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've
Drum
been
Yeah, I like
shotgun's
anything.
back.
trying to tell you guys.
The
I
wood
like the
shotgun.
MK.
MK. All right. The what, Jess?
Drum shotguns being back.
Drum, oh
That's
yes.
like
Ooh,
if you end
yeah.
up getting stuck
Yeah.
close, like that one's a really good one. Like when like you're like,
Agree.
oh crap, I've come around a corner and there's like 3 people.
What's
D-
that
d-
one that rifle the flapjack? What is it?
Oh, the
But that one's
flapjack.
actually pretty good too. Yeah.
I like
brought in
that,
some
and
pretty
I like the
good
drum
ones.
shotgun. I like those. Two
Yeah.
guns. I
The
also
new
like the
MK and the
dinosaurs.
thermal DMR, I'm not sure how I feel about those.
Well, see,
I
the MK was out a few seasons ago, and I didn't like it then, but I like
But this
it
is
now
a
better.
different one.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
feels
this one
different.
is
It feels completely
Um,
different. Yeah, it's much easier
thermal-
to use. See,
I might need to use it more because it fires differently than the old one,
Yeah.
I don't
than the
like
Cobra or
yeah.
the standard. So
Yep.
it's having to adjust to how this one fires.
See, the flapjack has too much recoil for me, so I'm not
Yeah.
towards that one. That's
That's why you run to people really fast.
close the
Yeah.
distance.
Get out
Get
of
in
'em.
range.
Yeah.
Close that distance.
Well,
so,
being new to this in only 2 months, I was a big shotgun girl, and with this new season
Yeah,
with the
you are.
flapjack, it taught me how to use the rifle, and so now I'm more comfortable because of the flapjack in using the rifles.
Yep.
And the drum shotgun is just, why would you ever use the Havoc? Why would you even use the Maven anymore when you have the drum? I
Because
mean,
you
it's
can't
just
find it.
auto fire.
even a lower color. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, any of them would work better
Yep.
than the Havoc. So
I'm sitting there, like I said earlier, I could have a purple Havoc shotgun, but then a gray drum shotgun takes me out.
right,
You know, it's just
exactly.
it's crazy. So, Jeff or AFK Castle, I might not have heard. Do y'all have any particular favorite weapons this season?
I like the flapjack and the drum shotgun personally.
Yep.
Yeah,
The one thing I did notice is kind of weird. Is, the SMGs, like they really love them because they just keep coming out with all these like random variations of them, and it's just like at first I was kind of game for it. Like I liked the SMG a little while ago, and then they're like, okay, now you got the twin SMG. It's like, okay, now you just have the submachine gun, and then like, oh, now you got the combat SMG. And it's just like now I'm just like, man, I wish they'd make up their mind.
Yep.
What? Can I ask a question to the panel?
Go ahead.
What is your favorite loadout? If you could have what your favorite items, what would you what would your dream loadout be?
The original DMR, the original thermal sniper, the Ranger shotgun, and the sword or lightsaber.
Yep.
Ooh, lightsaber. Obi-Wan's lightsaber.
Mm.
All right. Castle, Jeff, Lisa, what about your loadouts?
I would do a Havoc AR,
Uh-huh.
and then a whole bunch of pistols, and then a drum shotgun. I find that if I have several of the same gun, I actually do a lot better just spazzing and switching between them instead of reloading right
good
away.
point.
I used
Yeah.
to
There
do
was
the
a-
drum shotguns back in the day. You'd grab one, grab two, and then you could like if one's like reloaded, just
Yeah.
pull it up.
And I've
pull
heard
it
about
out.
players that do that. I know the misses with the Star Wars blasters would get
Yeah.
2 blasters, and I started doing it
Yep.
too because
I did too.
you didn't even have to ever reload it. It just picked up the next. You pick up the next one and switch between them between the cooldowns. So
I would get
Exactly.
bored playing, and I would just put 2 blasters in my thing, and then I put what if shields or whatever. But those were the only guns I had, and I would play a game with just them.
mhm.
So
But
when I'm
my
playing this like season, what I do is a rifle, an SMG, and a shotgun, and then the med mist, and I like the slurp juice. So I have 2 meds with 3 guns.
Yeah.
Is
Mhm.
how I operate.
I
I
probably do
like
2 ranged weapons and 2 close range weapons for me mostly,
I
Yeah,
like
sometimes I wish I had the DMR for distance, but I
and
will
then
never do a
heals.
sniper because I tried it and I suck at it.
it's hard.
Yeah.
I do the if it's this season, I do the flapjack rifle, the combat SMG, the drum shotgun,
Mhm.
the boomerang,
Mhm.
and then shields.
Which shields do you like the best?
I like those slurp things, but if you can't
Yeah.
get them, I like the if I had to do them, those would be my first ones, and then the slap juice, and then minis, and then 50s.
Because I hate minis. Minis irritate the crap out of
That's
I
me.
stupid.
hate minis,
You can't.
but
It's like we get
but they,
50%. You can't get another 50% by getting 2 more of them.
yeah,
So
but
it's
they don't
stupid.
take as long near the end. Sometimes you don't have the time to get the
Yeah.
50. But I like the slurp. If I don't have the slurp ones, I like the orange ones. If I could
Yeah.
get the orange ones, I'll take them over any
They
other.
make so much noise though, and everybody knows where you're at when you drink one.
Oh my
Plus,
gosh, that
Well,
is
for this season, it's kind of important to have a sniper rifle, a thermal. Um, Having the transformer gun is useful, even though it's not always practical and it bugs out so
it's
many
really
times.
big.
A flapjack is, which I just know is like a World War
Not big
One
enough.
machine gun, is very useful. And the final slot is one that I still have not figured out what I prefer. Some sort of heals seems to be ideal, but if I was to go back and choose any one, it'd be 2 hammers, a lightsaber, and a spider glove, and a sword.
I miss my swords.
Oh, I forgot about the swords, and I forgot
Mm,
about the Spidey gloves. Yeah,
Yeah.
yep.
I would do 2 blasters, and then whatever else. Probably Spidey gloves might be in there. A lightsaber and a hammer or a sword.
And can I say I'm getting very tired of Fortnite putting limitations on how many of a certain item you can get.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah. Go
So
ahead.
when the hammers first came out, you could literally get as many hammers as you wanted.
Hmm.
Then they realized, oh dang, people are abusing this. Let's fix that problem. So for the swords, you can only have 1 sword.
Mhm.
And then they're like, oh, you want to have you want to pick up multiple transformer guns? Nope, you can just have 1.
Hmm.
Things
I
like
see.
that. They're really frustrating to me. Same with Spider Glove. I wanted to have
Yeah.
2 of them. They only let me have
Ooh.
1.
Well, when
Yeah.
those started, you could only have 1 spider glove. But it was
I mean,
if you
technically,
found
Spider-Man
one
has 2 gloves, so I want to have
and
1
you
for both hands.
and you picked it up, it would combine them and like refill up yours instead of how they have had it where you find one, you have whatever that is, and you drop yours. You can't like combine them to make a full number. But yeah, the hammer from what mythics I've dealt with has been the exception to the rule. Because the Spider-Man gloves, both seasons they had it, that was limited. I remember them. I'm trying to remember what was there for 3 and 4 for the mythics of chapter 3. Was there what was the specialties? Because 1 and 2 you had the Spider-Man gloves.
Mm-hmm.
After having them flipped, what was after that?
The ODM, was it the
Yeah.
ODM?
No,
and
that
the,
was on this map.
Yeah.
Anime stuff.
I'm trying to
I don't know.
remember. See, whatever it was crappy, so people didn't care about it.
Yeah. B from I likes the
Columbo,
sniper,
I
but
miss
lead is
Columbo.
hard. Columbo, yes. I did find Columbo's skeleton and it kind of freaked everybody out.
Yeah.
So
I got a screensaver of
They
it.
had like nothing about that. It was
Yeah.
like we were seeing combos and then just suddenly they were gone and it's like, wait, what? And then people were finding the skeletons and it's like
no.
and that's another one of those things. Like there should have been at least something with the story quest or something. It was just things that just suddenly happened and it's like, why?
Yeah, I
Absolutely.
agree.
So the
I
grapple
gotta-
gun, B from O said the grapple gun was after Spider-Man gloves. So see, some of
Okay.
those are weapons. I never use the special weapons. I don't like the ODMs. I don't like the gloves. I only use them to get the quest, and even then, it's more I'm spamming to get lucky to complete the quest.
I agree
So
with you.
I like to fight on the ground. I'm not a flyer and stuff like that. So
Although the sword was killer. I like the
I will
sword.
say, I
And
will
the
say,
saber.
I will say it was awesome to see the swords. I when I finally got to using them, it was awesome to be able to use them, and they did get me around the map. So
Yep. Especially with the storm.
Yeah.
mhm.
Sword and hammer I like for mobility. The gloves, unless you spend a lot of time practicing with them, they're kind of hard because you got to get really good at being able to find a lock on spot, lock on, and shoot real fast because otherwise you end up
Yeah.
falling and it starts that cooldown.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, and also the swords and the hammers, yeah, they had a small cooldown, but they were infinite.
Right.
Mhm.
The glove, you only have so many swings, and then, well, you gotta find a new one. You're out of
Mhm.
mobility now.
Yeah,
But at least they
absolutely.
didn't count it. They only counted it. The practicing was hard, but if you got it where you could just stay up in the air, that only counted as one, and you could get a lot of distance that way. But you had to
You
get
know
good at it.
what's really cool this season is the motorboats, but I wish we could use them more. There's not enough. Like they need a lake or something in the middle of the map, so you can like start shooting people more with the cannon
Yeah.
on those. You know, it's
Yeah.
just so tight with the rivers. So,
Yeah.
but those motorboats are really cool because you can go on land and you can take
Yeah.
some
Yeah, I like
people
motorboats
out.
too.
But
Yeah.
yeah, are you being gross?
Yeah,
No.
I'm always being gross.
But no,
Yeah.
that's
Part of my
one
charm.
new addition that I think they didn't plan enough space for it to be used properly.
Well, I think they had in other past seasons, and I think the way they just kind of did the map, they're there because they were there the past seasons.
Mhm.
See,
Well,
that's
and
what
I
I
think
like
people were
about
asking for them. For some areas where there was a lot
Yeah.
of water, people are like,
Mm.
we want the boats.
Yeah.
Where are the boats?
Okay.
Exactly. And they take them out, they vault them at times, and they bring them back out, and things like that. If I had to pick a perfect loadout, I obviously definitely do the thermal DMRs. The thermal DMRs, the drum shotgun, the combat SMG, the tactical pistol, and one healing item would be the slurp juices. The ones that you're finding that give you shield and health.
The orange
Even
one.
in your storm. Yeah, those are the ones that really I think are powerful because you can heal even if you're running through the storm and things like that.
And I like this. You can take them while you're still running. You don't have to stop. You might slow down a little bit, but you can still move forward.
Well, let's look at a couple of the chats that we got in here and we'll address here. Brian said, "What I hate is I can hit someone point blank with a cannon. They live, but they can hit me with a green sniper." Green sniper.
There is no such thing as a green sniper.
Brian, that's my biggest gripe too.
The lowest a sniper is blue. There's no such thing as a green sniper.
Yeah. But I think the point, I think it's the frustration that a sniper can take you out. DMRs, when the DMRs do it, that's very frustrating. But it's always frustrating. But one thing with the snipers, they have always made it clear that when the snipers are overpowered, they actually said before, like last season or the season before, there was an update that they had really intentionally made them that way. But I think to the heart of the point of what he's saying here is something that I think I touched on earlier, though, is I'm sitting there with a purple Havoc shotgun and somebody comes up with a gray pistol or a gray drum shotgun and I'm gone. It's like in like 3 shots, I'm gone. I mean, what good with a gray weapon? It just seems like there's some comparative inconsistencies with this game at times.
Well, and I think some of that's either they're that much better or they're using aimbotting because to do, especially like you're saying, you're like full health and at least full overshield or that. It's like they've got to be getting headshots to kill you with as few shots with a lot of these stuff, and it's like, how are you getting these headshots?
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think like some of I don't usually yell cheats or anything like that. I just like whatever. But there was one time, and everyone saw it. I literally was the gun. It was a combat SMG was at this person's chest, and I'm shooting it, and not one bit of damage happened. Not one bit of damage, and you're like, ah.
So
and you report it, and like, really, what's going to happen? But
okay, Jeff.
So there's something else involved with that, and that's one of the reasons why I mentioned earlier that my biggest problems is that they have not been addressing the problems with their game mechanics, because I believe what you're experiencing is lag. Yeah. I experience that all the time. I in point blank range, they're on the ground. I aim for their head, nothing. Yeah. I fire again, nothing. Third shot finally gets them.
No, they never got any damage, and then they killed me.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean is that it could be that your signal is lacking because of the way that the information is packaged and sent to these servers. So they might be getting. They might just have the fortunate position of that they're closer to the server, and so then their information is being given priority. But it's so egregious that I have not seen another game that is this bad on their lag, especially with how popular it is. If this was happening in Call of Duty, for example, you can bet people would be jumping ship immediately and going to Battlefield. If Battlefields are having those problems, they would jump ship and go over to Hell Let Loose. They have options. There's not the same way for Fortnite, which honestly, I think is something right now they're in a blessing. They're in a blessed position right now. They are the only one in their category that is really that people really know about. But competitors are rising. And that's something they have to be very careful of. If they don't fix this lag issue, they're going to lose people so quickly. Yeah. Golly, I'm looking for an alternative just because I cannot stand the lag anymore.
There are so many people complain about that, and it's frustrating players, experienced players. Like I said earlier, I know people that have walked away from this game for half a season or a season, and a lot of it's because of gameplay and lags and mechanics and stuff like that. And it takes the social aspect to bring in here. Castle, so it happens to you all the time also?
Yep. I'm, having the same issues. Somebody's knocked down or shotgun right in their chest and nothing happens because you get to see where their health is, and they just turn around and blow you away. It's crazy.
Have you thought about quitting the game too, Castle? I mean, or do you?
Oh yeah,
just
I mean I've taken time off just for because it's like what I play games just like everyone here for the social aspect of it, and some of it's just to unwind from the work week, and if it's going to get to the point where it's frustrating me, I don't really want to be I'm 38, I shouldn't be thinking about throwing my mouse through a wall. So I really don't want to do that. And it's like, well, okay, I can walk away,
I know it's incredible, but see, that's the good old days of me throwing a controller, a Nintendo controller, and I had so many dents in my old chest of drawers, back home with my parents. So, but you touched on that's why I don't play solos. If I do solo now and I'm not streaming, I'm going to do something specific
in solos.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, at least
you have to go all the way back into the freaking menu and come back into the game.
Yeah, see, but like
in a
solos,
team, you could get revived and whatnot.
Well, see, my thing though with solos is this: I just get grouchy with stuff like that, and I don't need to be grouchy. I will go stream so people can, it's like I'll control myself better. I know I'm watching, and I have more fun, talking to people that are out there, even if it's one or two or three. It's always good. But solos, I just, like you said, you want to wind down from the work week. And then the last thing you want in your video game is to get frustrated because you're having to fight lag and the other. It's one thing if you get beat by a better weapon or a better opponent. But when you get beat by a great shotgun and you had a gold mythic or a mythic weapon, you're like, how? That's possible.
Exactly.
And how do you unwind from a stressful work week when you're getting stressed out by the game itself?
I think the big thing that keeps me staying in with this game is that I found another game to play also. And I know that seems strange, but it gives me a break from this when it gets frustrating. And I don't feel like, I have to play this. This is the only game I play, so I have to play it. And being able to go to that other game and play and relax just gives me a break that and then I can come back to this and just go, it's just a game. It's just a game.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, it's like you said, it's hard to relax. See, like you said there, I have the streaming. I can do a chill chat. I can stream the arcade games and stuff. I got other options that I can do solo with things like that. Let me take real quick and say we got 17 people watching us, and we're 2.5 hours into this.
All for me.
All for you. I don't care. I'll take it. I'll monetize you in a heartbeat. Hey, I'm not monetized yet, but hey, we have gotten 3 more subs. We're at 291 subs, folks. Thank y'all. Never in a million years could I dream that we'd get to 300 or approaching 300 this close, this quickly. And like I said, it's due to you great viewers, you great subscribers, people coming in the chat, you great people on this panel that play, and you guys are friends. Every one of you, and thank you so much. And I want to say thank you. Make sure you hit that like button if you haven't, because I forget all the time, and it's a bad habit. It happens all the time. So, and make sure you subbed if you haven't. So, and follow us on the Twitch side. And Padawan say being free helps, and you're right. But like we kind of said earlier, they bring you in for the free thing. It's all the skins and all the other stuff you buy.
It ain't free.
Oh yeah. Padawan our generation is saying, I'm sure you all remember, the game cheats, online or not, it still applies. Yeah, I agree. I mean, every game I've had, even from the 80s, it's like a game, blame it on the game or the game cheats. And so, even if it's not true, it's always a fun thing to say too. Yeah, exactly. And
what's that favorite say? Oh, the damn reload.
The damn reloads, yeah.
Damn reload.
Oh my gosh. Well, listen, let's try to go back. I mean, I'm going to try to get positive again. And it's like, so what are there other good things? I know I asked, but then we got into the weapons and the weapons we like. What do y'all like with this season specifically? I tell you, in spite of the griping and complaining about it, I will say that area in the wilds is pretty. It's beautiful and it's very nice to look at. I do like the plants. The fact that you can get the splooge plants, or you can knock the bomb plants to others. But AFK. I think it's been a while since you've said something. What do you like? What kind of good things do you like? And guys, all in the panel, I want to hear what you think that what y'all like with this season.
I don't know. I think my favorite bits are wilds, but I also like the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs are fun, and especially especially when you get the thermal augment that lets you like see when you're riding around. It adds like a whole predator aspect to it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Jeff or Castle or Jess, what do y'all like? Do you have a favorite thing that you like this season?
Well, they brought back all the animals, so you can ride. That's kind of fun, and the fact that they brought back the raptors, and now they don't do as much damage. Like I remember when they brought them back, and was it chapter 3 or was it like at the end of chapter 2? Like that's where I was playing. They brought them back, and they always traveled in a pack. The 3 of them on you, and in like 4 or 5 bites, you were dead. Like from like full shields, and you couldn't shoot them all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I will say that it is very and these raptors look like raptors. There was a couple of seasons ago, the raptors looked like orange and brown weird things. They just were like very kind of ugly. But yeah, I got what you say with that. Castle, Jeff, Stunning, what do y'all do? I mean, feel free to say what y'all like. Although I got to inject here, Hall, love it, Hall. I like the gas stations. Dang straight.
Yeah, they got rid of our gas station though.
It's okay. Oh, I missed this from Brian though, real quick. He'll play Zelda instead. Usually try to get the daily quest done first. Yeah. So Brian plays Zelda as a walkaway or break. So yeah, let me go ahead and shut up. Castle, you, Jeff, Stunning Misses. What do y'all and Lisa? What do y'all like?
I definitely like that the wildlife's back in because it definitely feels a little bit more alive. So that is kind of nice to see it in there. Other than the chickens, because that was pretty consistent last. That was they were kind of annoying.
You gotta have different ways to deal with those chickens. So yeah.
Yeah, but I wish that the vehicles, when I run them over with a tire, they should be dead the first time, not have to come back around and get them a second time. So
I gotcha. So you like the wildlife, Jeff, Lisa, Stunning Misses. What do y'all like?
Optimus Prime skin.
Optimus Prime, absolutely.
I bought that the very first day of the season.
I know. When I saw you and you popped on with level,
I didn't want to wait.
I don't blame you. It's a one time. I looked in. He came in at level 101, and I'm like, normally we give people a hard. Well, normally we give people a lot of crap for buying levels and stuff, but honestly, you're such a big fan. I probably would have done the same thing. That's understandable. I do have another kind of complaint about this season, but I want to hear what y'all do like, the rest of y'all, real quick.
I really, and I know some people just hated it. I really like Mega City. I like all that whole area over there. I think it's pretty. I like the rails. I like that you can ride through the vines also over there. They've covered them with vines. But I just think it's pretty. And I liked going around inside the buildings and seeing some of the just some of the details that they did. I liked it. I think it's pretty. I mean, you die there, but I do like I just think it's pretty, and I'm glad it's there. And I hope they keep it for another little bit longer. But I got a feeling that the wilds is going to encroach into it and take it away.
Okay. So, all right, Jeff, Castle, Lisa, is there any things that we've not mentioned that y'all do like particular that might be different?
It's a shame because what my favorite map edition that I've ever done is that Japanese area. And so I'm glad that it's still there. Absolutely love that area. Now, the one thing I will say about the Wilds now, cinematically, I know what they're trying to go for, and I would love it if they could actually get there. They're not there yet, but if they can refine it and get it to what basically they've been promoting, what I can basically envision based upon the elements that they currently have in there, then it will look beautiful one day. But that is going to take maybe an update or two to finally refine it to that point. I like the multiple layers to that jungle, but man, they need some sort of protection to stop people from falling all over the place. But also the animals. Having the animals back is great. I was very disappointed when they got rid of them, and I'm glad to have them back.
Okay.
But there is one thing that, before we close out later on, one thing I would like to touch on is what I think could be a way that they could that they could really take the game to the next level. Because I do think there is a route for them.
Well, let's make sure we remember that and to definitely do that, because it goes kind of hand in hand with what I kind of want to, where I want to go to with it. So definitely we'll remember to do that. Lisa, Castle, did y'all have anything that y'all liked in particular with this season?
Not really.
Okay, that's cool. Hey, just playing. Okay.
I prefer the last season, actually.
You like last season? Oh, wow. Okay. What about last season did you like better than this season?
Swords.
Swords.
Yeah. And sabers.
Mm-hmm.
You can move around faster on the map.
All right. And Castle, do you have anything you like from this season?
Yeah, just the animals, like I said.
Okay, I'm sorry. I asked you again. I'm sorry. I lost.
No, I was racking my brain to see if there was anything else, but no,
Yeah.
I mean, I think that it makes it feel more alive.
Yeah.
And I saw Brian said about the vines. I really like the addition of the vines for traversal.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of like the rails.
Now we just need a Tarzan skin.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
But okay, listen. Let's do this. A couple things I want to hit on. Castle said, "I want cow catchers back, not just to mow people down. We can destroy buildings. It was so much easier to blow up Bast. Really destroy the whole town.
Battle buses.
I like tanks. Tanks in the previous season were good. Battle buses were good.
Brute.
Now B does buy the 25 levels that are offered. He wants to get as many words out of the battle pass. What I sort of complain. It seems like this season to me, the XP, the leveling up is taking longer. I feel like I'm playing a lot and I'm not getting many levels. Does anybody else feel that way?
I do too.
Yes.
It's probably because of the milestones.
Yeah.
Because it's not all of them out there at once, so you're not constantly leveling stuff up.
Yep.
You got it. It's like bit by bit.
Some of the dailies are pains in my butt, though. Like, I try to get all 3 done a day, but sometimes they're so particular about, like, have to do this many things per match. And I'm just like, I can't.
Well, that's where you have to, but that's where you got to, sadly say, sometimes you got to try to find people to play with in terms of duos, trios, or squads, because it's like that's the only way to seem to get. If you get the bad combination of dailies, you're stuck with it.
Yeah.
And you got to do it, and you got to get. You might have the 2 that suck you'll never get, and you got to hope to have 1 that you can do, but you might have to play multiple matches to get it with that. And let me ask this question from B from O here, because he had asked. We talked about some skins. What are some skins the panel would like to see be added? I know Jeff had talked about the Looney Tunes earlier.
Supergirl.
Okay, Supergirl. Okay, y'all go ahead. Have fun with this one. What skins would you like to see added?
Ninja Turtles.
Final Fantasy VII.
Now that's not fair. I do that too. Final Fantasy VII would be amazing.
More Transformers.
More Transformers.
Yeah, man.
And this is Prime and Optimus Primal. I need Megatron. I need Starscream. Right? All of them.
Bumblebee.
Yeah.
Bumblebee. Yeah. I can't think of anything. I can't think of any type of skins necessarily that I would like to see. I don't, Jeff or Castle. I don't know if y'all have what you laughed. You laughed.
There are so
Pizza
many.
Man. Pizza Man.
No. I just was thinking of the worst skin ever.
What's that?
What would that be?
I want to see a Silence of the Lambs Hannibal Lecter series.
Oh,
That's
Wow.
yikes! That's gross.
Oh
Well, we
yeah,
went
he
dark.
comes with Clarice and then like what, a lamb head or something.
yes, he kills
Oh.
people by never mind.
Wow, that went
He
dark
runs
quick.
around with a spoon in his hand. There you
Yes,
go.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
That's golly, wow. That got morbid quickly. So
So sorry, my mind just
I
went
Killed
there.
by spoon.
I think there's so
Um,
well personally. I think. Oh, sorry. You go, Jess.
No, you
That's
go.
pretty
You
much-
probably have a better thought out wording than I do. Alvin, I'm gonna say.
Scooby-Doo gang.
The Looney Tunes stuff is, of course, my absolute number one that I've been saying for months. I want Looney
Yeah.
Tunes in there. But there, honestly, there's so many. This might not necessarily be something that most people would agree with, but I don't like the Fortnite skins that they have. Most, like 90% of the Fortnite skins I really do not like. And
Yeah.
so but that's the thing. It's an art style that I'm not familiar with. And so when I think about the type of skins I would like to see, it would be so wildly different and would go into areas that I think most Fortnite players might not necessarily like, but it's people like me that would really enjoy it. Like, for example,
Mhm.
not just because I'm in Alaska, but it would be great to have an Eskimo-like character. But I think that with the way that Fortnite does their skin styles, I would not like the look of it if they were to do it. Kind of like how I don't like their cowboy skins, but I really want a cowboy skin. I really don't like their pirate skin, but I really want to have a pirate skin. I want something that looks like
Jack Sparrow.
Captain Hook stepped out into it with the kind of like the
Yeah.
style of having the giant red cloak on it. Trench coat on him. I want to have the sword and whatnot, but I want it to be more period looking, not the over the top Fortnite style cartoon look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I don't like the Star Wars. The Star Wars, I thought I would be like. Now I like the vehicles, the gliders, but the characters just look like they don't.
Yeah, they didn't look right.
They don't look
Mike-
right.
They
My
didn't
community
do
keeps
enough
saying-
with Padme.
Yes.
I
My-
think
my
some of the
community
old
keeps-
old Doctor Who, I think they would be fun.
There's
Yeah,
talk
they
of them
remote
bringing
where
in
I
Doctor
actually took her
Who
out.
for the anniversary this November.
Oh wow.
Multiple
Since
people
it's the
have mentioned that
60th.
they want to see C-3PO as a backpack. You know, when he's torn
For
apart
Chewbacca.
in episode
Yeah.
5.
Chewie.
That's what some of
Yeah.
my community's mentioned multiple times
Yeah.
that they want to see.
Because they don't all have to be skins. They can be gliders or back blings. And
Back
stuff like
blings,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
I think I'd like, I mean, sort of on just about like I was talking about, but I'd want like, cause I mean, we have that Ice Queen, but I'd like a more like classic queen or princess, like someone with a tiara or crown, or even like I even said, like be a really cool idea for a season of a map where like what we almost sort of have, like you have the Citadel, you have the Asian area, like where different sections of the map are different historical time periods, and have like key, even if they're kind of more like, oh well, King Arthur general thing, or like somebody based off of Queen Elizabeth the First or whatever, and like have different key historical looks, like as part of the battle pass, and like tied to the different sections, and like and have all these different like cool historical looking characters.
right.
I think having one that samurai, but Roan that really looks like a samurai. would be
And yeah,
cool.
that's something they could do too. Yeah, like pull not just like Europe, pull like some ancient China, ancient Egypt, like a Cleopatra
Mhm.
and stuff like that. Could be a really cool thing. And I found it weird there is no desert on this island. Even though, because like I went back and I watched, I recently watched some streamers stream of the event, and it's like when they were building the island, there was a section with desert flying over that was supposedly part of them rebuilding it, but we had no desert when it started. We still don't have a desert, and there's no drive-in theater, which I know usually are death traps, but they're kind of like a standard Fortnite thing at this point. Why is there no drive-in theater? Risky
Yeah, I want to see like
Reels
a
or Rocky
volcano.
Reels
Like
or
a volcano would be
whatever.
kind of cool.
Everyone thought
Wow.
that was going to
Yeah.
blow. Which I think it might blow this season because looking at Relic, that shoulder thing has like a very magma-like thing, and he has the what do they call it, emoticon, like that thing that they do the hand and the little thing comes up and it's an exploding volcano, and his contrail, the thing like when he's falling, is
Mhm.
magma rocks. And even the rocker chick has a magma theme for one of her pickaxe looks.
Mhm.
Like even says
Mhm.
magma in the name. So I gotta wonder if we will get the volcano blowing.
No, that would be
Ooh.
interesting to see. That would
I want
be
to drop people in the lava.
Yes, that'd be cool. Definitely throw them in lava. B
Yeah.
likes the idea about the Hannibal and might not, and some ideas about
Try fishing the
to
cart
do
out
with
of
it.
that.
But B is B. I think B is right here too. Is that you're kind of over the Marvel and Star Wars stuff? That's why I like the Transformers. Optimus was kind of cool. It was different, a different franchise. The Turtles would be different. And Brian Hepburn here, Starship Troopers, with especially if you made bugs running around, that'd be cool to have to fight off those alien bugs. It
SpongeBob.
really, really would cool.
Yeah, Power Rangers is one I hear people talk
Exactly.
about a lot.
Yeah, and
Oh,
that'd be
right.
cool.
folks, make sure you hit that like button. Hey, some of y'all have forgotten to hit the like button, like I do half the time. But go back and do it if you have not already. Thank you. And then be like your idea, AFK. Time travel as you move across the map. Ugh. I'm not sure I like the idea of time travel, but hey, it's all cool.
Okay,
It
cool.
would be really
So-
cool if you had like a
Like a
gun
Western
that
area.
like would make you leap back like 10 seconds. So like if someone tries to fire at you, you could trigger it and then you jump back or something. That'd be kind of fun.
Yep.
Mm.
All right.
Or like time dilation where you throw it like a grenade and then just everybody slows down within it.
That would be
That would be
interesting.
fun.
All right.
Quite
Well,
annoying. Especially on the receiving end.
yeah, that's always the thing. Is it's like we always talk about here, daggum gun, and it's
cool.
like,
This would be
well,
cool.
you
It's
didn't
like,
have it. Your miss is always like, you're not saying it when you're doing that with that gun to the other person. I'm like, of course not. It's my gun. That's the way it's supposed to be to eliminate them. But Jeff, let's go ahead and hit the point you wanted to hit before we forget, or before, when we close up. Where the game's headed and a way that they can do it to continue it going forward. What was your idea? What had you thought about with that you wanted to talk about?
So this gets into some areas that, again, as many of my ideas I've learned over the last couple of months is that not all my ideas are, well, correction, most of my ideas for wanting to change Fortnite, people don't really like too much. So I will preface it with that.
Yeah, and I'm one that doesn't like changing. Like I tell the missus, if everybody would just do what Dadman wants and Dadman thinks, the world would be perfect. So, but seriously, what do you see in your opinion? Because I know we all have opinions. Everybody's got a different one, and some ideas don't go over well. But I'm just curious to see, kind of, it'd be a good way to get some feedback either from people in the chat or the people here on the panel. With some of those ideas.
So let me give a kind of a theory. So let's give a hypothetical. What chapter we're on? We're on 4. So then let's give a hypothetical. Chapter 5 gets unveiled. Mm-hmm. They've gone dark. They've been working behind the scenes because they realize that what, our trend is starting to go down. People are slowly leaving the game, but it's more like you're just not getting more people, and that's the big problem that they're suffering with right now. People are becoming acquainted with the game, and that's honestly, from a game developer standpoint, that's detrimental. You have to do things that are massive shakeups if you want to maintain your trend of staying on top of the competition. Mm-hmm. So for that, you have to do something so out of the box, so far-reaching into the future that no other game has even remotely dabbled into this. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that I would say is a must-do for Chapter 5, they unveil it, and you find out that they have 3 or 4 standardized themed islands. Mm-hmm. Each one is randomized, which one you're going to be put upon. And there are the occasional mega games that you can get in that will actually jump you between islands. You end up on one island and you are dealing with a series of desert environments that go into cities and plains, and you go to another one's jungles and an archipelago. You go to another one and it's a haunted place that has a bit of the old zombie aspects to it that the game was founded upon. You have
more haunted
some
stuff for Halloween,
building.
especially.
You allow building to be in all game modes, but you have building take longer. That's just a little side note. You want to have some sort of monster. Now, this is the one that's where we really start getting out of the box here. You want to have some sort of monster that no individual team can take down. Multiple people you have to work with like 2 or 3 other teams to take this thing down. Otherwise, it will slowly destroy every team on the island, kind of like the storm. But it becomes another objective that you have to work together with, and thus changing the dynamics. Another thing that you could do, add in unique character variations. Now, this is where I've been inspired by the Looney Tunes thing. So let's say, for example, you have a character that has wings on him. Well, then you have the ability to glide a little bit if your character gets knocked off of a ledge. Let's say your character has the ability to hop around.
Optimus Prime.
What if it was something like that? You have the ability to transform. You can actually travel across land a little bit faster.
You just drive.
There's so many things you could do. Now, granted, if you do that, you're going to have more problems with lag and loading times, but there are some balanced ways that you can do this that wouldn't cause too many problems. So it's doable.
The only thing with that is the pay to win aspect of the idea of like, oh, well, if your skin has wings, or because they've had that issue where they had it by accident before, where pickaxe was accidentally OP for some reason, and it's caused problems. Like they started to lose people.
There's a way you can do this. There is a way you can do this. And honestly, it was introduced by League of Legends about how you can pull this off. Now, I'm not saying you do as much character variation as you have in that game. No. But what you end up doing is you have those standard skins that you have in the game. You also have, in addition, variations in like 4 or 5 categories. That way, one person in your squad can end up being making sure you don't have repeats. So some sort of number. You have those variations already by default, and so then you can get skins based upon the character type that you like to play. That way, you avoid the pay to win. The last thing I would do is standardize the weapons, separate them out, put them on each of the themed islands. And that way you are limited to a certain type of shotgun for each island. Yes, you'll see some variations with that one, but you're not going to see things that are so drastic that it completely changes the dynamic. And if you want to test new features, you can add like one item, not a whole new list to each island. And that way it gives you a desire to want to go to each of these islands. If you were to do those alterations, I think you would have a game that is so wildly future-proofed that you will be good to go for at least 3 or 4 years before you even have to think about updating.
Oh, that's true. That's interesting. Interesting thoughts. I mean, it's like you're increasing the variability with the randomizing things. So it's not the same game all the time. Whereas now you just pretty much the map. You go in, you drop down. It's the same thing every time. You're bringing some variety to the game.
Have variety, but you're also slowing the amount of change that can happen. So that way makes it so that you don't lose players. But if you want to look forward to new things, then they have a brand new island. They have a special deal where they have a specialty island, and they decide it's going to be almost completely Star Wars themed or Transformer themed. And so people that want to do those trendy things can go to there and have a completely different experience that is only available for a short amount of time.
Well, they sort of have that. They'll do with a lot of them. They have done that where they have where it's a they work with people who do the building, and it's one of the islands. Like it's like right now with the that they just dropped the 2 female characters from The Witcher in the shop, and then it
Yeah.
says they've got an island experience. But that will say as long as you know the island code, you can go anytime, wherever. 'Cause they've done that with Dragon Ball. There's a Dragon Ball island you can go to and do different Dragon Ball things.
Mm.
And they'll
Yeah,
do quests around those islands during the time that thing's the thing.
but you know, most of those creative things are pretty
Hey,
lame.
1 second. Let me say thank you to Real Wade Nation. I had muted myself there a second. He's rated on the Twitch side with 5. So thank you,
Oh,
Wade,
thank
and the
you.
Raiders.
Thank you.
Thank
Always
you.
appreciate it. I was
Welcome.
like sitting here trying to talk over y'all, but the mic was muted. So, but hey, thank you, Wade, and feel free to everybody, whether you're on Twitch or you're on the YouTube side, throw in your thoughts about the game, what you like, what you don't like, where you see the future, what you want to see, kind of the topics that we've touched on tonight. And thank y'all for coming in. We got 18 watching. Make sure you follow us on the Twitch side if you haven't, and hit that like and subscribe on the YouTube side. Like God dang it, I did it again. B said earlier, let's get those other 9. I got B. I'm confused. Course and B from O and oh gosh, Stunning and Castle. So
Apparently, I'm Castle.
Yeah, all right. So, but thank y'all for being here. But go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. Sorry, I wanted to get that out.
But I think with those creative islands are some of the lamest games, and they're not really. A lot of them aren't competitive. Where it would be,
Yeah.
they do it, but they're not competitive. Where like if they could have a special where you go and you can put on your Star Wars skin and you can go there and you can battle, all with the
Instead of just being little theme quests to do, have it be like
or
a more
something like
battle
that.
royale.
Yes, but I think that sounds very interesting.
Well,
But
some of
do
them
you
though,
think?
it's also tied into the company because I've heard that part of the issue, like everyone's like, why don't we have the lightsabers as the pickaxe? From what I've heard, that's because of Disney, because they own Star Wars and they won't allow it.
Right, yeah, you always have that licensing stuff, but just in general, doing it. But is that something with the 4 islands? Because that's fascinating. But would how much? I'm not a programmer. I don't do game design. But would that be like? How much more involved would that be? Like with server? I guess I don't know all.
So there's it's actually not too terribly hard. Now the benefit that they have is most of the digital assets have already been created. All you have to worry about is having basically the landmass change between what each server is going to be doing. Yes, it would require you to have to load in into certain servers maybe more of the same type of map. That's going to happen. But most games have figured this out. Fortnite would be basically catching up because so many other games already have this figured out. So it's not impossible to pull it off. And here's the real benefit. You can observe where the problem points are and slowly update them. When you have massive changes to the game, yes, you get a lot of variation. Yes, you get a lot of people excited about it. But at the same time, you introduce so many problems that you spend all your time fixing bugs. We're having lag issues because they cannot get their act together and actually refine the game that they have given us.
Mm-hmm.
If they were to do that, they would actually be able to unlock some of the great aspects of Unreal. But you can't do that with a game that is changing this fast. Right. Unreal, you have to bake all your elements. If you can't bake your elements, and it goes more than just your 3D elements, you have to like deal with a lot of other things. A lot of
what do you mean by bake? What do you mean bake your elements?
So think, for example, you have a high quality character that is maybe 100,000 polygons. So 100K polygons. You cannot animate that in Fortnite. you have to downgrade that to about 1,000. So that means you have to remove it. You have to limit it to 1% of its original polygon mass, but you don't want to lose the detail. So what you do is you bake it onto there as a texture, and the texture basically fakes what your detail is. So you can have a character, and you'll most likely see this with like a character's hair, for example. Their hair is going to be very low polygons, and if you look at it very closely, you can see how bad it is. If you were to remove the texture, it would look atrocious. But the moment you add the texture, it looks like hair. Same thing with your character's shoulders. Your character looks like it has a round shoulder, but if you were to turn off the textures, it's actually a square.
Yeah.
So you have to bake this stuff. And if you spend all your time trying to fix these bugs that you've done, because you can't bake not just your 3D elements, but also your animations, you have to deal with the optimizing of the code. It's a nightmare. So if you standardize an island, that way you can do small changes and not break the whole thing.
Ah.
And that way you have more clean, optimized gameplay, and you're not plagued by things like lag. You're also not alienating your player base if they don't like an update. And you also slowly introduce stuff onto like new islands, so that way new players find something fascinating that they can probably look forward to.
Okay.
But you want to make sure you give like 2 or 3 biomes per island. You want to make sure that each of them have a standard set of weapons. And then you want your variation to come with the player's creativity. What are they going to do with these different elements around the map? Oh, you have a mine shaft. Well, it turns out you can actually turn that mine shaft into a weapon, or maybe you can just use it to get across the map, things like that. But it's standardized to maybe the desert biome on an island. And then you go over to the haunted area. Maybe you can be able to actually get a bunch of zombies that chase you. You can basically use them as a weapon because you're bringing them into the opponents. You can do all sorts of variation if you just standardize a couple of elements like that and then slowly add in. But you have to have that variety.
Right. Interesting. Very interesting.
I wanted to say real quick that we've got 19 watching us. And thank y'all all. Make sure y'all hit that like button and subscribe on the YouTube side. Follow us on the Twitch side. But listen, this has been a fascinating discussion tonight. And Jeff, your technical expertise is really, really good there. Because to me, a lot of this stuff is just, I don't know, a newbie like me just takes all this stuff for granted. I just go play the game and things. You're talking one thing. Castle's talked about lags and stuff like that, and frames and seconds, and I get lost sometimes in all this technical talk, because when I talked about having this panel discussion, I'd never even thought about talking about some of these elements, but it's interesting how all these things come together to affect the gameplay, how we play, and the enjoyment of the game. So I appreciate all that y'all have done and shared with it. So does anybody have any other thoughts that we've not touched on tonight?
I have a thought.
Yes.
I'm really in the mood to play now.
Absolutely. And I heard from our buddy Mark D with a C. He's planning on streaming late night Fortnite tonight.
Ooh, fun.
So I will definitely be over there on Mark D with a C's channel around 12:30. So
I'll be there.
I'll be there too. So I'll see if I can put that link in the
I'll
chat.
look for it.
You got it. Okay. So anybody with any other thoughts? I'll keep going and talking, and we'll talk as long as y'all want. If there, and hey, Wade came in. Hey, Wade, he's over on the YouTube side now. Thanks for the raid on the Twitch side, Wade. He says it sucks, but hey, still no wins. But hey, you just keep trying. That's all you can do. You just keep trying. Or get a great group of people, blow up some gas stations. Jeff, Dad Man's not usually a trendsetter, but apparently, and I've had some people watching me that have gone over to your side that have this fascinating with blowing up gas stations.
You got me started doing it now.
It's like AFK, you too. I mean, we heard AFK talking about doing the domino thing with the gas cans. But Jeff, what do you think about the gas? Our friend Hall out there just told me one night Hall's blowing up gas stations now. Hall, we saw earlier, like,
Good job.
How do
I'm
you
glad
think
there's
about
not friendly fire.
exactly?
Oh, yeah, I'd be dead.
You know,
The
you
amount of
guys
times
sticky
that
bombs
a
to game.
gas
That way you
station
can
been
find
blown
them
up
all
under
over your
me.
truck and launch at somebody.
Yeah.
What's that saying?
No, they should like add sticky bombs to the game. That way you can find them all over your truck, and then you can jump out of it and you can launch it into somebody.
Oh, that'd be good.
Didn't they have sticky?
I thought they had something like that one time. Yeah,
They did
I
have
don't know,
something
yeah.
like that.
no, they did a few
That'd be cool,
seasons ago. It would be. Okay, Jeff. Friendly fire. What else?
Yeah, if there's friendly fire, I would be dead many times over.
Right.
Because
Well,
the amount
the
of times I
fire
would-
from the gas stations can.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yeah, that. But
But
at
the
least you're
actual
gonna get away
explosion-
from that. But if it's the explosion itself, the amount of times I am actually like completely oblivious that someone's about to blow it up. Now I've gotten much smarter since then. But there
Yes.
was a time where I had no idea what was going on, and suddenly people from the dad band community come over and start blowing up gas stations. I thought, what are you doing? You're telling the enemy where we are.
Oh, that's awesome. But
now
I
it's
played.
become something where I like to just joke with them, like we're gonna avoid the gas stations because we
Yes.
gotta, protect the oil companies and all around here.
Hall was saying, I know about that, and actually, Hall and I played a match earlier, and I actually destroyed myself. My unicorn got knocked down, and Hall had to save me. Let me say hello to the great Miss Martin Muses. Hello, good evening. Thank you for coming by. Good to see you as always.
Okay.
I would say, hey, Mrs. Martin Muses, like I say, if anybody wants to learn Fortnite, Mrs. and I love to help them. So if you're a gamer, let us know. We'll get you in. I mean, that's what happened with Lisa. Like,
Heck yeah.
just, hey, and do it, and and just start. I mean, people pick it up, and it's a good social game, having fun. But thank you for coming by, everybody. If you're here, make sure you leave a like, sub if you haven't. We've gotten a couple more subs tonight, and and like Castle said, the probably the channel theory in Fortnite is gas stations must die. That is awesome.
Prices.
Yes, exactly. But the world of Fortnite is so awesome because it's forever $2.39 a gallon. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Oh, wait a second, Castle. I got reprimanded by my teammate in a ranked match for setting off an explosion. Quote: "We're not going to do that anymore."
Oh, wow.
Oopsies.
I wonder who that teammate was, because I could, if I know who it is, I could hear the voice. So.
No, it was a random person.
Oh,
They just got really mad. They did like this dad voice on me, like, "We're not going to do that anymore."
Oh, my.
It was crazy.
Man, I would have blown up another gas station just to pick them off.
I was like, "Okay, boss."
Exactly. Exactly.
And
And
I'm shooting
I
a
can-
gas can.
Exactly. That's what's the fun of it. You just do stuff like that, but you got to be careful,
But the
especially with that
rank
ranked
stuff-
side now.
I hate that. That's
know.
something I don't like. Is the
Yeah.
rank stuff.
Yeah. Let me say one thing real quick to the people on the Twitch side. I do not mean to ignore y'all. I love having y'all. We've got 7 of you guys over there on the Twitch side. Thank y'all for being over here on whichever sides that y'all are doing it, and I will do it as long as I can. The one thing that I have with my gaming streams is that with Fortnite, I had to do it from the PS4, so I had to pick one or the other. Generally, my biggest following is on the YouTube side, but I have done some games like Ticket to Ride and some others where in these talk shows that I do on both Twitch and YouTube, as long as I can do it, depending on what the streaming guides allow or don't allow. So, but I do not want to neglect you guys over on that Twitch side. Thank you for your follows. Thank you for being over there. And I appreciate y'all being here. And like everybody else, feel free to throw something in the discussion while we're going through here to wrap up. One of the other fun things I did want to talk about to throw out here too. I got to think two great people. I mean, you're all
welcome.
great. You're all great.
I
But
was just
listen,
thinking the same thing, Mrs. You don't have to thank me.
there are two great people that are around tonight that special. It's the great Jess and Brian Hepburn. Jess was giving us that link to get all the ringtones down, including the Rainbow Unicorn song, and Brian Hepburn, who sent me the lyrics to all 3 verses. Thank y'all.
I sent it too.
Brian, it's your fault.
I sent
Okay,
the link
and
as
Jess.
well.
Brian.
Brian, I
Right.
used to like you a lot.
I will now unfollow you both. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Brian, at that damn song.
Yes, exactly. Thanks to them, I not only had the music, I can sing it along, and I have them almost down pat. That's what's even more incredible.
How's that poll going?
Oh, let's look at the poll right now.
Because if they don't want the
Castle,
unicorn, that song's dead.
Before Castle says anything, the POLL. Okay, so the bloody song. There you go, Castle. That's y'all know y'all like that song. Y'all know y'all like that song.
Yeah, cringe.
Yeah.
And that's the first time I've ever used that word.
Holy
Cringe
shoot!
is popular, and I never used it.
Holy shoot! How do we only have
What?
17 likes? We only have 17 likes yet, but we got 21 votes. Folks, make sure you smash that like button. Okay, we are going to keep the poll open. We've gone 2 hours. We got 21 votes. The Brat hot dog is leading with 33%.
JT.
Banana Peely is 24. Fabio Sparklebutt 24%. I'll take that. And Meowsles bring up the rear at 19. Thank you. Come on, let's get the unicorn over the top. And hell to you, JT Kirk. Hell to you. 20. We've got 20 people watching now. We have got 20 people watching. Thank you all.
There's no way that unicorn's going to win.
JT Kirk.
Damn, man, there's a difference between also what is we would want you to be wearing if we're playing with you versus watching.
Oh, come
playing
on.
with you, something like Meowscles. If I'm just watching, the unicorn or the banana is hilarious. But if I'm playing with you, you get in a car, you're sticking out the freaking car roof.
Well, mine is I bought our cone head today with the Peely guy. His little tip was sticking out there. And I got to say, yes, JT Kirk. Damn it, Mark. Yes.
If I'm playing with you and I have to get in a car with you, I want you as a steam.
Well, that pink unicorn does hide well in the wilds. He camouflages pretty well. Those wilds are so thick in there. So, yeah, he does.
It's just like there was what is it, DJ Bob?
DJ Bob, yes, exactly. That's our gaudy combination. I'm the unicorn. She's the computerized llama
with the disco ball back bling.
Yes, and listen, Jess just did this real quick, and I don't have the way. Go check this out on YouTube. Go check this link if you've never seen it. Mark D with a C. It was late one night. We were playing Fortnite with some other people, and it's on his Dadman fervently emotes because I remember that scene. It was like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Everybody was asleep around here. It was really, really quiet, and I jumped. Yeah, damn it, Mark. And I screamed at him, and now Mark plays it. Clobbering Times plays it. It's just a great scene. That was a key memory that I had. That was amazing. That sticks with me forever. And so,
that's where the damn it mark comes from.
Yes, exactly. And apparently, there's a trend starting on other shows where they go around saying "damn it, Mark" all the time.
Yeah,
because of that video. Right, Lisa?
Yeah, that is a yes.
Mark.
That is. And SB from our 20 viewers, absolutely. All of y'all to Twitch side, thank y'all, as well as the YouTube side. Thank
y'all. Yell that anytime I make a mistake in my drawing videos. Damn it, Mark, it's your fault.
Yeah, exactly. We'll blame Mark for everything. It won't be Castle. It'll be Mark from now on. Yeah. But in another, where did they go? If you've not seen this, go check this out because this is another great memory. Because I'm like looking for the other team coming out of the storm, and I go around a tree, and they smash me with a hammer right at the storm line.
Oh, hilarious!
Misses. There they are. I was like, where are they? There they are. It was like perfect. Golly. That was so perfect. It's like perfect timing on that. But yeah, it was crazy. So. Wow. Well, that was a little thing I wanted to say about thank y'all for the words to the song and the music itself.
Brian, you're not my friend anymore.
Yeah.
And you know what's so crazy with Fortnite is you got all the merchandise stuff. Jess turned us on to Five Below, and they had Christmas ornaments back in the Christmas season, and they got all kinds of merchandise now. We got toy sets, pillows, just all kinds of things, Christmas ornaments. It just, you name it, they got it. So, what are some of
Walmart
your
had sheets,
sheets?
at least in my store, but they took them off the mod at my store, so I got them discounted.
Nice.
Wow.
I got
Well,
clearance.
is there any of the not? Is there any? Have y'all seen any of the Fortnite store merchandise in the stores that y'all like?
Nope.
Are you?
Sometimes. I don't really like most stores though.
Yeah.
Good job.
I got the throw blanket with the shopping cart, which makes me sad because I want the shopping carts back.
Oh man.
Oh, they were fun.
Yes.
I like the Fortnite banana Nerf gun.
Yes.
Oh,
I have
that's
that.
fun.
Oh, yeah, they have all those different Nerf guns. They actually at my Walmart have one of them up in the GM area, by like the doors in GM where they do the little seasonal turnaround thing.
Yeah.
Which right now is like summer themed. They have one of the section with the Fortnite Nerf guns.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is crazy. It's like they keep coming out with more and more stuff. More and more merchandise. Whatever you didn't think that's possible, they keep coming out.
Well, a bunch of
Well, Halloween, what they come up with for the costumes.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that like our that Halloween store, they had a bunch of different types of costumes and stuff like that out there.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
And like pickaxes and back stuff.
I actually have two questions. One is the new grenade. What is it? The seismic grenade?
The shock grenade.
Shockwave.
What does that do?
Annoy teammates.
Shockwaves.
Does it hurt people or?
It's sort of like the hammer, as far as it
knocks
sends a
people
little
away.
shockwave. You can send people flying with it, or if you throw it like right behind you as you're moving, it can give you a boost forward.
Yeah.
So if you practice with it, you can use it to help you get out of the storm or run away from people.
Okay.
But it does take a little bit of practice.
I'll probably
do what I do and just annoy my teammates with it.
And with lag,
that
it's
too.
unreliable.
And my second question is, what is everybody's favorite emote? Or
party hips.
There once was a unicorn with magical feet.
Not you, Dad Man.
No.
We know your answer, Dad Man. You didn't need to answer.
Oh my gosh! Hey, Maddie's daddy's back. Hey, Maddie's daddy said hello.
Hey, Maddie's daddy.
Oh, hey, Brian. You I don't know if you heard it earlier, but you are now on Lisa's poo-poo list because
Brian, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was you that gave Dad Man that whole.
Jess and Brian both gave me the lyrics.
I sent it to him too. We both sent like at the same time.
Yeah.
Jess is what got us on the telephone, the ringtone. So
the missus and I are gonna unfriend you both.
Oh gosh, I still like you, Brian. Everybody gets some unicorn flag.
That's a ringtone.
It's a party in my hoof.
What is that?
Yeah, that's the Zed. Yeah, that's in the Zed, Jeff.
I forgot that I can use
I have the bus.
Oh gosh,
the bus is mine right now.
Mrs., what's your address? I'm going to send you some earplugs.
I've learned I'm very good at ignoring.
Yeah.
Brian likes a squat kick dance. All I think is the Russian stuff, the squat kick dance, or whatever the tune goes. But yeah, that's kind of cool. Do y'all? I mean, the rest of y'all, what other emotes do y'all like? And I will say seriously. Obviously that's the main one, but I think of all the emotes that I like the hug. I like to give everybody hugs.
Oh,
I think emotes is probably my favorite part of the whole game, really. When you're in lobby and we're all just goofing around, and I love seeing everybody.
Well, sometimes
when
you get stuck by somebody with an annoying one, like I loaded in next to a basic skin doing that lunar dance from the battle pass a few seasons ago with that fingers and it's just like annoying sound in your basic skin and all that. It's like bye. And you're trying to run away from all
I
the
run away
emotes.
as soon as they drop me.
But when you keep running into I hear Little Whip.
Yeah, Little Whip. But Jeff Castle, do y'all have any favorite emotes that y'all really like? AFK.
The
Naked with
number one
fire.
for me
Oh, sorry,
is number one for me is the marshmallow, the marshmallow and the campfire.
Yes, you
From
use
the
that.
event. Yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't you like the one with your wolf,
Yes, I also
where
like
you give
the
the
default one of
squirrel
the wolf and the
acorns?
squirrel. That one's great.
That's so cute. I like the one that says anywhere but here, and it has
The sad music.
Oh
the
God.
Incredible Heart
Yes.
Sculpt thing.
Yes. Well, let me tell everybody that has not
and,
seen it. Go ahead. You
and I
finish. Go
like
ahead.
the eating ramen one.
Yeah. Folks, listen, if you've not seen our YouTube stream or Fortnite streams, please come watch sometime, especially when it's just me and the missus. Or even in a group. I'm sitting there usually kicking out to say goodbye to everybody and all this. And then all of a sudden you hear this somber goodbye. And she's holding the sign anywhere but here. It's like a hostage video. It's like, how do you do that? I was like, looking at her the first time I saw it, was like.
And a lot of times I go, help me.
Help me, get me out of here.
I'm blinking my eyes really fast.
Oh, it's crazy. But anybody else with emotes AFK? I don't know if I heard. Are there any emotes that you really like? Or Jess or anybody? Stunning. Have you said
Pizza
any
time.
that you like?
Pizza
What's that?
one. I like the
Pizza
pizza
what?
one.
I like your coffee one.
I think AFK was muted.
Okay.
And
okay.
I have far too many. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, I'm just boomerang it up here. No, I like the llama bell and also anything that shakes the hips.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes, the hips.
Exactly. Exactly. I actually broke down and got party hips a while back. So the only thing is, party hips, please, dear Lord, do not do it with the Green Goblin. Please.
No, I will.
That's horrible. That pointed ears, pointed nose, it just looks very. Forget 18 plus and stuff. That's like just beyond
Darth Vader
level.
looks stupid doing it too.
No,
it doesn't. It looks fabulous.
You know the thing.
No, he looks like a big dildo.
You know the thing with the stupid Green Goblins though is that. There you go, Llama Bell. Need more Llama Bell.
That's a fun one.
The thing with the Green Goblin that gets me is because that thing looks so much like that daggum semi in Maximum Overdrive.
Oh yeah.
You know, and it's just like it looks more like that than Green Goblin to me. So and it just. But all right.
Sorry, my phone. Hey, at least it's
not a good call or a bad call.
Yeah. Well, earlier during the stream, I had a work text, and I had to
just a thing. That's my general alert. My phone call is Yoda. Do or do not. There is no try. Do or do not. There's no try.
I think if somebody was calling I didn't really want to talk to, I'd give it the Fortnite buzz.
I love when Lisa gives me a hard time. like, Dad, man, you're multitasking when I'm in the stream, and I'm like, well, today I had something I had to deal with from work, and it was like, yeah, there's two things that you do. Well, let me say
work
first,
is fine though.
JT Kirk, Darth Vader looks about as dumb as breakdancing at Disney World. No, what looks worse is Indiana Jones
doing jazz hands.
Doing jazz hands. His face looks demented, or when he gets in the tub, the bathtub. But
Stormtrooper eating popcorn when it goes through the eye hole.
Oh, yes.
Or the unicorn eating the pizza and it goes in the neck.
Well, and then he goes, I thought you were going to say the unicorn singing that stupid song.
That's you.
I'm sorry, I'm beating a dead horse. Dead unicorn.
Oh, that new one in the season battle pass, that This Is Fine one. That one's kind of cool. The meme one where you're the scene drinking coffee while there's fire and
I gotta get that one. That's the one. That's one I gotta get too.
You can win that one.
I'm almost to that one.
Yeah, you gotta get to that one. But listen, I always love getting a hard time by you ladies, especially.
Yeah,
it's so much fun. You know. Well, I got another thought. Finish. The other thing is when Grandma Man walking calls, it's like, dear God, I better take that call like now. So it's like when Grandma calls, I gotta answer. So those are two times when I get distracted. So, but absolutely. But listen, I tell you what, some of my memories is I like the ladies. I like playing with you ladies. Some of my favorite is getting a squad with the missus and a couple of you other ladies of any combination we had. Just however it works out, and it's just like Dad Man and his squad of ladies. Because I tell you, ideally, what I would like to see, especially if Mrs. Does her own thing. I think a good squad of you ladies could kick a lot of guys' asses, and I'm all for that.
So you're sponsoring a lady stream?
Sure, I do that.
Mrs. Yeah, you up for it, Mrs.? I'm up for it.
I know I got to start streaming first.
Well, I could be like,
Can I be part of the squad?
You'd be the host.
You do it on my channel, and I could just sit in the background.
I'll be part of the squad.
Yeah.
Well, we did have something one time where we did that.
Yeah.
And then I could get my whip out.
Castle. We used to have something called Dad Man's Divas, and we even had a guy that was an honorary part of the Divas squad. So,
how is that possible?
We just we bent the rules. I'm Dad Man. They're my rules, and
I mean, there should only be the Dad Man. No other than the Dad Man and his divas.
Yeah, right, exactly. But see, one wanted to be in, so I was like fine with it. I was like all good with it. So
it's not like to be a mega in.
But being a diva is a state of mind.
It's a state of mind.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's about state of mind.
I know what you're saying, Mrs.
Exactly. And
diva and drama queen is the same thing.
Yeah. Well, J.D. Kirk said all the talk about unicorns is make. Oh shoot! I thought it said hungry. Oh,
horny.
God, I misread that. Okay, sorry. Well, if I get flagged again, I'm sorry, but I thought it said hungry.
It wouldn't make you horny if you looked at that pink unicorn. Quite honestly.
Well, you got the stream up there. So,
wouldn't it be fun having Austin Powers as a skin?
Oh yeah.
We need Rick Astley.
Oh, Rick Astley, because that's
so that you can do the song. Never gonna give you up with him. Yeah, I like that one. That's one of my.
Yes.
Though, can we talk about terrible emotes like that stupid donkey laugh?
Listen. If anybody needs to leave on the panel, please, I know we've been going 3.5 hours. So if you need to, you do what you need to do. Just give me a little warning. I will go as long as y'all want to go. Okay. Especially if we keep coming up with new things to talk about. Jess, yes, we can talk about terrible emotes. Some of those are probably better than the good emotes. So what do you find as a terrible emote?
I can't. I don't use them, so I don't know.
Well, Jess,
well, usually, like I said, like when you get the sweats that like take you out, and then they start doing that donkey laugh.
Yeah, that's kind of like salt on the wound. Like not only did you lose,
no, I don't think so. But I just think it's just showing them that they're
because it's so like I said, it's annoying sound, and it's like. Especially like it's like when they take you out and they do it like this, like those real annoying ones like that, or like I said, like that lunar party. Just the sound of that music and the dance is so weird.
What about the loser
carrot
one?
dance? I'm mixed feelings about.
Well, what about the loser one where they do the L on the forehead and
oh yeah, I haven't really come across someone doing that.
But that doesn't mean loser. It means love ya.
Oh yeah, L is for love.
Sure it does.
About that L on the forehead one.
Yes.
I actually the other day I was Walmart walking through and these group of kids come in and they see me and they go like I don't know, I guess they're just being this one. They're like, oh, can you do a cartwheel? I'm like, no. I'm like, oh, and then the one started doing like the L and he started like kind of and I'm like, this ain't Fortnite. I'm like, oh, he was doing that. I'm like, he was doing that freaking. I'm like, seriously? I guess he was like walking away. Maybe I look over and I could see it and it's like. You idiots.
Oh my.
You're smacking.
Kids nowadays.
No, I was on the clock. I didn't want to get in trouble.
Exactly.
No, it's more that just calling out you're being an idiot trying to beat Fortnite in real life. And that's not in a fun way, in a stupid way. Right. Of asking random people, can you do something? And when they say they can't.
Somebody did the donkey.
You look like the loser when you do it in real life.
There's no way I could work in a place like that because I would
You would go
be
off on them.
tired.
Yeah.
I can't be a
Beat the
waitress. I
shit
mean,
out of them.
people that are in the service industry, I like give major thumbs up for. And I'm serious about this because if I was a waitress, there'd be more of the people that I serve wearing their food than eating it because most of them are assholes. And if somebody was just a jerk at a store, yeah, I would body slam them. So
Body slamming.
Ouch.
Yep.
yeah.
The ones that I don't like are generally music related because there's
Yeah.
songs I hate, like that. Bah, ha, ha,
Maya
ha
he.
song.
Nah,
Oh God! Please put that out of
Really close
misery.
song.
That's like you talk about put it out of its misery. I've never liked that song in general. I mean, Rickroll was one thing, because that's been, but that it's like just I just never like that song. That sound, it just grates on my nerves.
I haven't heard that one before. Maybe it's because I have the no copyrighted music activated.
Right. But do you know the song, Jeff?
No.
Okay, if you heard it,
that's why I feel like I've been spared a great many of these. Now there's some that should be on that list that
go
are
ahead.
not. But
go ahead, share with them.
Some of the ones that I find the most egregious are the ones that I know. Now, let me preface this.
Okay.
There are people in the world of animation, game design, filmmakers who like to put in Easter eggs.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you don't realize that they put in an Easter egg until somebody else realizes what it is and they make a video kind of unveiling that. And then it ruins the whole experience. One of those is Little Whip. I know Little Whip has a following. I saw the person who broke down the Easter egg. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is a terrible song. This shouldn't be allowed in Fortnite.
No, it should
Oh
not
no,
be
it is a stupid song.
Yeah, like I said, once you dig into what the animators and the music artists were thinking, is like, nope, this thing should not be in Fortnite. This is too far out there.
When I listened to the song, I mean, maybe my mind just naturally goes that way. But I'm just like, man, I can't believe this song is even here.
It wouldn't be as big of a problem if it wasn't for the dance. And that was the one where someone broke it down. I was like, yep, they knew exactly what they were trying to do.
How does that go with the song? Have I heard it? Little Whip?
I'll play it the next time we sing.
It's the one.
Hold on. I'm in Zedge.
It's the one
I can
Jess
bring
and
it up.
Mrs. like to torture me with.
I got it on my phone too. Let me see if I can.
So, but
I think I've got saved in my Fortnite folder.
No,
but I'm surprised they were able to get away with things like that, especially when it comes out that they were intentionally trying to put in subliminal messaging.
Here it is.
Yeah. Oh, Mrs. got it. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. We got it. We're just trying to make sure we don't.
When you have things like that,
don't worry. That one is protected. I've got that copyright thing turned off on, and that one plays.
Okay.
But anyway, to have something like that, it's like they're just asking for trouble.
Yeah,
and one day, once a parent finds that out and decides to throw a fit, then they're going to find themselves in hot water.
Yeah.
But you know what? There's so many songs that parents do that their kids dance to, whatever. And if you go, but do you really know what you're having your kids dance to?
All it takes is one person who wants to throw a fit, and then the whole industry will get shaken.
True, but I think there's a worse song, but I can't think of the song that
they've got. It's one of the protected songs though, so you've probably heard it. But there's an emote. I think it's the stuck emote, and people think it's actually got a cuss word in it, but I guess if you look up the lyrics, not really, but it definitely sounds like a naughty word.
Yeah.
Like I think it says like the slang for a cat or for a female body part, depending on how you want to use it.
Yeah. Well, that's where you start getting into different lines and different things like that. So
and the way that dance is kind of inappropriate.
Yeah. But hey,
it's the one where that lady kind of like the wide leg squatted down and she's like shaking and like moving the hands along her body.
I don't know.
Yep. Oh, and
Hey,
hey,
Squeaky.
Squeaka, good to see you.
Hey, Squeaker.
But the whip emote is the stop that. You don't have to greet her with the squeaking. She just got here.
Oh, gee.
But hey, yeah, but the whip emote is the best. No, what do you think, Lisa, about the whip emote now?
It could be better.
What? You whipped me today with it? What
Yeah, I pulled out
But
the
it's
whip and it's a
like
bit wimpy.
digital one, like a looking one.
All right.
That's my thing about it. Kind of like the rocket emote, where it's not, where it's like, oh, you're riding a rocket, but it's like a digital outline of a rocket, like you're in a hologram, like you're Tony Stark playing with his holographic thingy, and not like an actual rocket or an actual whip.
Yeah, it needs more authenticity.
Oh, she said she feels her kindred calling. Well, great to see you tonight, Squeaka. Glad hopefully you're being cool out where you are. So hey,
yes.
I think Castle's calling you out though.
What?
The giggity on the squeaking.
Oh, giggity.
Oh shit! I
I got the power of the mute button. Hello.
Oh.
The power of the mute button.
Very suspicious.
Exactly. So.
Oh, Johnny, that's so
everything's squeaky
cool.
these days. So hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know we're out where you are. Yeah, but glad you could make it in for a few minutes. But hey.
Always good to see you, Squeaker.
Absolutely. Always good.
I'll talk to you later, woman.
Oh, there it is. Okay, can I experiment with something? Let me see if I can focus this.
Oh, boy.
Let me see.
Hey, Squeaker, make sure to hit the hot dog, not the unicorn.
Damn it, no. I love the unicorn. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can do this. Let me do this so people can see this. This is what Stunning, this is an example of the work that Stunning did. He did this for Squeaka last week, and so this is the type. I wanted y'all to see the quality of work that Stunning does do. It's very detailed, very nice work there. So okay, how do I get out solo layout now?
You want me to do it?
All right, but hey, there we go. No, I did it. Okay, there we go. Hey, I didn't blonde the
JT. I see you.
Why did you hit the cat? The cat was not an option.
Yes, you did
the cat. Okay, the cat. That cat. I even forgot I had a cat in there. So
move down to the next one.
I know. I forgot. I'm so pumped with the muscles. Me, that man flexing them.
Oh my
I kissed the
God.
biceps.
Oh, how did this happen?
I know.
Oh, this is so wrong. I need to
What?
I my muscles all the time. I just flexed it. Okay, the cat. Sorry, I forgot the cat was in there. So, can I experiment with something, Dad? Man, yes, exactly. Oh, you guys are crazy.
I think he's thinking of
I know. You guys are crazy in a riot out here, and we got 19 people again. Hey, there's Jeremy out there. There's Jeremy coming in with the unicorn hot and heavy. Thank you, guy. Thank you.
JT, we've been listening to that.
Who did we lose? We lost Jess, I think.
3 hours.
I think we lost Jess. I wonder if her phone data should be back.
That's Megadong.
Yes, if you want to hear annoying, I keep waiting for Lisa to throw down on Megadong in the great battle debate about the squeaking chair. Okay, yeah, I see that earlier. I did that earlier. I see muscles. So
what is he doing with that phone?
He had brought the dog. Okay. All right. Well,
brought hot dog. Yes. Hit that one.
Just hit the wrong button. Just come back in if you want. Let me see where the poll sits. 25 votes. I think this is the most popular poll ever. We've got the Brat with 30. Yes! Sparklemane has come in and tied it at 32. Brat and Sparklemane.
Oh,
yes. Healy is at 20. Meowscles at 16. Come on, guys. We can't get it tied. You know what?
Don't do it. Just sing the song again.
There are two things that happen with my polls, and we're back to 20, folks. What a riot. Love you guys. There is two things that happen with my polls. One, either I forget my poll and leave it up all night.
Yeah.
Or two, they're ties. Or they're tied. They're always tied or left up. So it's like, how do you deal with that? So Jess is back. Hey, Jess. Oh gosh, what a riot! So,
Stop leaving your pole up all night. We're gonna have to call a
and I like
doctor.
I'm not gonna put it up, but Kirk says 3 hours okay for the
Well, I always
squeaky,
forget
but
to end my
more than
polls on
that,
my
you
channel,
consult
so.
your doctor.
Yeah,
so.
4 hours with the pole up. That's a bad idea.
I should have gone with the other pole. Yeah, probably
Yeah,
so.
have
So
to come down sometime.
exactly. So anyway, oh my gosh, folks, this is a
You
riot
got me
tonight.
on that.
You know, I know. Well, I tried to do it. I had my dad moments, but listen, it's a blast for you guys tonight. We talked about bad emotes. Did we finish about the bad emotes? I know that, and Jeff, and that's serious, and that's a true point in that series too, because it does but I will say, and I'm going to go on a detour a little bit with this, a little bit. That seems to happen in all the entertainment industries. Okay, and Jeff, I think is one. It's been made with Family Guy, The Simpsons, that people always assume animation equals kid friendly or kid.
Yeah.
One of the worst movies that I wanted to walk out immediately with my two kids who were way too young was Happy Feet. Because I don't know, Jeff, if you've seen the movie. The very
I
first,
have indeed.
there is no way
remember
in
anything
no
about
realm that any Prince song should be in a kids movie. And the
Oh yeah.
the so I can't even remember. The song was it was I can't, it was one I think it was from Kiss. I think it was the song Kiss by him. And if you know that song, it is very sexualized. And I'm like sitting there with two kids that are at least they were young enough that it didn't matter to them, but it like bolted me like, so, I didn't bother seeing Happy Feet 2 and the other things. And I do think, like you said, there could be, if some of these things, if too much of the adult stuff comes in, it can cause some things with parents and stuff like that.
It's
over
going
there.
to cause a reckoning because right now, most parents are ignorant of what's in Fortnite. They just see cartoons and they don't realize that there's a lot of inappropriate humor in there. But thing is that this stuff will have reckoning. If you look at Disney films, they have gotten in serious trouble. And sometimes they've gone back and completely reanimated whole sections of their films because they crossed a line and their animators are being cute and all, you could say. And then they get in serious trouble and then they quietly change it and don't tell anybody. There's videos all over the place analyzing this. And it's not just Disney, but Disney's the one that they have a name recognition. They have to change, otherwise they get in trouble. Believe me, there are some, without diving deep into it, because I've dove into this, as my community can testify, I go on for hours about this stuff. But there's a reckoning coming for a lot of these companies. And Fortnite's in this position where they will be in the firing range sooner than a lot of other companies, just because they do tailor themselves to kids.
And it's like they go to both markets because, I mean, if you play randoms, you can get the young kids in there. And I've been on streams where kids have gotten into it like that before in the streams. And, and that's why I try to make it clear, we don't always go adult and things like that, but we always put that warning out there just to be proactive and to, make sure people know, you're not here. Because we had one day that's like, like telling us you don't say a cuss word or something. It's like, well, we tell you we're 18 plus and, you've been warned.
My router is already censored you. So,
yes, that's funny. But listen, like Lisa said, Family Guy.
Oh,
yes.
we had a lady. She goes, I'm letting my son watch this show, Family Guy. And because it was a cartoon, she thought it was okay. We're like, you're letting your 6-year-old watch Family Guy? What are you thinking? Get him away from that TV now.
Well, she was like, well, he's got this thing about the kid killing the mom. What's that about? And it's like, and then she watched it, and a week later, she told us,
Like, do you not pay attention? Because isn't that all the thing that they say is part of the adult? Isn't that part of the adult swim or whatever it's called? Or is that one other one? It's like it's part of the part they say this is the adult portion. It's supposed to airs late at night when it airs new, and they say this is okay. Now we're going to the adult time.
Mm-hmm.
This is like
it was. It wasn't a specific thing, but it's kind of the thing though. You also have the extremes with different parents. It's some
I
let the
forgot
kids
switch.
go off unattended, and they let them the kids go into the things like that. So okay, well listen, Squeaka, yes,
yes.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, exactly. So and anybody that's still in the chat, even though if you come in late, like Squeaka, we talked about things that we like, don't like. Good memories, magical moments. If there's anything that you, JT Kirk, any of y'all, even if all you did is watch, the streams, feel free to share it with us. If you, since we're still going and stuff. So, if there are other goods, because I remember this, some of the favorites are playing with the misses and matching outfits. Yeah. Or if y'all have the same emotes. Yes, sir.
I got a question for everyone here.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
What is a biome that you'd like to see? What's brand new biome that you've not seen on Fortnite?
What does that mean?
A volcano.
Like the jungle area or the Japanese area. It's a whole different section of the map. What sort of type of map addition would you want to see?
Well, I thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was something that went out as a tweet a while back, and it might have been bad information, but I thought Mega was going to be gone, and there would be a volcano with lava. So something with actual flowing lava, kind of like a Minecraft thing, would be kind of cool. Like Mega said, where you could take your opponents and throw them in the lava. That'd be kind of cool.
I want an
try
underwater.
Getting your character card out of that.
Yeah.
I want an underwater biome.
That's the only time I'll go.
We thought we'd be getting that.
Yeah.
I thought that seeing how beautiful the fish were and some of the underwater when you dive, I really thought they were too. I really wanted underwater.
Well, those were because they were even because remember on the last island, in the lake, there was that one chest that you could never dive down enough and get at. Like it was deep, and that's when they started putting in all that detail underwater that made no sense. And it's like, unless the idea was that we could really swim underwater for like an extended period of time or something.
Yeah.
And then it never ended up happening.
No.
And so that's another annoying thing. Like, because if you go to Shattered Slab, and then that water there, and then like you're swimming, you dive down, they've got all this stuff underneath and all this really detailed stuff, and it's like, okay, but we can't really spend time here. You don't really see it except for a few split seconds while you're swimming.
Yeah.
Why are you wasting space and data on this that's now affecting gameplay? Like, why are you putting this unnecessary extra detail? So it's like running through the new wilds. It's pretty looking at those flowers, but it's like you could have done a few less of these flowers and maybe the game wouldn't be so laggy.
Right. Exactly. Prioritize what you're programming on. Help me with this though. Half-Life 1 Underground Complex recreation. What I know we've seen sometimes built into the mountains, like some underground labs, and we had the Big Bear Mountain thing and stuff. That type of stuff. What about that? What would this look? What would this look like? The Half-Life 1 Underground. Are y'all familiar with that?
I have no idea what that is.
Okay. All right. And then Squeaka with oversized biome where the peeps are tiny like mice. Okay.
There's actually some islands in that with the new UEFN that are like that.
Oh really? Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, there's the hide and seek one. And then I think there's another one where like you run around and you're supposed to find stuff. But yeah.
Oh wow, that's cool. And then of course castle with lots of cheese, absolutely. And I mean, nobody's going to turn down free cheese, but hey. And then JT Kirk saying basically in the Area 51 area that's partially underground, partially in the desert, electric trams taking you place to place. Oh, that could be interesting. We kind of had stuff built inside of mountains before, like the bear. Remember I forgot the name of
the Covert Cavern or whatever.
Covert Caverns, the party place, with that booming.
Yeah.
Things like that. We've had
the cavern kept changing.
There was the one over by that one gas station a few maps ago that was like built into it. that was. We've had some that
Yeah.
have been similar. to that.
Last Island by crap, the barefoot girl that was in that one battle pass, the one that had like the Fendi with the combos, and so
Mhm.
you always had the clomberries by her, and usually there'd be a combo not too far off. Not
Yep.
far from her was one of those like desert toe thingies, and there's like this like mine system built into it. It was like the most random thing because there was like just not much of it, like nothing else really around, and it's like,
Mhm.
why is this here?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, let me ask y'all too. What is something that they've taken out that y'all really miss? I mean,
Swords.
Shocks.
well, I mean, like, and I'm thinking like I'll use the example of Klombo.
Superman skin.
Yeah, Klombo.
There are a lot of people that only hear us talking about Klombo that would love Klombo, but they have not
Groot.
seen them.
That big
But-
Taco
robot.
Bell place.
Oh, the taco, yeah,
Greasy.
taco places,
Having
Yeah.
Greasy Grove.
Greasy, yeah,
Gracie Grove. That was
Yeah.
my jam.
yeah.
I like the UFOs and I like the robots.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the mechas?
Whatever
So,
the
like,
big
we
robots-
rode in?
Yeah,
Yeah, the
whatever
mecha
they
suit.
were.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where one person got in the driver's seat, and you had, if you wanted to shoot, you had to have
I missed
another
this
person
part.
there to shoot.
It was like
Oh,
a
it was
Pacific
really
Rim
funny.
type
It
thing.
was they brought 'em back in chapter 2, and it was really fun because you had those and shopping carts at the same time. So this one spot where they spawn, and so I think I was playing with Oars where we kept playing, and then they were like, oh, wait, shopping carts. And we were like running all around the little like plaza area where like they had like a little like patio thing, you know, like
Yeah.
with like cement with the overhang that like Portugal, and then like
Mhm.
soccer field and stuff. It was like we were a little suburb thing, and we're like running around the shopping cart until we had to
Yeah.
leave, and then it's getting in the
Oh, I remember
mecha
shopping
and
carts
walking
at one
across
point,
the
yeah.
lap.
Exactly.
Just gave me an idea of the biome that I probably would like to have, and that's the old school shopping malls where there's multi levels and there's
A
Ooh.
mega mall.
Mega mall.
Oh, there's a prop hunt creative mode, like that's like a 2-story mall where you like run around and you gotta find a prop and something
Oh, we should
and
that
try and
one
like hide in there.
But you could like get all your material. You probably never
Yeah.
leave the mega mall, and
But
yeah, I
it's,
think
Well,
that'd
let
be
me-
kind of cool.
but it's got to have killer robots in it.
Yes. Like
Yeah.
Chopping
Yeah.
Mall, a great movie from the
The
1980s.
shopping mall, yeah.
Do you remember Chopping Mall? Well, that's another topic for another day. What a bad 80s movie. But Castle, Jeff, AFK, I mean, y'all been.
Did you
What
see
do y'all
Queen
miss
did-
from other seasons? What have y'all missed? What, or I guess I should say, when they took it, what did you
Helicopters.
really miss? Choppers. I remember.
forgot
Oh,
about
really?
choppers.
Yes,
I forgot about
choppers were
them.
cool.
Those were fun.
They were
Yeah.
there for such a short time.
I got chased
Yeah.
down by a chopper once
Yeah.
myself. It was freaking like, what the hell? My whole team
Exactly.
was like ignoring me the whole time.
Yeah.
It was like, what the fuck are you guys doing with the helicopter here?
Castle or AFK, do y'all have y'all played long enough? Is there something that they took out that y'all really missed? I know that Squeak had mentioned the blooping around the island and the little slime bubble. And
The chrome.
Castle, you said the blobs were fun.
Yeah, the chrome.
The
I
chrome-
liked
Yeah,
the
probably.
Nimbus cloud.
Oh, the Nimbus Cloud. Okay.
Oh,
All right.
that-
What do you?
Lightsabers.
What about it do you miss the most?
Oh, just being able to pop off and float away. You know?
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. And Castle, what about the blobs? What did you think the blobs were so much fun?
Oh, the slimy, like Squeaka was saying, with little shiny slimes when you
Mhm.
turned into chrome. That was pretty cool. You could just get around the map real quick.
Whoop, whoop, whoop,
chrome.
whoop. I always had to make that noise when I was the chrome. Whoop,
Yeah.
whoop, whoop,
I don't know, just
Yeah.
good fun.
yeah.
Yes, and yes, Chopping Mall. Yes, I gotta check out their review then on it because I loved Chopping Mall, but that was just a silly movie. And Wade, thank you, Wade, for being here still. And he said lightsabers. He misses the lightsabers.
Yeah.
Yes, and yes, Squeaker, the choppers were fun. Yes,
I forget about
I got
some
the whole
of the
team
stuff
trying to
right
find one
there.
too.
but I
It's too
missed the
much up for
tanks
me.
though. I missed the tanks
The
Yeah.
though
tanks were-
because the tanks were
Tanks
really
were
really
fun.
cool. They were fun.
Battle
We
buses were
actually.
kinda cool.
What was that? What was that?
Battle buses.
Battle buses. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
the battle buses were cool. Get people on the both cannons. Although
Yeah.
I found that front cannon annoying because it really was like a cannon. On the back, you actually had a machine gun.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely. You know, what I, you know, I don't know that there's really one thing that I miss as much, but it's like a combination of different things. I miss certain things, uh, like at an equal level. But I know that people were disappointed when Colombo was taken out, which Colombo was so cute, you know.
Well, it's
Um,
because they just did it and there was like no resolution. It wasn't like, oh, the aliens killed them all or anything. It just was like, oh, okay, they're gone.
exactly. So that was very interesting. That was an interesting topic we just hit there because that's kind of like that was a great question. I think you started that one, Lisa. So
I
See,
started all kinds of
the
crap.
choppers would be good this season because it's like in the jungle, and and then you take and you shoot a flare gun down. Like man, woo.
well, I'll tell you what though, the choppers were designed where basically you crash them into people, which people did at times, or
Yeah,
you just have
kamikaze.
people snipe them. What I would like to see is that they make them more like Apaches or attack helicopters, where they actually. I mean, we've seen it with the battle bus and other vehicles that are armed with weapons. You know, the boats
For the
have
jets.
the jets. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, it'd be cool to have ski jets. You know, like
Just kamikaze everybody.
small watercraft. Yes. So, but and yeah, Jess said the basic tornadoes were fun, even the lightning storm. Yeah, the tornadoes were kind of cool, moving place to place. You could jump in and fly.
Yeah.
It was like a cool type of a rift that was there that moved. And then when they added the chrome to it, you could chrome up, and you know you could fly. Then you could slimy shield
Did
around.
this
So
game ever have the Segway? You know, because I get tired of running.
right.
You know, so
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
think there's an
a,
emote that's a
Yeah.
segue.
All
a
right. So,
Segway or a
all right.
There's
wheelchair.
an
That's,
emote.
Okay. Well, let me do something real quick. I know AFK's got to go, but AFK, thanks for being here for so long. Thank you for coming in, my friend.
Oh yeah, thank you. I had a real fun time listening to you guys. So
Well, you participated too, and I tell you, I love having. I love playing with you. I love playing. You know, having you on the stream tonight. Love the inputs and misses. If you can get AFK's link out there, I'd appreciate one. But do you have any
thanks very
last thoughts,
much.
AFK? But absolutely, you're such a good friend to our family and the channel. But well, I mean, any last thoughts about Fortnite, special things, or anything you want to say that you might not have gotten to say tonight?
I think that every season it seems like they're trying a little bit something different. So I think that this season they went a little ham maybe on a whole bunch of different things that they threw in all at once, but I find it very entertaining. So
cool.
there you go.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, everybody go check out AFK. You are on Twitch and you are on YouTube, but I guess you're doing more of your streaming now over on the YouTube side. Is that correct?
Yeah. I
At
swapped
YouTube?
back.
At YouTube?
Okay.
Yep,
Yeah,
YouTube.
YouTube.
Oh, well, I'm gonna give you
Yeah.
a Twitch one first.
Yeah, put them up, but Castle
Yeah, no
got it.
worries.
Thank you, Castle. So make
Thanks.
sure you get AFK on YouTube at AFK Bard, and also the Miss put out that they're at Twitch also. But hey, go give a follow on Twitch and like and subscribe to the great AFK Bard.
Yes.
AFK, thank you again.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good night.
Good
You
night.
too. Thank you.
Good night.
Just
Bye.
I just
Hey,
subbed.
What's that, Lisa?
I just subbed to AFK.
Yay! All
Oh,
right.
yay.
There we go.
And Squeaker came up with another good thing that I forgot about, the junk riffs.
Oh, those I forget about those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, that's why we love you people in the chat. You help us remember some of this stuff and all. And, you know, I like the dinosaur, the Triceratops that floated down, you know?
Yeah.
That
And
was
different
cool.
dinosaurs. A T-Rex. All right, T-Rex.
There you go. Well, why not? We got raptors, so let's do that. So,
Or Triceratops.
well, yep, exactly. Well, I don't know if unless there's something else anybody can think of that they missed that's taken out. I mean, if there's any other topic, Jeff, have you talked to? I mean, I know you had certain things you wanted to talk about tonight. Have we covered what you wanted to talk, or is there anything else?
There's always things to cover, but I think I think I've covered the main points I kind of wanted to hit upon.
Exactly. Well, that's cool. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and start winding down because we've gone on for almost 4 hours and 15 minutes. But also join Lisa and me at least over with Mark D with a C, Mrs. If you could put that link back out there a little bit later tonight for late night Fortnite. This is his family night, but of course late night is, if you know Mark and me, we used to stream late night Fortnite 3 or 4 times a week. And now it's become a Friday night thing, and it's a good thing to have everybody over there. So, and hey, we got more ideas. I'll go as long as we get ideas here with this. JD Kirk said Death Star biome, please. That could be kind of neat.
That would be really cool.
We got the island in the sky, so why not have a low altitude Death Star?
Return to the Cloud City.
Exactly, Cloud City could be good. And Squeaker mentioned the anchor also. There was nothing like hearing that dang bell when it crashed. Yeah. Exactly. So Wade's on puppy overload. That sounds fun. So hey, exactly. And Lisa likes that idea. Great idea. So JT Kirk, listen. Anytime you see Mark around, make sure you say "Damn it, Mark." So it's. So if you do go over and watch the link, because I think.
I'm trying to find
it. Castle got it.
Right.
So when we go live later, make sure you sub to Mark D with the C's channel. He just got monetized recently. He's a great thing, a great host and everything. And Squeaky, if you're leaving now, love you too. Take care of yourself.
Take care.
I'll talk to you later.
Exactly. So, but yes, thank you for coming in. I know
I'll see you later.
In the middle of nowhere, but
oh my
there you go.
God,
hey,
Mega.
For you, Squeaker.
Castle has the live stream later. Yeah, thank you, Castle. Appreciate it, Castle, for that. But listen, rate him later. I know the two of us at least will be over there. I tell you what, we joke about it that people have said they fell asleep to us playing Mark and me, and
I said that.
Yeah, I said that before too. There are people that have said, so it's like, hey, I take it as a compliment. Mark and I joke about it. Hey, we got some great voices. If we can put you to sleep at that time of night, that's a good thing. Now, if we're putting you to sleep in the middle of the day, that might not be so good, but when you're trying to go to sleep and we can relax you and you go to sleep, it's all. And we're back up to 20 people watching. Golly,
it's amazing that you're blowing up gas stations and people are falling asleep to it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's before the free gas station days. But hey, listen, it is all good, folks. So, but yeah, check us out.
What time is Mark tonight?
It's either at 12 or 12:30, one or the
Eastern?
other. Eastern, yeah. So we got about 45 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll start to wrap up again. And congrats, Wade, on your progress. You keep working at it, man. You keep working at it. Let me go around the panel and all that. So we AFK's gone. We put her link out there. But folks, you guys here that are here, thank you for being here. Before we do this, anything else Fortnite related that any of y'all on the panel want to talk about?
No,
not really.
Okay, we've covered it in 4 hours.
I think we covered everything.
So, but listen, we'll go ahead and talk a little bit about yourself and what you're up to. Jess, we'll start with you. I know you don't stream, but you mod in so many places, and thank you for all that you do.
Good talk.
It's okay. You probably weren't prepared to talk, but yes. But, hey, Jess, we love having you around. Thank you for coming on tonight. I like to have you talk. And Jess, I love when we are in duos and you're my eye in the sky. That is so funny when you watch me and Jess play and Dadman left. No, left. Dadman behind you. It's kind of like the misses too. It's so funny to listen. Castle, what are you doing these days?
Just hanging out in the chats and modding when I can.
Absolutely. And you got only one term left.
That's it.
And look, we're going to have to throw a big part.
It's better than just one term. It's one class.
One class,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
One class.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
I can't wait.
We're going to have to arrange a meetup or something or do something big.
We'll figure something out.
We'll figure it out. But congrats. And thank you for all you do around here. So, Lisa, what about you? What are you doing these days?
Well, I You know, I bust my butt outside all day, and then I come in the house and I get really frustrated, and I get online and I play Fortnite and I kill people. And no, I hang out on YouTube when I
Flirt with
can.
me.
Oh yeah, well, Megadon, how could you know? You have to hang out and chat. Yeah, just having a ball when I'm not busting my butt working on
Well, you
stuff.
keep saying that you're an introvert. I'm like, you're not. We've had that discussion, and but it's been a blast getting to
Sound
play
mix
with
of
you,
both.
Lisa. And that you're willing to come on and play with everybody watching you too. So I appreciate that, Lisa.
Well, most of my day I'm an introvert. So the first time,
Yeah.
like when we talk, it's probably the first time I've talked to anybody all day.
Ah, okay.
So that's
Oh.
I throw up talking on you.
Oh, okay.
If that makes any sense.
That's fine.
All the words just come out.
Yeah, Mrs. gets
Good.
me.
Yeah.
There you go. That's awesome. But thank you, and it's been great getting to play and learn with you.
Always
Yeah,
fun hanging out.
absolutely. Alaska Jeff, if we could get make sure his links are out there. Jeff, what have you got moving on these days with your streaming and other things that you're doing?
So we have a fairly ambitious lineup of ideas that trying to pull off. I won't
Oh, thank you, Jeff.
bore everybody with all these things, but we are trying to grow the streaming side, but not as much as the animation and short film side. We're trying to build up a little studio, and it's very bare bones right now. Just more or less trying to get the plans figured out. But over the next few weeks, months, the goal is to keep adding to this thing until finally it can start making regular content. That's going to be by the name of Castercraft.
Mm-hmm.
And so while I'm doing stuff on Twitch, this is like my main focus, and will be the main focus for the foreseeable future. And so you can see stuff on Instagram about posts about what all is being done, but watching the YouTube channel is also going to be helpful in the coming weeks.
Amazing. Good luck.
Yeah, and I definitely we'll have to look to do more about Alaska coming up, because I know that was fascinating, and I did not realize how little of the surface you really scratched with that. So it was very fascinating, especially the power of Google Maps to see all that. So
having maps is incredibly important when exploring the state.
Well, I tell you, we learned that up in our things about it was great to have paper maps so we could deviate and get where we knew we needed to go
They
and speed
still
up
make
the process.
those?
They sure do, and I would not leave home without it, especially when your Garmin decides to take you off the roads in Kentucky where you really are hearing banjos.
Oh wow!
Oh, that was
bizarre.
terrifying.
Yeah, that was crazy. So, but yeah, Jeff, we realized that too, where we were in areas up in Colorado, Wyoming, where there's no service and stuff, and but it was beautiful. But we also got to experience. You showed videos about the animals and the towns and stuff, but we actually got to see it up in Yellowstone and other places with the bison and others walking down the street right by our car and stuff. So it's really neat. It's one thing to see the video, but the video never does it justice. Like if you're there in person.
By all means, always get a chance to see something in person, but always go with a guide as well. Like, for example, if someone wanted to come up and explore Alaska, I would say, yes, do that, but make sure you have someone that you trust. And by the way, someone who's not like being all crazy out there. We have people going missing all the time up here.
Wow.
Wow.
More than anywhere, more than the rest of the country combined.
Do you think it's people or critters?
Both. Most of the time it's people just being stupid. Honestly, you'll have to watch the discussion I had with Dad Man to kind of go over like all the specifics. But
so if you walk off a cliff in Fortnite, you can walk off a cliff in Alaska too.
Well, it's more subtle than that. You can be walking along a river and you get sucked into the silt, and then the ocean tide you're goner. They've tried to literally use a helicopter to pull these people out, and it doesn't go so well.
Silt, getting stuck in silt is no joke. No joke.
So it's things like that. It's walking down a path and thinking, "Oh, I'm just going out for a stroll down my neighborhood." Do you have the bear mace with you? Why would I need bear mace? Because there's bears in our neighborhood.
See, up north, the lake that I'm on up north has about an ankle's depth of silt, and that's rough, and it's only ankle deep. You know,
for those
but
who don't
could you
know,
imagine up in Alaska, thigh deep in silt? You're a goner. No way.
for those who don't know, silt is like a very, very, very fine dust that it becomes like mud, but it holds stronger. It's like concrete in that sense, and so you have to literally use like an air pump to or a water pump to actually get under you to push you out.
Yep, that's scary.
Wow. That is.
So anyway, that I can tell you more about that during another discussion.
Yeah,
fascinating though.
What it does remind me about is the Mrs. We were staying at one that ends up in Yellowstone, and
can I tell the story?
Go ahead and tell this one. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, Damon wanted to go see a couple of geysers. One of them specifically, the Castle Geyser, and it was getting dark. And actually, I think it was dark. And he's like, "Well, we can go." I said, "No, we're not going. Number one, we don't know what the path is. But wait, that was actually like number 3 on the list. Number 1 was, there's wild animals here." He goes, "Oh, no, it's okay. We can go." And yes, I am doing the stupid voice because he was being very stupid. And I'm like, "No, we are not going." And he was like getting mad at me. And I'm like, "We are not going." I said, "We're not going. It's dark and there's wild animals. We're in Yellowstone."
Yeah,
and he's
that's
like,
scary.
"Okay, fine, whatever." And then the next day we're getting ready to go see Castle Geyser, and guess what's in the middle of the parking lot? A bison. And I'm like, "See, that's why we don't go out in the dark in Yellowstone."
Hey,
Damien, you're so adventurous.
Yes, I am. I'll fight the bison off. I told you I'd protect you, but it's like, hey, that 13-second clip of bison got 1.6K views. It's like
we have a 13-second clip of it on the short on YouTube, and the reason it's 13 seconds is because I walked in front of the camera, so we had to clip it to 13 seconds, and it's got like over what.
But because of Mrs. is how you have so many views on that video.
Well, that was mine.
If you went the night before,
the Arkansas.
Back.
Yeah, the Arkansas was the one. Yeah, that was like 1.4K. But I will say that was a fun trip. And let me finish up with Stunning. How about you and your channel?
So tomorrow I'll be coloring these two, Beast Boy and Raven from Teen Titans. I'll probably stream it a little bit earlier now because I just got a text from my dad. We're supposed to be having dinner tomorrow with the fam, so So gonna probably stream this a little bit earlier. If not, I might do Sunday if I don't get around to it tomorrow.
Okay, well that's cool. Always go check out. You've seen him repeatedly do numbers of things tonight. Really good work. Check out Stunning. He's always here. So, thank you that. And I'm a little bit delusional about fighting off a bison. But one thing that was up there, they told you don't go off the walkways and the boards because where the geysers are, you could fall through and cause injury. So there's a lot of stuff. So there's a lot of serious stuff up there with what they.
Well, we actually saw some people chasing a mama bear and her cubs.
Oh, that's
so I'm like, well, that will be in the news tomorrow.
Yeah. It was like, it was just crazy. So,
I have a question.
Okay, Lisa, go ahead.
Is Mega gonna have a stream about buying a new chair?
I think we should go. He has a donation thing.
A GoFundMe?
And we need to just donate to it.
Specify. Good. Set it up.
I'm not going to spend on a chair. Well,
Mrs., what about you? What's up with you?
Well, when we get off of the stream, I'm going to go can some more chicken and.
Tonight yet? Oh my God! You're gonna be like 2 hours. Oh,
I'll be up. I'll probably maybe play some Fortnite later if I'm up anyway.
Okay.
That's it.
Yep, exactly.
Maybe someday I'll stream. We're not quite sure about that.
Get that room down, woman.
Do a Lego stream.
Well, the thing is, everything keeps popping up. I slept too late today. Tomorrow, I was reminded that my retiring boss has a party, so I got to go do that.
Bad man, keep that stuff down. Stop it from popping up. Jeez.
I'm sorry.
I keep whacking it, but he just doesn't. It doesn't matter.
I know, but hey,
for you.
I know we're trying. But listen, I tell you what, all that we do, I can't do without her. So,
how about
but
that
yeah,
Paul?
But you know what? I think is still up. But tell the missus, one day we'll get that done. And maybe you just have to do what I did last August 19th was my first stream last year. And I just finally said, I got to do it. I just have to do it. It was one of the gaudiest, awkward things I've ever done. And, maybe we just need to get you where you just do a stream and it may not be perfect and you just start and go from there. And then you can work into everything else. But we would definitely got to get the missus streaming because listen, like Hungry Boy was like, you've got a beautiful voice and, a lot of great insights. So do this. So, oh my gosh, really, Jess?
No.
Really? Okay, we got 28 votes, folks.
No.
With 22 likes. Oh my gosh, people, y'all are just too kind and gracious tonight.
You're telling me the unicorn? Who's voting?
I am going to close the poll in 10 seconds. Y'all got 10 seconds to crash the polls.
I voted for the hot dog.
So in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Cancel
2,
the damn unicorn.
1. And why do you want to cancel the damn unicorn? What did the unicorn ever do to you?
Hey.
Oh, cancel said that damn unicorn. Okay. Well, there we go. We have closed it. And the results, let's see, will it pop up? I closed.
It's there.
Something's definitely going to pop up.
I think Mark.
Shoot. You know what I did? I closed it. I did not open. Oh, there it goes. There it ended. Okay. 28 votes. 28 votes. We have got Fabio Sparkleman with 35%. Brought the hot dog at 32%. Banana Peely 17%. And Meowsles at 14%.
That's such a skewed poll. That poll, I don't believe it's rigged.
No, I didn't. I can't vote in my own poll. It won't let me.
I think it's rigged.
I think you got some alternate accounts there.
Yeah, I think Adman voted for his unicorn.
Votes. We got 28 votes. We had some that voted for rigged. I can't even vote. Yeah, it's like it's all good. But
I bet
folks,
Mark secretly came in and voted all those.
Yeah, probably so. Hey, Parkours, welcome. Hey,
no, not the song.
Magical hug. Shadows unicorns.
Look at the time.
I hate you, Pa.
God, and JT Kurt's still here. Never such a disgrace. And hey, Maddie's daddy, listen, that's okay. I know we got a lot of people to support and different things. The fact that you are still here after 4.5 hours, Maddie's daddy, is very moves me and touching to me because I know a lot of my topics aren't necessarily in your ball of wax, but the fact you've been here this long with everybody, really, really, really appreciate it. Oh, good, Parkour. So you've been hearing all the talk and stuff. Yeah, okay, for lurking. So, hey, he's either cheering for the unicorn and thank you, Parkour.
I want a revote on that poll. Yeah.
Oh, no, that means we have to stay here for another 3 hours.
Oh, okay, never mind.
No, 4.5 hours. Yeah,
oh, my God.
Recount. I'm going to give you a recount.
Oh, goodness.
But anyway, folks, let me go ahead and let me do some show notes here real quick, folks. And if y'all have anything that pops up, you can feel free to let me know.
Enough with the pop-ups.
What? What pop-up? Boy, if you
oh my gosh.
This is what I love with my streaming. And I'm serious with this. This is why I love you guys, especially you ladies that stream on Fortnite and come on the streams with me. Whether it's you, Lisa, you, Mrs., Jess, Squeaka, all the ladies that love to give me a hard time is really a lot of fun. So
that's why you pop up all the time. Enough already.
Yeah. Oh my God, I wasn't going there. I wasn't even going there. Oh my gosh. Anyway, well, there we go. Here we go. We're gonna pop this thing up. But hey,
there you go.
Oh my gosh, I've never had that many people on the left side of a screen there. We're
what
good.
The heck?
Yes, exactly. Wow. Definitely hit that like button. Definitely hit that like button. So, all right. So basically, folks, we will have a sports coming up on Monday, but after that, we will not be streaming the first part of the first week of July. But starting the second week in July, Mondays and Tuesdays and going forward, we're going to do a more, Mrs. and I are going to do a very detailed detour with the Dadmans, where we're going to talk about certain segments of our trip. Like the first section will be like from home to Vicksburg, and talk about what we did in that thing. That like in that leg, we met the great clobbering times. We saw the battle, Vicksburg battlefield. We went to our first O'Kane's, and we did some other things. We've had some surprise adventures. So join us on Monday and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. during July for that. It will probably go into August till we get the whole trip done. So please join us for that. Put that on your calendars. Yes, and I tell you, July will be busy. I have a number of guests already, and I've got other guests for other months down the road too that I'm working on. So please feel free to jump in. Especially with this, if you like what we've shown on Fortnite, on Twitter already. If you like the shorts, if you like the drive streams we did, you will want to see these because we have some very detailed, especially Du Bois, Wyoming, with Nana's Bakery and bowling, and what we saw in there was one of my hot spots. So, and many other things where we did spontaneous detours. After that, Monday, or like I said, this Monday we'll do another sports weekly with Dadman. Monday at 8 p.m. We talked about various things of news. We will update the College World Series. Who knows? Florida LSU are playing in the World Series, the championship series. So there could be that could be the night that decides it, or we may have a champion by that point. Go Gators, by the way. So and
that
listen, like I said,
the
we
baseball
can make
players, but this meant the soccer player in the nuts with that picture there.
yeah, it does.
It's his belly.
It does. It's his belly. But hey, listen, hey, join us for that. Listen, we make sports fun. Come ask your questions. I love to talk sports, and if you have questions about them, feel free to load them up. The questions. So then next Tuesday will be something very different. Mads Mama Bear Art Doll on YouTube. I will tell you.
Mama?
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking forward to spending time with Mads. Mrs. and I actually spent time with her on someone else's stream once where we talked about Ghostbusters and stuff. Great lady. Looking forward to this. A great time. And of course, I will preview in July. We will have Stunning on. Hopefully by then, everybody will have donated to him to get a new chair. Especially Lisa might cut a check immediately tonight. But be there for us for Mads and all that.
Have that on mute.
Exactly. And to close this all out, remember the live streams and videos are on YouTube and Twitch at Dadman Walking 55. Keep up with me when I go live for impromptu streams, chill streams, Fortnite streams on Twitter at Dadman Walking 55. Get your notifications on Twitch and hit that bell and get your notifications on the YouTube side also. But most of all, follow us on Twitch if you haven't already. Subscribe if you haven't already on the YouTube side. We're so close to 300 now. It's within range. Remember, we're in just over 10 months, and hit that like button tonight. So, and thank you to everybody that came through, chatted, everybody that had the poll. Oh, it has not updated there.
How many do you have?
You're what?
289 subs. I only need 11 more.
291 according to my phone.
Oh, you got two. Oh,
yeah,
tonight.
You need to reload it.
I do.
Yes, exactly. So
awesome.
But hey,
so you only need 9.
Only 9 more. So, folks. But hey, listen. Thank you, everybody. Like C said, hit that like button, sub, and then here, like Jess said, follow on Twitter for the stream updates. Okay, guys. Unless y'all have anything else to say.
Nope.
Everybody. All right. Everybody out there in chat. Thank you, everybody. And it's always funny. I look at these stupid numbers, and it's like all of a sudden the numbers go up right at the end. But we do have to say goodbye because remember, join us in a little bit at Mark D with a C for Late Night Fortnite. And on that note, everybody, y'all have a great evening, and we will see you next time. Bye, all.